Hello! I am so excited. Hey Steven, hey Kobe, Midnight Blue, John, Pete, Kelvin, hey David, hey Fistfight, hey Chucky. Hello, Governor. Hey Exterminator, Sanum, Immaculate Banana Dude. Hey Viper. That was so loud. I always try to be loud when I switch over. Just to be a little asshole. Hey Kiro Mass. Hey Adrian. Hey Pete. Hey Disgruntled Fox. It's intentional. I probably shouldn't do that. Hey Rage Consumer. Hey Kyler. First Cazador, thank you for the 14 months. Thank you so much. Hey Gabriel. Hey Bioshocked Mew. Have you seen The Boys' new season? No, I haven't watched it yet. I haven't got a chance. I've been super busy. But I'm going to watch it. I want to watch it. Hey Cletus. Steven, thank you for the 14 months at tier 3. Where does the time go? If you figure that out, please let me know. The Resident Evil vid is fantastic, by the way. Thank you, John. Thank you so much. It was honestly a little weird getting back into it and like figuring out how to play it again. Because I've been playing like Resident Evil. God, it's been so long. What was before Resident Evil? I'm blanking out. Oh, Batman, Spider-Man. It's been so long since I've played something Resident Evil. So it was an adjustment period, but it was so much fun. Hey, Thomas. Emerald Knight. Hey, Dave D. Watching from the hospital, recovering from heart surgery. Oh my god. I hope that recovery's going well. Hopefully you're okay. You might want to stream it on Amazon, but not have it on straight because it'll get flagged. Oh, we're not gonna watch it on stream. We wouldn't do that. Did you get a chance to look at my DM? No, I didn't see your DM. Left a poem in the arts channel, by the way. Might be a weird spot. So no, I'll check it out. Did you tag me? Hey, Skylar. Looking lovely like always. Thank you, Skylar. Happy Father's Day, everyone. I hope y'all are doing well, and I pray that it stays that way. Skylar, thank you for the 17 months. Happy Father's Day to everyone's father, or if you're a father. Hey, Clipcoat. Hey, William. Hope you're having a good weekend. Thank you. Welcome in. You can actually watch it on stream. Yeah, you can watch Amazon stuff on stream, but I don't really like watching stuff like that on stream. I prefer to do it in Discord so I can like really kick back, blanket, get cozy, not have to worry about reading chat, and just can watch and enjoy. Because I feel like with shows like that, you miss stuff if you're looking over. Hey, Mayhem. Hey, Mooney. Had 6th heart attack. Oh my goodness. Well, I'm glad that surgery went well. Hey, Mooney. Haven't played any of the Resident Evil games, so now I have to binge your other videos to catch up. Yeah, you better hurry. Because we're about to start RE3. Coming from YouTube subscriber as well. Wow. William, thank you for coming over from Twitch. I mean, YouTube to Twitch. It means a lot. Thank you so much. Hey, Viper. Have your Outlast video on now? Your heart rate got a tad high sometimes. Okay, next time we play a scary game. Oh, ready? Ready, set, go. Next time we play a scary game, I'm gonna get like a strap that goes around, because I don't think that this, like, because I'm wearing the monitor on my arm right here. I don't think that it's accurate. Genuinely, I don't. And I think it's delayed because whenever I get scared, it starts like going up after the first 10 seconds or something. So I think I'm gonna get like the chest strap one. I bet that's more accurate. Hey, Ahmed. Steven, thank you for the gifted to William. I came across your channel when I was watching The Last of Us Part 2 gameplay videos. I really enjoyed The Last of Us, but it was kind of it was a weird playthrough to do because I feel like there was a lot of arguing in the comments, but I think everyone probably experienced that just because of The Last of Us, what it is. It's like the calmer you are, the higher your heart rate. Someone commented, was like, oh god, her resting heart rate is already 100 at the beginning of this. And I'm like, you have no idea how much I stalled before even starting. There was probably about 30 minutes of me just like in the menu, trying to work up the courage to press start. Hey, young ones, welcome in. Hey, Shocky, I came from YouTube as well when you were doing your Batman playthroughs. Wow, welcome in, Shocky. Love your content. Thanks. Means a lot. Welcome in. Happy to have you guys. Wait, what did Gabriel say? I think the way you're using it now isn't always working like we want. That's what I think so too. In the instructions, it says you can put it on your arm, but I don't think it's as accurate. So I'm gonna get a different one. The average resting heart rate is 80 to 100. Mine's probably always closer to 100. It's naturally pretty high. Oh my goodness. Okay, wait. Loopy, thank you for the 14 months. Hero, thank you for continuing your gifted to tier 1. Thank you, Kiro. Big B, thank you for the 100 bits. My special and favorite #1 streamer. Big B, do you have this on copy and paste? Just curious. Looks super lovely, cute, and pretty in your cool shirt. Thank you, Big B. Okay. I am so excited for today. Hey, Gensha. Once per stream. Once per stream. Thank you for the 1,000 bits. Thanks, Sean. Happy Father's Day. First thing I thought when I opened the YouTube video, wow, streamer looks dead. Wait, do you guys like the new lens? It's the same camera. I feel like it looks a little different. It's not crazy, but I feel like the quality is a little bit better. Hey, Lethal. Does it look good? Thank you, Steven. It took me forever. I was like trying to get it set up. Okay, the cool thing about this lens, because certain lenses, you have to like give it more light for it to look good. I'm learning this as I'm like 2 years into YouTube. So I bought this lens and you don't need as much light. So I am illuminated with barely anything, which is kind of crazy. The Sony camera is awesome. Yeah, it's really good. I got the Miles Morales Evolve suit Funko Pop Wait, from the after my reel, you ordered it? Or did you already order it? Hey, fist fight. What do you call a military soldier that chases storms? A stormtrooper. What chair do you use? It's steel case. Leap. It's one of their chairs. I think it's called the Leap. Just finished watching your Ari vid. Had a great time watching. That was my first time seeing an Ari playthrough, and so far I'm enjoying it. And looking really pretty. Thank you, Kelvin. Thank you for the 100 bits. I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. I obviously have a ton of recommendations to play, so it's hard for me to like decide what's next because I feel bad because I know there's people that want me to play Red Dead, Final Fantasy, GTA, like everything. So I feel bad when I'm making choices, as crazy as that sounds. So I was like, hopefully no one minds we're going to Resident Evil. Hey, Emotionally Spoiled, what's your favorite game you streamed so far? I've streamed, oh, that's a good question. If you mean YouTube, God of War 2018, Red Dead 2, it's hard for me to pick. Oh yeah, Gollum, easy. Favorite game I've ever streamed? Gollum, for sure. I made a new belt out of watches when I showed everyone. They thought it was a waste. Wait, I made a new belt out of watches. When I showed everyone, they thought it was a waste of time. I'm like, wait, what? Why would that be a waste of time? Duh. That took me a second to catch on to the joke. Boo! Boo! Terrible. Uncharted 3. I mean, yeah, I loved playing Uncharted 3, but I don't think that's my favorite thing I've ever streamed. Oh, wait. Okay, this is actually not probably a popular opinion, but my favorite thing I've ever streamed, I want to say definitely, this isn't not the popular one. BioShock, and the probably one that's surprising is Detroit Become Human. I loved that game so much that I did like a second ending because I wanted to do like a murderer arc, but yeah, I really enjoyed that game. Anon, thank you for the gifted to Gollum for president. No. Yeah, not gonna happen. Yeah, Detroit was amazing. Black Ops series playthrough soon? Yep. We're working through I want to get through all of the games that I need to play before Black Ops 6 in November. So whatever that has to be, I'm working on it. Sad I miss you played that. Wait, Detroit Become Human or BioShock? Witcher 3 is number 3 then, got it. Okay, wait, I forgot about Witcher. I was thinking of everything on my VOD channel and okay, I can't answer this. Witcher, BioShock, there's multiple. Hey, Boston. Hey, Brennis. Are you gonna play the OG Modern Warfare games at some point? Oh, yeah. I want to play Halo, Modern Warfare, Black Ops. What else? Is there any other? Doom? I'm trying to think of, like, shooting games. How about Elden Ring and Sekiro? I didn't stream Elden Ring, initially. My channel started with Elden Ring. I've brought that playthrough down. We've talked about it a few times, but I deleted it like a year ago just because I didn't like it and I didn't want it on there, but Gears of War. Gears of War. What is... I know what Gears of War is, but hold on. I think I'm thinking of Metal Gear Solid. Why are there so many games with the same name? Gears of War. Oh, Gears of War. Duh, we watched it on the Xbox. I'm thinking of... Yeah, I would like to play this too. Yes. To answer your question, yes. Hey, Fate. Gears is sanity of the best kind. For some reason, I feel like we've had this happen when someone brings up Gears of War or someone brings up Metal Gear Solid. I'm like, wait, which one is which? I have to go get a CT scan. Hope I can make it back. If not, have a great stream/day. Thank you, Dave D. We will be here for a while, so hopefully we'll see you later. Hopefully everything goes well. Oh no, it's Gundam. Okay, hold on. Pause for a second, because if you're someone who is not familiar with games and you see Gundamn, how are you going to pronounce that? How would you pronounce that? I'll wait. No, you would not say Gundam. False. False. Lie. Nope. Lie. You guys are too embarrassed to admit it. Gundam! Exactly. You would say Gundam. So... But I thought you never loved guys shooting big guns on poor harmless people. Wait, what is that a reference to? What about Dead Space? You mean finishing it? I played most of it. It just got really, scary. It got hard for me to play. The only game that I've played that was scary off of, like, stream by myself was RE7. And it was so hard to do. Hey, Loyal. Loyal, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Welcome in. Hey, Crom. So many games to a little time. I know. We're trucking along, though. Are we watching any Maxor vids or no? We can. Doesn't Maxor make the Elden Ring? He has like a series on Elden Ring. I don't remember what it's called. I finished Shadow Survivor main story. Really enjoyed it. Do you like this one better than Fallen Order? Which one's better? But yeah, RE7 was the only one I played on the channel. Everything else has been on stream, which makes it easier because I'm talking to you guys, so you guys comfort me. I feel like I have a friend with me while I'm playing the shit crazy games. So that's why Dead Space stopped, because I got to a point where I was literally feeling like I was gonna have a panic attack every single time I recorded. And I was like, okay, yeah, we're done with this. We gotta hit pause. This shit is way too scary. I've talked about it on stream. I think we'll finish it on stream eventually. You got the Vaati vids lined up? Yep, I made a playlist, and I just figured we could, like, skip through them. But I think if I played it with you guys, I would feel a lot better. Because I could, you know, I could talk to you guys, get a little distracted, play, get a little distracted. It would be more balanced for me. Currently playing RDR2 for the first time, and binging your playthrough. How are you enjoying it, Mooney? Not the playthrough, but the game, I mean. Suicide Squad killed the... Hold on. We do not need a controller today. Let me move this. I keep smacking it. Alright. How many vids did you end? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I added 6. We can always do more. Or less. I figured if we get tired of watching lore, then we're just gonna start the Elden Ring run. The NG+1. We'll see how far we make it. Because, you know, sometimes you just get bored and you're like, okay, I've had enough. That's it for me. Absolute banger video today, by the way. Thank you, Loyal. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. Is a smart plan of attack for those games. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I'm actually shocked that I played Resident Evil 7 by myself. No stream. But at the time, I didn't really stream much anyways. That was kind of like the beginning of stream. But the fact that I played that in my office by myself. Wow. Hey, Jay. Gotta go? Alright, see you long hair. Thank you for all. You don't have to thank me. Thank you for watching. Hey, Ivan. Make a new character. Don't want NG+1 DLC enemies. No, we're going NG+1. I want to go in with my turbo character that I made. Average Vaati vid length is about 20 minutes to an hour for people unfamiliar. Yeah, in total, let me look. I have about 4 hours of footage, it looks like. 4.5, maybe. We'll see how it goes.
For the snack fund for the 13-hour stream.
Steven!
Speaking of snacks, I'll take a cookie Skyytea snack.
Here you go. Here's your cookie. Steven! Thank you for the 6,000 bits. Holy shit. For the snack fund for the 13-hour stream. Thank you so much, Steven. Absolutely wild. Thank you for the bits. Unbelievable. They call me Malad. Welcome in. Okay. It was fun seeing you miss the bullets and getting increasingly nervous and more nervous. That was fun. Wait, in Dead Space or Resident Evil? We be playing all the Call of Duty campaigns because there are some underrated ones, in my opinion. I would like to, but I'm definitely going to start with the like ones that are most requested, most wanted. But I would like to play through all of them. I can't wait. I can't watch more than one VaatiVidya at a time because it makes me just want to play the game myself. There might be a point today where I'm like, okay, guys, we're done. We're playing the game. I'm over it. Hey, Justin. Hope all is well with you and everyone. Need to watch the new vid from earlier. Either way, I'm happy to see you streaming today. Remember, you're awesome and wholesome. Thank you for being you. Gonna lurk now. Justin, thank you so much for the message and for the lurk. I hope you have a good day. Just want to tell you, there's a lot of people that hate Resident Evil 6. They really hate the game. Resident Evil 6 is not scary, but it's fun AF if you play it with a friend. I don't know if you like it or not, but it's definitely a fun game. I mean, it's hard to say if I would like it or not, but I feel like I want to experience it. Like the same way that people play something and then they realize, okay, I hated it. I still want to have that experience. I want to see if I would like something. That's why I played Gollum, you know? It's like I had to see for myself. I'm a naturally curious person to a detriment. I'm very curious. So I'm sure we will absolutely check out RE6 at the very least. Agree, I think RE6 is fun, but it's just so different than the others. And see, you guys say that, and I'm like, but how different? I want to know. I want to see the difference. I need to know. I finally pulled the trigger and signed up for Beacon from Critical. Oh, you did? How are you liking that? Okay, I'm ready for these lore videos. However, if I hear I'm so lost by Loyal one more time, I'm out. Okay, Loyal, you have to promise us. No, I'm so lost. We're here, we're vibing, and we're having a good time. That is the goal for today. Because trust me, I will also be lost. RE5 is also a fun co-op game and a fun experience. Not sure if you'll like it, but it's fun as a follow-up from RE4. Co-op. Now, how in the world does that work? Resident Evil co-op. Wait, don't tell me. But co-op. That's weird because none of the other ones I've played are co-op, so it's hard to imagine that. That's a twist. Yeah, okay. Dandy, there we go. Dandy's got it. Recommended level for the DLC was around 120. I think so. Hey, Trey. How's your weekend going? My weekend's been great. It has been really good. How's your weekend? Not gonna lie, when I first finished Elden Ring, I still had almost no idea what was going on. Exactly the same for me. I finished the game, and I was just like, okay, what just happened? I was literally, it was just vibes. Pure adrenaline and vibes the whole time. And at the end, I was like, I'm gonna Google what the hell this was about. I read a little bit about Melania and the Elden Beast, and I think Radagon, and maybe also, America. Yeah. I read a little bit of each, and I was just like, okay, sure. All right, whatever. And before I had played, or after I played Bloodborne, also didn't know any of the story. I was just like, we're here for a good time. We don't have a clue what's going on, but that's okay. Still one of the best games I ever played. Same. Like, is the story that important? No. But this is why we're doing the Lore-athon, because maybe now we'll be like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Probably not, but we'll see. FromSoft games aren't exactly story focused. No. It's crazy that people manage to find all of this lore in the background, because I'm still confused where they're finding it at. Like, did you find a piece of paper? I'll be vibing always, but can't guarantee I'll be following along. That's okay. That is okay. Loyal, thank you for the 100 bits. Zodster, thank you for half a year. Thank you so much for half a year, Zodster. Agree. Wait, what did John say? Worth noting, Vaati does a fair amount of speculation and interpretation of the lore, not just reciting it, so you may interpret some of stuff differently, and that's part of the fun. Oh, in these videos he does? Okay, that's good to know. Almost every item has a big piece of lore in it. Okay, and see, the thing is, when I was doing my first playthrough, I picked up everything that I saw. Like, a mile down the road is like, oh, sparkly. I'm on my way! So, I didn't read anything because the amount of shit in my inventory became a little excessive. So, there's just no point in reading a single thing. There would have been the playthrough, and then there would have been a second playthrough for just reading. At some point, when you play through Silent Hill first 2 games before 2 remake, I don't know, Casey. It's hard to say. Scary games for me are just kind of random. If I'm feeling it, if for some reason I just have the desire to play a scary game, I can't promise to play those. Maybe. That's all I can say. Well, weekend is good. Your streams get me through the day. Well, thank you, Trey. That means a lot. I read all the things I love reading and world building in games. I think I was just a little overwhelmed. Like, I was having fun, but for my first ever Souls game, a lot was happening. So the last thing I cared about was lore. All I've done is go through most of these VaatiVids and felt pretty confident with the lore afterwards. He's good at making it understandable, in my opinion. I am so excited. Thank goodness for Vaati. I feel like we need to do a disclaimer. None of these videos are mine. These are all Vaati's. You guys should go subscribe, like all the videos. I'm not trying to steal his content. We're just watching it because he's awesome and he makes really good stuff. And yeah, go subscribe to him because these are not my videos. Hey, Maddie. Oh, I have your stream on in the background while I watch football. Have my full attention after. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, Maddie. I hope you're doing well. Hopefully football goes well. Is today the first day of the Lore-athon? Today is the first and only day of the Lore-athon. We're gonna watch some VaatiVids and then maybe after we play Elden Ring, but the rest of this week is gonna be playing Elden Ring, getting ready. Just trying to graduate college, and when your streams come on, I watch it. Helps me with the stress from school. How far into college are you? Are you close to graduating? I've been reading all the stuff I'm collecting in Alan Wake 2. It makes me more interested in the game. Okay, so stuff like that, I read everything. The papers, what else did you get in Alan Wake? Oh, his like transcript things that he does, all of that. But for Souls games, I just have a hard time because I feel like even if I read it, I'm not actually following any story. Like, you're getting bits and pieces in random order. So even if you read every single lore item, you might not actually grasp any of it. So for me, I'd just rather watch this because he did all the work. So, hey, Man Turtle. Versus like God of War, you read all the lore and you're following. Like, you know what's happening. You're like, ah, okay, cool. Balling all day, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hey, Man Turtle. Scott Porter was the original actor for Harry in the 2018's game, but then he got replaced by Graham Phillips in the 2023's game. Who is Harry? Wait, sorry, William, which game? I love reading lore items and building in games, but also prefer and have more interest when there is actual story in the game. Definitely makes me more interested in the lore when there's actual story it's supporting. Exactly. That's how I feel too. When I have to read the lore to fully piece it together myself, that's where I'm like, no. We're gonna let somebody on YouTube do it for me. Hey, Jelly. More digestible to watch Vaati. Agreed. Absolutely agreed. Okay, you guys. Oh, the Spider-Man games. I see. I felt Nokron today and spent a decent amount of time just standing there with my... Why was that actually me during my first playthrough? Like, when you go down to Nokron, you're like, holy shit. I think that was everyone's first experience. You're like processing. What the hell is happening? Okay, wait. I would suggest pausing a few times per vid just to give time to process the information and allow catch up. Yes, I think every like 10 to 15 minutes, I don't know. I'll just pause as something happens that I want to discuss. You guys know how I am. There will be pausing. I have 2 semesters left. Started late, so a lot of papers to write, which sucks. Wait, only 2 semesters? So you're about to graduate. Oh, damn. How long are the videos? The first one's 29 minutes. Okay, let's get into it. Thank you guys for chatting with me. Hold on, let me pause Spotify. We can still chat while we're watching this, so that's why we need to just get started. What the hell happened? What? Who moved the chat? All right. Cool. Hold on. Turbo's in trouble. It would have had to have been Turbo. Who else? Okay. Please play Mortal Kombat. I'm gonna play Mortal Kombat, but I wanted to play one. I wanted to play the newest one. I think I'm gonna get my ass kicked in the other ones. God of War 2018 a rag. 2018. I'm sorry, I had to say it. It's gotta be 2018 for me. Alrighty. We're starting with Elden Ring's lore explained. Does everyone have their snacks? Does everyone have their blanket? Is everyone comfy? Squeeze Turbo for his punishment? Fine. If you twist my arm, I'll do it, sure. Eating Wendy's? Oh, that sounds good. Wendy's is the superior fast food chain. Between, like, McDonald's and the other ones, it's Wendy's. Everyone have their notepad. Hold on. Where's my glasses? I actually don't know. They're somewhere on the desk. I don't know. Yoda, thank you for the gift of 2. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. Turbo is innocent. Said no one ever. For Turbo's recovery. You guys act like I abuse him all the time and he needs surgery. Alvin, thank you for the follow. Recovery. Or hydrate. Mortal C, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Okay. I tried to balance. You guys have to chill out. We'll be in stream later because it's family game night. Also, love today's video. Now I want to play the game myself. I played RE2, but I didn't enjoy it. So hopefully I'll like RE4. I think RE4 is a little more action-packed than RE2. I loved both, but RE4 was really fun. Alrighty. Tell me if the audio sounds good.
Our story doesn't begin in the lands between.
I tried to balance it before.
It begins in the cosmos, far away, with an outer god called the Greater Will. There are a lot of outer gods mentioned in Elden Ring. You can think of these kind of like the Great Ones of Bloodborne. They're distant beings. They're all-powerful and they're quite unknowable by design.
Wait, I want to start over.
Our story doesn't begin in the lands between. It begins in the cosmos, far away, with an outer god called the Greater Will. There are a lot of outer gods mentioned in Elden Ring. You can think of these
at least
kind
6,
of like the Great
more.
Ones of Bloodborne. They're distant beings. They're all-powerful and they're quite unknowable by design. But many of these outer gods want to make their presence felt in the world. The Greater Will, maybe most of all. To this end, it sent a golden star hurtling towards the lands between. The Elden Star's incantation tells us that this golden star was bearing a beast, an Elden beast. The Elden Remembrance calls it a vassal beast of the Greater Will. If you didn't know, a vassal is someone who holds land on behalf of their overlord. Obviously, this is fitting in this case, because the Elden Beast occupied the lands between on behalf of the Greater Will, and was a living incarnation of the concept of order. As such, this beast would later become the Elden Ring. The Elden Ring itself is made up of runes of power, some great, some small, that is between on behalf.
Wait, what?
The Elden Remembrance calls it a vassal beast of the Greater Will. If you didn't know, a vassal is someone who holds land on behalf of their overlord. Obviously, this is fitting in this case, because the Elden Beast occupied the lands between on behalf of the Greater Will, and was a living incarnation of the concept of order. As such, this beast would later become the
subtitles,
Elden Ring.
yes. Thank you, Anna. I think we turned them off for Xbox Showcase or something, because they were messed up.
The Elden Ring itself is made up of runes of power, some great, some small, that together represent a sort of logic for the world to follow. Thus, the Elden Ring represents order. The true nature of this order is a subject of constant debate and research undergone by fundamentalists. But 2 of the key fundamentals are the laws of causality and regression. You can think of the law of causality as cause and effect, where actions have consequences, and those consequences are new causes that branch out into infinity. These are the relationships between things. Then there's the law of regression that states that all things eternally yearn to converge
Hey,
and
King Mo.
return to their
Welcome in.
roots. Fittingly, then, the Elden Ring is housed within the Erdtree, which towers over the lands between. But it's very important to stress that life in the lands between did not begin with the Erdtree, the Elden Ring, or the Elden Beast. No, the lands between were occupied well before the Greater Will came. There were other beings here. There were other factions here. There were other gods here. And there was even another great tree here before the Erdtree. And this is where a huge twist regarding the Erdtree comes in.
There was another great
There are
tree.
incantations in the game called Aspects of the Crucible. According to their descriptions, these are manifestations of the Erdtree's primal vital energies. And I
Okay,
quote,
wait.
they are an aspect.
Do we think that this other great Erdtree is of importance? Auntie, thank you for the 17 months. Yodis, thank you for the follow. And Dissolve, thank you for the follow. Hey, John. I'm wondering if that's important, because I feel like it very well could be. Very important. Definitely. I'm going to be honest. I grasp zero of the information about Elden Beast. None of that went in my head. So we're moving on. I felt bad. I didn't want to rewind it again. But yeah, I didn't grasp any of that. But I'm following here. It is most likely the tree in the realm of shadows for the DLC. That's what I was wondering. If you have questions, just ask. Okay, can you translate everything you said about Elden Beast for like a kindergartner? He's just an extension of the Greater Will, and he represents order, right? Rule and order is what he represents. So then we kill him, and all the chaos unleashes. Well, Elden Beast lore went in one ear and out the other. Greater Will is a dude that lives out in outer space. They sent out one of his buddies down here to work for the while they were away. That buddy is the Elden Beast. Gabriel, can you do that again later, please? That actually helps.
Of the primordial crucible where all life was once blended together. But how could all life be blended together in the Erdtree if the Erdtree appeared after life existed? Well, there can only be one answer, right? That the Erdtree is a parasite, and it took over a tree that existed here before.
I was gonna say that.
This ancient tree was called the Great Tree. So the Great Tree was
so this has to be
almost
DLC
certainly
related.
the location of this primordial crucible, and it must have been a very powerful primordial force for the Greater Will to have commandeered. It might even be the reason the Lands Between is important to the Greater Will in the first place. It also explains why spells and enemies related to the Great Tree's crucible would eventually be looked down upon. For example, the Knot Talisman is fashioned from a knotted vestige of the crucible, and it was considered a signifier of the divine in ancient times, but is now increasingly disdained as an impurity as civilization has advanced. Enemies related to the crucible are the Omen, the Misbegotten, and the Crucible Knights, and all three of them would be shunned, enslaved, or imprisoned. Those who speak for the Erdtree don't want you to know its roots, so to speak. According to the spell, Protection of the Erdtree, in the beginning everything was in opposition to the Erdtree, but through countless victories in war, it became the embodiment of order.
In Marika's own words, the Erdtree governs all. The choice is thine. Become one with the order, or divest thyself of it, to wallow at the fringes, a powerless upstart.
But the Greater Will needed more than a big tree.
Wow.
It needed loyal agents in the Lands Between. To this end, it has the Two Fingers, who are its envoys. The Two Fingers heirloom has a weird picture of them, but it reads, "Of course, fingers cannot speak, yet these are eloquent. Persistently they wriggle, spelling out mysteries in the air. Thus did we gain the words of our faith." These words are interpreted by the finger readers. These are the undying old crones that you would have found throughout the Lands Between. They pass down the wisdom of the Two Fingers, or at least they used to.
Your fingers, please, your fingers. I can read them.
Most of them appear to have lost their purpose, and they're desperate to read your fingers and tell you annoying riddles, since their two
Aw.
fingers are likely dead. And yes, of course, there are
That's
multiple sets
sad.
of two fingers. You would have found their corpses on the tops of the divine towers. Atop these towers, you loot the fingers in order to activate the true power of a great rune. Specifically though, you are giving benediction back to your great rune. You're taking a blessing back from the two dead fingers, essentially. This is just one of many blessings that the two fingers can bestow, and my point is kind of that the two fingers clearly have more than just influence. They have real power on some level. The Greater Will needs these powerful envoys and agents
Oh.
because, while it's obviously incredibly powerful, it does seem limited by
We
a
don't
few
have to zoom in
things.
on that
First
one.
is space. The Greater Will didn't come to the lands between itself, it sent an Elden beast to do its bidding instead. Second is time. There is a moment later in the game where your pair of two fingers go still because they're forced to commune with the Greater Will for guidance.
When they are finished,
Wait, so
the
outer
fingers
space.
will again offer their guidance. But thousands, if not tens of thousands, of moons must first pass. No matter for me. But you, how will you ever manage to wait?
So the Greater Will needs a physical manifestation of order. It needs envoys to convey its will, but what it also needs is a god.
Calling back to the Greater Will
Introducing
for updates.
Marika the Eternal. I have this utterly enormous mind map of Elden Ring's lore, and there's a reason she's at the center. She's essentially
My
the equivalent
gosh!
of Gwyn from Dark Souls.
In
except,
antenna mode.
unlike Gwyn, Marika didn't just crawl out of the dark and find power. To an extent, it seems like she earned it. We don't know much about her origins, except that she is of the Numen race, which is actually an origin that you can choose in the character selection screen. Numen come from outside the lands between, and are supposed descendants of denizens of another world, long-lived but seldom born. At some point, Marika was chosen as an Empyrean. What is an Empyrean? Well, an Empyrean is a being chosen by the fingers as a candidate for godhood. As an Empyrean, Marika received the aid of a shadow to do her bidding. So what
Okay, so that makes me think. Sorry to pause it, but we're probably going to be doing this a lot. That right there makes me think that it would confirm our suspicions that she did something in her world that allowed her to appease the fingers and become a god. At least that's what I'm thinking, maybe. She did something awful that they wanted her to do, and she did it. And as a result, she became a god. Because they said that she earned it. I didn't get enough sleep for this. Take a nap. She's Numen, which means she can turn from female to male. Yeah, that's how she's Radagon and Marika. But they never said if she had the ability to turn Radagon / Marika in her old world. We don't know that, do we? If you watch the story trailer, it does show Marika doing some questionable things. Yeah, the DLC story trailer. It's never really been explained specifically what is needed to be done to become an Empyrean, so you could be onto something. Well, I mean, if their goal is to like rule and take over, and they wanted, it's still speculation, nothing confirmed. Yeah, if their goal, oh yeah, DLC story trailer. If their goal was to like take over and the Elden Tree to rule everything, whatever, then she obviously did their bidding in some way to make it happen. I would assume. Kev, thank you for the follow. Okay, let's continue.
What is a shadow? Well, it's a wolf, shadowbound to its Empyrean by the two fingers. Lunar Princess Rani is another example of an Empyrean with a shadowbound beast. You would have met Blythe. These creatures are the Empyrean's very own shadow. They are completely loyal to their needs and, by definition, incapable of treachery. Marika's shadow was a beast called Malakath. Every Empyrean uses their shadow in different ways, but Marika's sole need of her shadow was as a vessel to lock away destined death. So what is destined death? Well, according to Enya, It's the Rune of Death.
The Rune of Death goes by 2 names. The other is Destined Death.
We mentioned earlier that the Elden Ring is made up of runes, and at some point, maybe when she was chosen as a god, Marika plucked the Rune of Death from the Elden Ring. She gave the Rune of Death to Malekith, her totally loyal shadow, who bore a black blade imbued with this rune. It's kind of genius, really. In a single act, she removed the concept of death from the lands between, while also commanding total control of death through her shadow, who could deliver it at her whim.
Wow. Okay.
Now, some of you might be asking, if death is removed from the lands between, how come I can kill this dog? First off, shame on you. Second, from a lore point of view, that dog isn't
Hey,
really
Ollie.
dead. It's simply in the process of its spirit, or its soul, returning to the Erdtree. Catacomb dungeons, for example, are specifically constructed near the roots of the Great Tree for this reason, so that the Erdtree can reabsorb their ashes back into it. This process replaced the concept of a death that you were destined to have, but this random spirit outside of a catacomb dungeon says it best. As another example of this theory, when you kill a major boss, you receive a remembrance of them.
So what does that
These
mean?
are spirits, and they are hewn into the Erdtree. In this way, thanks to the Erdtree's grace, their spirits are immortalized, in a sense. This new form of death also explains what's happening when you summon spirits.
From ash and return to the Erdtree.
However, some spirits never return to the Erdtree, and they rise within death as corpses or skeletons instead.
So, okay. So they're basically not getting any sort of peace in the afterlife. They're ghosts or they're skeletons that reincarnate. There's no peace. To be reborn, you have to be recycled through the tree. And so then are they just like stuck in a loop of die, come back as a spirit, die, come back as a spirit, resources to be used by the Erdtree. Hope you have a great day. I recommend you play LA. I'm going to, Trey. Thank you for the 100 bits. Yep. Okay. Yes, because America took death. Is it like a purgatory? That's kind of how I'm picturing it. Like, so what happens after death? We do restore the death rune. So then what is death after in this game? Do we know that? This is either unnatural or technically the new natural, pretty messed up. Controlled by America and the Greater Will. I think that's why the Tarnished came back too. Oh! So that's why they explain, like, we die and we come back at the Grace. That's how they explain that. When we restore whatever the cycle is, starts again. Gotcha. Oh, that's interesting. I mean, I know that's just how Souls games are. You die and you come back, but the fact that the lore explains it that way is cool. Why don't the tree sentinels come back? Well, don't worry. We don't need to know that answer, actually. There was a form of death that was more permanent and more akin to heaven before the age of the Erdtree. So the tree before. I don't remember what they called it. Why is our character called the Tarnished? Yeah, I don't know. The concept of death doesn't exist in the Golden Order that America created upon taking the Rune of Death from Elden Ring. Things don't die, they just come back. This is why your character doesn't die. Those that choose not to return to the roots to be reborn become those who live in death. And you know what? I wonder if her doing that was some sort of like trauma response to whatever she did to get out of her world and all the death that she may have caused, and maybe some people that she lost, like loved ones. Wonder if that's why she wanted to stop death. The Tarnished are individuals who lost the grace of the Erdtree and were consequently banished from the lands between by Queen Marika the Eternal. Okay. We continue.
So this was the new
Don't
order.
you dare give them
And it's
ideas,
important to
right?
stress that it was in this moment, when the Rune of Death was removed, when Destined Death was taken, this is when Order became the Golden Order.
The forbidden shadow plucked from the Golden Order upon its creation.
Specifically, this was Marika's Golden Order. So not only did she become a god and a vessel for the Elden Ring, she became renowned as Marika the Eternal for her removal of Destined Death. It was a huge part of her character and her reign as well. However, Marika had more than just death to conquer. She had wars to fight, as the world was occupied by many forces that could threaten her Golden Order. There was war with the Stormlord, who likely ruled over Stormvale, and there was a war with the Giants, who were masters of a flame that could burn the Erdtree. There was war with the ancient dragons, who incidentally had stones that could twist time and thus slay a god. And finally, there was war brewing with the Carrion royalty, who had previously obeyed laws which contravened the Golden Order.
The fact that she had all of these people to go against and fight and she won is absolutely crazy. Dragons, giants, knights, you name it. Like, wow. Actually insanity.
Thus, sort of similar to how the Greater Will needed an Empyrean to enforce its will, Marika herself needed
She's a girl
someone
boss.
to wage war. So
Right?
there was to be a husband,
She kind of ate that a
consort,
little.
an Elden Lord. The man
Drew,
chosen
thank you for the
was
18 months.
Hoarah, a ferocious warrior who became known as the Lord of the Battlefield. His crown was warranted with strength, and while it was for this strength that Marika married him, he was also required to take a vow to conduct himself as a lord. To suppress the ceaseless lust for battle that raged within, Hoarah took the beast regent Sarosh upon his back. You'll notice this is another example of a beast being given for the purpose of serving order.
Okay, so is that
Thus,
his
in this
shadow?
moment, he went from being Hoarah, warrior, to Godfrey, the first Elden Lord, consort to Queen Marika, and a certified demigod. Godfrey and Marika had 3 demigod children together.
Wait a second. Is that why we fight his... He's guarding her. We fight his, like, formal form, which is Godfrey. And then he, like, turns into his old self, which is Hoarah, to try to finish it. And he just can't do it because we're just that good. But that's what happened. It's not a shadow because Godfrey is not an Empyrean, but the concept is similar. Gotcha. Sarosh held back his bloodlust. Sarosh was your buddy that always calms you down before starting a fight. And so that's why he ripped him off. He was like, fuck this. I'm going full beast mode. Courtney, thank you for the follow.
There was Godwyn the Golden, who you saw being killed in the opening trailer, and there were also the reviled Omen twins, Morgoth,
He got desperate, so
who
he
guards the
abandoned his
Erdtree,
persona of Lord.
and Moog, who became Lord of Blood. You might think that Godric was another demigod child, but he actually wasn't. Instead, he was probably descended from Godwyn. Anyway,
Probably.
we'll talk about the demigods more in detail in another
Maybe.
video,
We're not
so
really sure
subscribe
about
for
that.
But for now,
Hey,
just know
Jersinger.
that Godfrey and his offspring were the first demigods, henceforth known as the Golden Lineage. In his wars, Godfrey led his 16 Crucible Knights into battle, who were named so for they fought with the primordial powers of the Erdtree. Their incantations were aspects of the Crucible itself, and they likely fought giants, dragons, the Stormlord, and more to usher in their age, the age of the Erdtree.
In Marika's own words, hark, brave warriors. Hark, my Lord Godfrey. We commend your deeds. Guidance hath delivered ye through each ordeal to the place ye stand.
She's somewhat
Put
important,
the
you
giants
guys.
to the sword and confine the flame atop the mount. Let a new epoch begin, an epoch glistening with life. Brandish the Elden Ring for the age of the Erdtree.
The Erdtree would go on to be largely seen as a blessing
I can't wait
for
to
all
find
of those
out
in the
who
lands
she
between,
is.
especially those close to it in Lanedell, the capital city of the Erdtree. The tree bestowed blessings. For example, the dew that dropped from its branches were like jewels. It loomed overhead, as a constant reminder of order, and its roots reached far and wide, relieving many of the burden of death. In fact, Erdtree burial was one of the highest honors.
We don't know who she is. No, we don't. We don't know her backstory. We know that she was helping us through the game, but we don't know her history, where she came from, who she is, what is her importance to the story. I think there's some speculation. Yeah, like Bo said, there's big theories, but it's very vague what's going on with her. I feel like there's gonna be something in the DLC where it's like, you are kidding me. Yeah, I'm talking about Melina. We can speculate a lot about her, but we know almost nothing about her. Yeah. Just mostly, I guess, 100% speculations. She was a Newman and turns to Michaela the whole time? Who's Michaela? Oh, Mikola. Mikola. The speculation that she's another demigod, but there's a ton of evidence behind it. There's not a ton of evidence behind it. I think that she might be a child. I don't know, because I have like bits and pieces of lore, but I feel like she's more related to the Glowmite Queen somehow. Maybe not, but I'm kind of hoping that her and Mesmer are possibly twins or some type of relation is what I'm thinking.
As a hero could receive.
Maybe not twins, but maybe related.
One by one, the previous factions of the world fell. The giants were put to the sword, and their fell god was killed by Marika herself. The ancient dragons broke down the walls of Leyndell, but met fierce retaliation. However, I think the House of the Erdtree encountered the most trouble against the land to their southwest, Leonia. Here, the House of the Moon repelled their offensives time and time again. And I mean that literally, because there was not just one, but two wars fought here, and in both of these, there was no victory for the Golden, nor for the Moon. And I suspect it was probably because of these lobsters. These damn things can snipe you from like a mile away, and it's bullshit. Actually, it was probably because of the Carrier Knights, who, according to their weapons, were able to wield sorceress battle skills, and despite numbering fewer than 20, this power made them a match for even
those
the
lobsters.
champions of
Facts.
gold in battle. These enchanted knights were anointed by the Lunar Queen, a young astrologer who went on to establish the House of Carrier as royalty in this land. With her bewitching lunar magic, she won over the Academy of Raya Lucaria, where glintstone sorcery was studied, and united the Carrion royal family and the learned scholars of Raya Lucaria defended their home from the golden aggressors. At the head of this great golden army was Radagon.
Lord Radagon
might be the
was
only
a
boss who
great
doesn't
champion,
disappear.
possessed of flowing red locks. He came to these lands at the head of a great golden host.
Wonder if that's
when
an
he
important
met Lady Renala in battle.
fact.
These two champions clashed, fell in love, and joined their houses.
Radagon once cleansed himself with celestial dew, repented his territorial aggressions, and swore his love to Renala.
He
the
played
order of
her.
The Erdtree and the fate of the moon were conjoined.
He played her
and
like a
all
fiddle.
The wounds of war forgiven.
You might think it's strange that the Greater Will would permit this union, but it's not too odd, all things considered. As with most From Software games, sorcery and faith are just two sides of the same coin, and both of these powers stem from the cosmos. Radagon and Renala were known to have 3 children together. Lunar Princess Rani, who inherited her mother's propensity for lunar magic, Radahn, who took after his father Radagon and would go on to master gravitational magic, and Rykard, who pioneered new hex sorceries and would go on to feed himself to a great serpent.
Okay. What's your PC specs? I'm just curious. I've been looking for one for a while. I think I have it listed in the about section tray. The only changes was that. Oh wait, never mind. I built a brand new PC. I have a 4090 i9 14900 or no. Ryzen. I'll have to tell you in Discord, Trey. Thank you for the 100 bits. Okay. I find it weird that, you know how everyone knew that you had to beat Moog to get into the DLC? Apparently you also have to beat Radahn. So wonder what the importance of that is. Because that feels very random. Is that not interesting? It's interesting, isn't it? I have theories. Yeah, you have to beat Radon and you have to beat Moog. His death sets the stars free. Oh, you think that you have to trigger that event? I think you're probably right. Probably because he holds all the stars in place. So you have to release the stars, kill Moog, and then you have the ability to get into the DLC. I guess we're going to war. It's highly theorized that Miquella wanted an eclipse and Radon holds the stars back. You guys, I think Miquella is going to be the villain of the DLC. I really do. There's so much talk of him being amazing and kind. I just... bullshit. I call bullshit. I think that he, for whatever reason, is going to be the final boss.
It follows that at some point after this, Marika began to harbor doubts. Doubts about the Golden Order that she had had a hand in creating.
In Marika's own words, I declare mine intent to search the depths of the Golden Order through understanding of the proper way. Our faith, our grace is increased. Those blissful early days of blind belief are long past. My comrades, why must ye falter?
And it's at this point that we should talk about Marika's motivations, her character.
Hey, Jay.
This is surely going to be one of those huge points of debate in the coming years, but for now, my working theory is that she wanted to discover the truth behind order and the truth behind the greater will, and she believed that bonds had to be broken so that they could be better understood. She believed that there was great meaning to be found in hardship.
Queen Marika has
Miquella
high
seems
hopes
like an
for us,
anti-villain.
that we continue to
That's most
struggle
likely a child of Marika and
unto
Radagon.
eternity.
I don't
For
know.
Lord Godfrey,
Maybe.
his struggle ended at the end of his campaigns. According to his armor, he led the war against the giants.
Is it possible that she had Mesmer before ever stepping foot into this, like, this story of the base game? Like, before the tree, is there any chance that she had Mesmer and then abandoned him? That's why I was wondering if her and Radagon could conceive together before anything happened, because in that case, could be. I feel like it. Okay, well, if she has twins, it's safe to assume that Mesmer has a twin, which could be Melina, which would make sense why everyone theorizes that she's Marika's kid. If he is associated with Eclipse, the more evidence on him being bases... Wait, no. If he is associated with Eclipse, there's more evidence on him being based on Griffith, Theo Berserk. Doesn't the red hair suggest Radagon? It does, but also, I was watching a video that said red hair is also from the Giants, so it's speculation that Radagon, yes, but it's hard to confirm. Vaati just dropped a new lore video. Wait, just now? Did he really? Prawn Berserk? You think Marika and the Giants? I think Marika is not above doing anything. Have we not learned that at this point? Hey, Locky. She had a child out of wedlock, I guess, in a way, so she abandoned him in the Shadowlands. That's what I'm wondering. I feel like Mesmer helped her take the tree, helped her do whatever she needed to do to appease the greater will, so then she was able to get her godhood, but she had to leave Mesmer behind. And Mesmer is out for revenge. He's pissed. Oh, thank you, Sean.
Faced the Storm Lord alone, and then there came a moment when his last worthy enemy fell, and it was then, as the story is told, that the hue of Lord Godfrey's eyes faded. In truth, he was robbed of his grace. Then Marika sent him away.
My lord,
Man, she is a user.
and thy warriors,
User and abuser.
I divest each of thee of thy grace.
I feel so
With
Sad for
thine
these
eyes
people.
dimmed, ye will be driven from the lands between. Ye will wage war in a land afar, where ye will live and die.
This became known as the Long March of the Tarnished, as Godfrey and his tarnished descendants walked away from the lands between. But Queen Marika absolutely had a plan here, that Lord Godfrey and his descendants would one day return stronger, having struggled outside of grace.
I'm sorry to keep pausing. I just had a thought. You know how every single thing we've read is like, Marika has a plan. This was Marika's plan. America, 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 America. Right? What if she is the reason that Mikola went to the Land of Shadows? I feel like something happened between them, whether she told him or she instructed him, possibly. But I feel like him getting there was all part of like a greater plan. I just feel like she has to have some sort of involvement in what's going on. What if he went to the shadows to bring Mesmer back? Or what if he went to the shadows to destroy this world that she created because she felt so bad about it? She was like, we have to undo what we did. Like, this has to be undone. We have to separate these worlds again.
Then, after thy death, I will give back what I once claimed. Return to the lands between.
I got a plan,
Wage
Arthur.
war. And brandish the Elden Ring. Grow strong in the face of
Okay,
death.
so she's the Dutch of
Warriors
Elden
of
Ring.
my lord.
Gotcha.
Lord Godfrey.
Soon after, she found a new husband. Either that or a new husband was found for her.
When Godfrey, first Elden Lord, was hounded from the lands between, Radagon left Rennala to return to the Erdtree capital, becoming
Peace.
Queen Marika's second husband and king consort,
Marika walking
taking
back.
the title of Second Elden Lord. The mystery endures to this day as to why Lord Radagon would cast Lady Rennala aside, and moreover, why a mere champion would be chosen for the seat of Elden Lord.
Whatever the case, as a part of this union, Radagon's prior 3 children with Rennala became demigod stepchildren, granted grace thanks to their new family tree. Rennala was broken by this, and so was her country, Leonia.
Hey, Peter Moss.
The Queen's set reads, when Rennala, head of both the Academy of Raya Lucaria and the Carian royal family, lost her husband Radagon, her heart went along with him. And then those at the Academy realized that Rennala was no champion after all. In the wake of Radagon's betrayal and Rennala's poor judgment, Leonia struggled with civil war, with the Academy of Raya Lucaria on one side and the Carian royals on the other. And it's here, during the age of the Erdtree, that Lunar Princess Rani, daughter of Rennala and Radagon, stole a fragment of the Rune of Death.
It happened during the golden age of the Erdtree, long before the shattering of the Elden Ring. Someone stole a fragment of the Rune of Death from Malekith, the Black Blade.
As mentioned previously, Malekith was Marika's shadow, and he had sealed destined death in a black blade. Then a fragment, only a fragment, of this Rune of Death was stolen. And once this happened, Malekith went a step further in protecting destined death. He bound the blade within his own
There was the
flesh,
fragment,
such
right?
that none might rob death
Where it was
ever
broken
again.
off.
It was too late, however. This fragment of the Rune of Death was used immediately, that night, to kill a demigod, Marika's own son, Godwyn the Golden.
That was the first recorded death of a demigod in all history, and it became the catalyst. Soon, the Elden Ring was smashed, and thus sprang forth the war known as the Shattering.
Now, there is a lot of really credible evidence that Marika was behind this plot to have a fragment of the Rune of Death stolen. There's also a ton of evidence that Marika is behind the entirety of your tarnished quest, but we'll talk about that in another video. For now, all you really need to know, in terms of the timeline at least, is this. after the marriage of Marika and Radagon, and
Hey,
after
Dawn.
a fragment of the Rune of Death was stolen, Marika went on to shatter the Elden Ring, and Radagon attempted to repair it, to no avail. The Elden Ring had been broken into runes, some great and some small.
You know, it's said that Lord Radagon harbored a secret. A famed sculptor of the Erdtree capital was once summoned to render Lord Radagon's likeness in giant stature, when he glimpsed the skeleton in Radagon's closet. And as such, it's said the great statue harbors his secret too.
Of course, the huge twist in Elden Ring is that Radagon is Marika, or depending on what you believe, he became her, for she knew it was going to happen.
In Marika's own words, O Radagon, leal hound of the Golden Order, thou art yet to become me. Thou art yet to become a god. Let us be shattered, both. Mine other self.
You can tell when From Software is keeping some.
So they weren't always conjoined? Correct me if I'm wrong, but everything is America's fault. Pretty much. I mean, I think so. Like, everything seems like a plan that she's conjured up. I think the greater will, though, had a lot to do with what's happened in this world. But she does scheme a lot, make a lot of plans. Left open, yeah. Hey, Jamon. She has the greater will, but I think she also, while doing their bidding, at some point starts doing her own bidding, right? So they weren't always conjoined. I really want to understand that dynamic. Marika shattering the Elden Ring and Radagon trying to repair it like they're indeed two separate people, or Radagon is a different side of Marika. I interpret that as they're two different people. And then when she shattered it, somehow he had the power to... And you know what I would guess? It looked like when she shattered that, it shattered her. So that gave him the ability to pounce, is what it looked like. She was weak enough or something where he could overtake her and he tried to repair it. Pretty much everyone is bad in this world. Pretty much. I've always thought they were either two different people merged by magic or one person with two identities. I think she overtook him. Interesting. I don't think they were. It wouldn't make sense that they were. Maybe as a counter reaction, Radagon attempted to overtake her as a last resort, so she didn't do any more damage than she's already done. Hey, Hank. Love the new Resident Evil 4 vid. Thanks, Hank. Okay, so wait, they share the same body, but they have different wills. Marika shattered the Elden Ring because she didn't want to do the greater will's being anymore, whereas Radagon was still trying to mend things and be loyal to the greater will. So is it kind of like a split personality? One overtakes the other at different times, and when she shattered herself, he took full control? Yeah, I know. He has a new video. I have it in my head that the greater will punish Marika for losing faith by putting her and Radagon into one body because he had plenty of faith for both. The only thing that's throwing me is the statue comment where it said the sculptor saw his skeletons in the closet or something, and then it showed Marika in the statue as well as Radagon's, which kind of insinuates that they were already one before the shattering. Makes me think that they were always connected because Marika was stricken by grief, maybe, or more reasons, thus shattering the ring. But Radagon clearly wasn't stricken by that same grief, assuming grief is the motivation in the first place. How long have they been the same person? I don't think anyone knows for sure. There's speculation, but I don't think that it has been confirmed that they've always been this way. They were ever two different people. They've always been conjoined. It's hard to say. See you, Jay. Thanks for the lurk. I wish we knew because I feel like that would clear up a little bit. Because even in the ending, like, I didn't know what was going on, but seeing the blonde hair and then seeing it turn to red, it was clear that it was like, okay, so they're the same person? Marika is Radagon? How does that make sense? I never fully understood that. Maybe he represented order, Elden Beast/Ring, a part of her she rejected. I wonder if they were one initially, then split, then joined again after the shattering. I don't know what compels who to be more in control than the other, but we do know that their bodies houses the Elden Ring due to America being the Empyrean chosen by the Greater Will originally. I have so many questions. Gosh. Ugh. Maybe he represented order, a part of her she rejected. But with him being a giant, having red hair, I feel like he would represent the opposite, which is weird. Because they came in, they took the land from the giants, from the dragons, from the knights. I feel like he's a representation of that in some way. And then they're somehow merged together. But he's doing the bidding of the Greater Will. Wonder if him having kids with Rennala was also predestined. Like, that was part of the plan. It's worth noting that when you defeat Radagon, his corpse turns into the sword that the Elden Beast uses. Wouldn't make sense if he was split personality, because that wouldn't add up to how they had children together. Maybe they were separate beings, they had children, but at some point they merged, be it a consequence of the shattering or a punishment of the Greater Will. I would feel better if they were two different people. That would make me happier, just because this is so confusing.
Something a little bit open-ended, and of everything in Elden Ring's lore, this will also go on to be one of the biggest unknowns
Pesky hour
as we
gods,
move
right?
forward. For example, the wording, "Thou art yet to become me," reinforces that Marika and Radagon were two separate entities before the shattering. However, in contrast, there is also evidence that Radagon was always part of Marika. For example, Enya says that
The demigods are each and all the direct offspring of Queen Marika.
But how can this be?
Wait. I just had a thought. What if... Bo, thank you for gifting to Centane. What if the red hair is a version of herself from her previous world? She comes to this world, a split happens, where sometimes that one overtakes. I feel like maybe they were always conjoined, but maybe the split happened when she became a god or something. Miyazaki. Right? We're being fucked with. Okay.
If Radagon married Rennala and had those demigod children. The only way that makes sense is if Radagon was always Marika and he just went over there to seduce Rennala long ago. I'll present more concrete theories in the future, but on this matter, the most important thing is, what do you think? While you can figure out a ton of Elden Ring's story, not all of it is open to interpretation. Certain things are, and this is one of them. And your interpretation is a big part of what makes this story special. At any rate, the union of Radagon and Marika seems to be a union of two fundamental opposing laws of the Golden Order. We mentioned these laws earlier, actually. There's the law of causality, and Marika is an agent of cause and effect. And there's the law of regression, as Radagon is a character who aspires to be complete and regress together. So I have a theory that forcing these two beings that represent these concepts together would have corrected Marika's deviance. But even so, she was imprisoned in the Erdtree for the crime of... We mentioned these laws earlier, actually. There's the law of causality, and Marika is an agent of cause and effect. And there's the law of regression, as Radagon is a character who aspires to be complete and regress together. So I have a theory that forcing these two beings that represent these concepts together would have corrected Marika's deviance. But even so, she was imprisoned in the Erdtree for the crime of the shattering.
Marika's trespass demanded a heavy sentence. But even in shackles, she remains a god and the vision's vessel.
The conjoined Radagon and Marika even had two demigod children of their own, Miquella and Malenia. These two children were born afflicted. Miquella was cursed with eternal childhood, and millennia harbored a horrific rot within. Even so, these two children were both chosen as Empyreans. They were immensely sacred beings, and eligible to inherit godhood from the Greater Will. Perhaps the Greater Will was just desperate to find a worthy successor, and indeed in the shattering war to come, many would try to claim the shards of the Elden Ring, and they would try to take the throne, including, of course, the Tarnished, who returned from their long march at long last. Which we'll talk about in the
Some
next
of us
main
did
lore
take
video.
the throne.
I should probably also mention here that if you become a patron, you'll see upcoming lore videos early, as that's one of the rewards you get if you
Baby
pledge
Joe.
to the $3 tier. And if you think my channel really adds a lot of value to the Souls games for you to the point where you pledge $20, then in this new tier, you'll receive a new mug every 3 months that has a unique design on it, to do
that
with the
the end?
games by From Software. There are 4 to collect. The first one you'll get is inspired by Dark Souls art that I placed. It really was this video because the information here is going to be overwhelming. I bet it probably was too overwhelming, you know? It took me ages to commit these names and the relationships they had with other characters to memory.
It was
I hope you guys are
overwhelming.
doing all right. One thing that helped me a lot was that we
Sky
designed
Mugs
an
win,
enormous
though.
mind map with pretty much all of Elden Ring's lore, all of its item descriptions, all of its dialogues, all of the relationships between
Should I make
characters
a
that we
mind
can
map,
think
you
of.
guys?
We added all of this together, and it helped a ton in learning about the story and visualizing it all. And one day
My whelm has
I
been
will make
over
this asset
same.
available to you all, because I think after doing it, I think this is the quintessential way to piece together the story, and I think giving you guys this asset eventually will make that accessible for people. So I'm really excited about that. I want to thank Absa and Zard for accepting the paid task
I think
of
we're
incredible thumbnail. And of course,
okay. These are the credits. I think I got like half of that, about the same, pretty much. So how are we feeling, you guys? I feel like we might have grasped like an ounce of that, just a little bit. Maybe not. So here's our here's our mind map. Let's do, why is the font so small? How do I erase on paint? Let's just do this. You missed my bits from like 10 minutes ago. Did I really blue mist? Hold on. Sorry. Mind map. That's an A. So, mind map is currently this. We want to turn it to this. That's a star. But currently we're not there yet. So this is the journey we have to take, the road that we need to follow. Question number 1. Who the F, that's an F, is, okay, just pretend you can read that. Who the F is very good? How the hell do people use this app? Let me use the calligraphy brush. Okay. Not gonna lie, the lore dumbed down to where a child could understand makes it more interesting. Oh, was it Loyal that said I missed the bits? Loyal, thank you for the 100 bits. Trey, thank you for the bits. Yoda, Loyal, Steven. Alright, you guys. This is number 2. What are we hoping to learn? You know what? I think I'm gonna undo that one. I think I can do better. There we go. What are we hoping to learn? Let's try that again. America. Caca. I'm gonna put a little eagle beside, so you guys know what I'm talking about. That's an eagle, like America. Okay. It looks like when someone tries to write with their left hand. Yes, I'm using my left hand right now. Totally. So, DLC. Question mark. Lore? Question mark? Merga, fuck yeah. Anon, thank you for the gifted. Fuck yeah. Both said the way I interpreted America was right and I'm proud of myself. See, you're following. We're all confused together and we're learning. Bob Ross can never. Do you guys want me to draw you a tree? A mountain? Alright, you guys. If we hit 3,600 subs, we'll do a painting. We'll do an art stream. Look at all this beautiful art. That's what you guys want, right? Look at that tree. I'm gonna put some mountains back here. Oh my gosh. Have you guys ever seen such beauty? Actually, not bad. That tree is not bad. Honestly, we gotta break down that eagle. Oh, I'm missing a little color with it, aren't I? Is that what you mean? Go ahead and add a little something something to it, some brown. Carol Mass! You did not. Tell me we didn't just hit 36. Oh no. What is at a really high number though? Thank you for the 33 gifted subs. We're on our way to the art stream. Thank you, Kiro Mass. That's an eagle. Here, I'll give it a beak. Whatever. You guys are haters. So, pretty much, we're following is all you need to know. This is my mind map. You guys should have your own. Loyal! Oh my god. We're not doing this. Loyal, thank you for the 10 gifted. Kuro, thank you again for the 33. Alrighty. Let's get back to what we're doing. So next we can either do the lore of Elden Ring Slumbering Gods, the lore of Elden Ring is rotten, the lore of Elden Ring is cursed, the lore of Elden Ring is blasphemous, or the lore of Elden Ring's bosses. What are we thinking? That's totally Mount Rushmore in the corner. Yeah, is that the Erdtree? It is the Erdtree, actually. Thank you for noticing. Release order? I don't know what release order was. All of the above. Let's just do... This one's the Miquella one, so I think we want to do that one last. Let's do... let's do Melania. I'm thinking Melania.
The Scarlet Rot is one of the deadliest things in the lands between, for it has no real cure, and famously,
The
even the
blasphemous
demigods
one is the newest?
could
Oh,
not
is that the
stave
new
off
one?
its effects.
I
guess
added it.
No one told them about preserving boluses. Anyway, what's really interesting about the Scarlet Rot is that it's actually a very old legend, one that predates Melania and all of the horrors found in Caelid.
Okay.
And so, to understand where it all began,
Gotcha, thank you
we
for the
have
follow.
to go below, to the Lake of
It
Rot,
has no real cure.
where we
Eats
can
moss.
find a few item descriptions that speak of this time. For example, here in the southeastern corner, we can loot a crown of mushrooms that forms this towering headpiece, and it reads, "Long ago, great lords served the Scarlet Rot. Perhaps such fungal bodies served as their crowns." And the rest of this set is made up of the mushroom set, which are
This just makes me
considered
think of The
holy
Last of Us.
vestments for those
Looks like a
enraptured
clicker.
by the Scarlet Rot that root them to the earth. So
That's all I can think
already
about.
we have this hierarchy of mushroom lords that served the Scarlet Rot back then, as well as worshippers who venerated it. And you might think it's strange that these beings might worship or serve a sickness.
Crossover.
But the Scarlet
clicker
Rot
build.
is so much more than that, because the Scarlet Rot is no mere disease. No, for proof of that, one only need look at the Crystallian. Crystallian are inorganic beings, and yet they can be afflicted by the rot just like any other. There's even some Crystallians that are infused with rot and can spread it to others as well. Because it's not really just a disease. Instead, the map for the Lake of Rot calls it the divine essence of an outer god, something that was sealed away long ago in this underground world. And if you've been following Elden Ring lore for any length of time, you should be no stranger to the concept of an outer god. They are these indeterminable, abstract beings that impress an order or a will upon the world through their avatars, their servants, and their vessels. And in the case of the Scarlet Rot, its order is one
I
of
hate
decay,
that lake.
where beings are put into a progressing state of death.
If you
with
know,
the
you know.
intent to
That place is
achieve
the
this
worst.
glorious rebirth that will follow that process. The poison armament description tells us this, saying that those who dwell within poison know rot all too well, the death that begets life, that comes to all equally. That is to say, it is the cycle of rebirth put into practice. A great example of this is Miquella's Erdtree, which might be completely dead were it not for the fungal growths that have sprouted upon the tree. And of course we also see this in Caelid, where flowers of the rot are on the very precipice of budding, despite all the decay. Of course, it's debatable whether this type of life is even desirable at all, but you can't argue that it is life, and the agents of the rot god certainly find it desirable, so they do their utmost to spark this sacred cycle of rebirth in others, infecting them with poison and rot, and putting this cycle of rebirth into practice. On that note, there is one extremely curious item that you can find down in the Grand Cloister, and it's called the Scorpion Stinger. This is a dagger that's glistening with scarlet rot, and it's called a ceremonial tool, which I think means that any ceremony that used this dagger would have been a ceremony to stab and infect another being with the scarlet rot. It would have been a ceremony of spreading their treasured affliction to others. But what's really interesting about this dagger is that it's fashioned from a great scorpion's tail, and it's also specifically said to have been crafted from the relic of a sealed outer god. And when you consider that phrasing, it makes you realize that it's saying that this dagger was fashioned from a relic of the rot god, who was also a great scorpion. That's what it sounds like it's saying. Anyway, I mean, many historical relics in our history are often the physical remains of deceased saints or holy persons, so the god of rot might really be, or at least might have manifested as, a great scorpion. So I guess the scorpion stinger is kind of like the eye of the fell god.
I'm glad we didn't have to fight that.
3 fingers of frenzy.
Well, thank you for the
whole
bits.
winged theme that death has going on. It's a
tonight. I can't
remaining hint at the visual identity of these ephemeral outer gods that is intended to stimulate the imagination, even if we never truly find out what these outer gods look like. And whatever rot truly is, it and its scarlet rot essence was eventually conquered, or sealed at least. This was done by a legendary figure known as the Blind Swordsman. As the story goes, the Blind Swordsman was favored by a fairy called the Dancer in Blue. The fairy bestowed upon them a flowing curved sword, which was patterned after flowing water, and with this sword the Blind Swordsman sealed away an ancient god, a god that was rot itself. There's quite a bit to unpack in these descriptions. First, who or what was the fairy called the Blue Dancer? Well, I think that the warrior's blue cloth set gives us a clue. It reveals that the blue color of its fabric symbolizes brisk waters, and the cloth doll that represents the Blue Dancer is styled to look just like water. The description goes on to say that just as still waters turn foul, stagnation leads to decay, so warriors must remain ever drifting. It's essentially saying that flowing water is the very antithesis to rot, which thrives in stagnant water. And I think, and this is just speculation, but I think that the Blue Fairy might essentially be a sort of river spirit. If you've ever seen Hayao Miyazaki's Spirited Away, then you might know what type of being I'm talking about. In that movie, just quickly, a stinking sludge monster comes to the bathhouse, where it is eventually revealed that it's actually a river spirit whose river was bogged down and corrupted by pollution.
Vaati dropped another video. Yep, we're gonna watch it.
The river spirit is restored. And Elden Ring, by comparison, does also have 2 legendary rivers called the Shifra and the Ainzel, which just so happened to flow underground next to and around the scarlet rot that was eventually sealed all that time ago. So I don't think that it's a stretch to think that the Blue Fairy might have occupied or might have been a supernatural extension of those underground rivers. I think it's a fun theory, and I think it helps to explain the Blue Fairy's relationship with water and why it might be a natural enemy of the Rot God.
I love
So,
the
the Blue
idea.
Fairy gave the blind swordsman a flowing sword, and he fought with the power of flowing water to seal away the Rot God. But what's unclear here is how exactly the Scarlet Rot God was sealed away by the blind swordsman.
Yeah.
Did he, sword in hand,
I love the
battle
idea that there was just a
great
blind guy down
scorpion
there
boss
fucking
in
shit up.
one-on-one combat and just seal its essence away?
That would make a good movie.
Or was their battle more of an abstract one, where the Eternal City dams were built and rivers were rerouted to encircle the Rot and contain it underground, or something like that? These details are left to your imagination, but one way or another, the Scarlet Rot God was sealed away, but it was not defeated, and eventually it would return. And this time, it would do so in an Empyrean vessel, corrupting Melania,
Daredevil
demigod,
style, right?
at the very moment of her birth.
Chapter
Like
2,
her brother
Melania.
Mikola, Melania was born an Empyrean. Empyrean meaning she was essentially a valid candidate to replace Queen Marika as a god, and as such it seems she was a ripe candidate for an outer god's meddling. And it's unclear how the Rot God afflicted Melania as soon as she was born, but it did, and that's a shame because Melania's Great Rune does state that it should have been the most sacred Great Rune of them all, were it not for what I assume was the Rot God's meddling. And speaking of Great Runes, in the sister video to this one, we talk about how Mikola was essentially the flip side to Melania in many ways, especially in cut content where the twins were born of an inseparable fate and said to hold the runes of both abundance and decay between them. And to reflect this duality, it seems, Mikola is in this constant state of overflowing abundance, while Melania was in this constant state of overflowing death, essentially. We sort of see this tragedy unfolding in a few statues of Melania, since you can see back then she did actually have all her limbs once upon a time, until the Rot continued to take hold, moving her inexorably towards her inevitable death and rebirth as well. And that must have felt inevitable, for it seems like in these early days there were few known ways to ward off the Rot. Fire was probably the obvious one, and then there was also the act of consecration, which was used, which is essentially the act of declaring something as sacred, which was done to the weaponry of Melania and her knights, and apparently it helped their armaments, at least, to resist
She
the Rot.
deserves it.
But
No,
their
she
flesh
doesn't.
was
Don't
still
say that.
susceptible.
Now I'm
Melania's
sad.
knights were therefore called the Clean Rot Knights.
She was
and
just a
they
kid.
vowed to fight alongside Melania despite the inevitable, if gradual, putrefaction of their flesh. And it was this fact that made these warriors so fierce.
I mean, I'm
for
gonna kill her
they had
again.
basically
but
already accepted
damn.
their terrible fate, and so logically they
what
had
a bummer.
nothing else to lose in battle. These knights were bestowed the winged sword insignia, given only to those who fought alongside Melania the Severed. Interestingly, this is the only item that gives Melania the title the Severed, and I assume that it's referencing a time where Melania was known for her prowess despite her fragmented body, as it's called in the Japanese. And I guess it's possible that she wasn't yet known as the Blade of Mikola at the time, though that's just my own speculation. At any rate, Melania Blade of Mikola is her most common title, and
Does Blade of Mikola insinuate that she was doing Mikola's bidding? Doing Mikola's bidding for him? Hey, Chen. Or protecting? What if both? What if both? What if she was defending, but also he was sending her out to do everything that he wanted, that he couldn't do? Because he's Mikola the Kind. Revankus, thank you for the 18 months. How's the Elden Ring history lesson going? Oh, it's going great. Do you want to see our mind map? Um, Mind map. On the road to Gold Star. Who the F is America? With that's an eagle. Don't question it. 2. DLC question mark? Lore question mark? Mind mess. That's fair. That is fair. That's what I was thinking. Maybe that's why she fought Radon. Because Mikola told her to. I'm pretty proud of the tree, honestly.
It's easy to see why
That's
she
where
would
I thrive,
dedicate
is
herself
drawing
to
trees.
her brother so fully.
Rocks
For
and trees.
her brother was so
a lot of stuff in
dismayed by
nature.
her condition that he dedicated himself to finding a treatment for the rot, and this search for a cure dramatically affected Mikola's worldview. For instance, he was formerly a faithful fundamentalist of the Golden Order, with all the magic to boot, but he would abandon those practices as they could do nothing to treat his sister's accursed rot.
Loyal, thank you for the gifted
Instead,
question
he
mark.
pursued a path of unalloyed gold, and he crafted for Melania a needle that could be inserted into her flesh, granting relief from the rot and preventing the progression of the rotting sickness. If you're interested in why unalloyed gold was able to do this and work that way, then I'd recommend you check out this video afterwards, which talks at length about Mikola.
We're gonna
we
watch
learn about
that.
the needle's specific effects in-game when we give it to a character
I think so
called
too, Bofu.
Millicent, who is
I think he's
also
gonna be evil.
suffering from the Scarlet Rot. Millicent is this great parallel to Melania that teaches us so much about what Melania might have felt or experienced. So Millicent too has lost a limb, and she is also losing her memory.
Do we know if Melania always had red hair? Because if she was infected with the rot from being, like, from birth, I feel like maybe her hair was blonde and it eventually became red. I always just assumed she had red hair because of Radagon, but I actually think that she probably used to have blonde hair. Do we know that for sure? Always red? How do we know? Is there something that shows her as a kid being red? Melania is daughter of Radagon of America, so always red. Yeah, but so is Mikola, and his is blonde. And she was infected with rot, so that's why I'm wondering if her hair... Because they said that... Just statues with no color. They said that, the rot progressed and got worse and worse and worse. So I wonder if her hair started red. I mean blonde, and became red. Hey, Craggers. Did Melania lose her memory too? Because she says she has never known defeat. But I've beaten her many times. Same. Actually, same. Hey, Lunatics. Thank you for the follow. I wonder, was America blonde so Mikola would have her hair? Yeah, America is blonde. But who's to say that it's split like that? You know? Just because they're children of America and Radagon. Who's to say that they would have red hair? It's always been red. Melania was a tall, well-built, fairly slender woman with free-flowing, long red hair that reached down her back. Okay, gotcha. I was just wondering if maybe she was born blonde, which would be interesting. And then, because this girl has red hair, and I thought that the reason she had red hair was because of the fact that maybe she was related to, like, a giant or Radagon or something. But then a part of me was like, did she only get red hair because of the Scarlet Rot? Maybe it's a symbolic decision to show how different the two siblings are. Yeah. It's implied that Melania is Millicent's mother. Is it? I didn't do her quest, so I didn't know too much about her. Millicent has red hair, and it's believed that she's related to Melania in some way, but it's never it is implied that they're related. I wish I would have done her quest.
And when we find her, she is unable to even move. But as soon as we give her the needle, she's able to function and fight once more. Therefore, it's fair to assume that similar benefits were conferred upon Melania when her brother gave her the needle. It's also worth noting that the multiple needles that we find in-game, they aren't finished. Even the final version of this needle can only be used in the storm beyond time at Farum Azula, where it allows you to cheat fate, essentially. And that makes sense here, because you're outside of time in this place, so maybe you can prevent these afflictions from the outer gods before they even happen. So perhaps if Miquella had been able to imbue his needle with some time warping capabilities, he could have eventually undone the effects of the rot god entirely, but again, the needle was unfortunately never finished. The needle isn't all that Miquella created with unalloyed gold. He also crafted for his sister a prosthetic arm, leg, helmet and armor of unalloyed gold, which, again, like Millicent, surely allowed her to overcome her one-armed shortcoming and reach for newer heights as a fighter. So Melania's prospects were already looking up, but things didn't end there. For Melania would go on to meet a man who would become her mentor, and he would give her this final, invaluable tool that could be employed against the Scarlet Rot. We see their meeting play out on this image of the prosthesis wearer heirloom, which depicts a scene from a heroic tale. You can even see Melania's prosthetic arm and leg in this image if you look closely, which is why I assume that this meeting took place after Miquella's intervention with all of the unalloyed gold prosthetics. So her mentor was, as you might have guessed, the blind swordsman, the man who first sealed away the rot all those years ago, the very same. And after encountering her mentor and his flowing blade, she gained wings of unparalleled strength. This meeting says a lot about the blind swordsman. He must have known that Melania was basically inhabited by his ancient enemy, and yet he doesn't attempt to kill her here. Instead, he takes her under his wing and teaches her the techniques that he himself once used to curtail the rot in the first place. It's a pretty wise thing to do, and perhaps we shouldn't expect any less from someone who was able to defeat an outer god in the first place.
Pretty badass.
So this is why the skill on Melania's blade is called the Waterfowl Dance. This is why Melania recovers health by attacking during her boss fight. By moving relentlessly, like flowing water, the damage of the rot was offset. Melania was able to achieve unparalleled strength and to maintain her pride. But it was that same pride that she would abandon in her fight with Radahn.
Wow. That's not blue. These are waves. Melania. Continue? Moving on.
Radahn was born of Queen Rennala,
it's a mind
who was
map.
the Queen of Caria,
I'm trying to keep notes.
and King Consort Radagon, who was previously a great champion of the Erdtree. Thus was the Order of the Moon and the Erdtree conjoined. And while Radahn was a true Carian, and certainly proficient in the art of sorcery, we can see in his character an inclination towards another path, an aspiration to be like Godfrey, for example, who was the first Elden Lord, and also his father Radagon, who would become the second Elden Lord. Caria was, after all, a largely matriarchal society, meaning that power was passed down to the princesses in the family. So perhaps it's no surprise that Radahn was not as motivated by his Carian heritage compared to his sister Rani, for instance. So Radahn's set was decorated with a golden lion that symbolized Godfrey and his beast regent, and it states that from his youngest years, Radahn was naturally captivated by the Lord of the Battlefield.
Okay, who?
Then his golden helmet was designed with his flaming red hair.
Can we just do like a quick... Who are the kids of Rennala and her previous husband? God? Wait, who did Rennala have kids with first? I forget. The names are getting jumbled. We have Radahn, I mean not Radahn, we have Radagon and Rennala, and their kids are Rani, Malekith, and Rykard, right? Ronnie, Radon, and Rykard. Oh, okay. Ronnie, Radon, and Rykard. Did Renala have kids with someone else before that, though? Oh, yeah, Malekith is Marika's shadow. Sorry. I'm getting the names all twisted. Malekith is Marika's brother. Or half-brother. Brother? Shadow. They're not related. Craig, thank you for the follow to Laska. No, she ain't a cheater. I meant before, though. No, she didn't have any other kids that we know of. Okay, so we have Renala and Radagon kids. We have Marika and Godfrey kids. And then we have Marika and Radagon kids. Right? Small Meat Bandit. Thank you for the 4-month resub. Thank you so much. Correct. Okay, so we have 3 different families happening with 3 different groups of kids. Gotcha. So, wait, what was it saying about...
Become the second Elden Lord. Skyytea was, after all, a largely matriarchal society, meaning that power was passed down to the princesses in the family.
Okay.
So perhaps it's no surprise that Radahn was not as motivated by his Skyytean heritage compared to his sister Ranni, for instance. So Radahn's set was decorated with a golden lion that symbolized Godfrey and his beast regent, and it states that from his youngest years, Radahn was naturally captivated by the Lord of the Battlefield. Then his golden...
Isn't that interesting that he didn't give a shit about his dad? He was more inspired by Godfrey, his stepdad? Right? No, not even his stepdad. I mean, kind of, if they're all the same damn person, but... So he looked at Godfrey as a role model. He did use the red hair from Radagon, though. Use the red hair, or did he have red hair? Godfrey plus Marika equals Godwyn, Morgott, and Mohg. Okay. Godwyn, Morgott, and Mohg. And then Margit is just like a... I don't know what the right word is, but just like a spirit of Margit or something. His shadow, just to fight. Would it be a shadow? Margit is Morgott's shadow. Cosmos, thank you for the 16. Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there in chat. If there's anything you have planned to do later today, just remember how much you love your family. That's all I have to say for now. I'll see y'all later for Elden Ring DLC this Friday. See ya, Cosmo. Thank you for the 16. Okay, like an astral projection. Got it. Then how does Rykard fit in? Yeah, how does Rykard fit in? Who is his parents? I feel like we're forgetting one. Oh, no, sorry. Renala Radagon is Ranni, Rykard, Radahn. Ranni, Rykard, Radahn. Those 3. There's so many names! Margit is Morgott. Morgott is an omen, and omen can create illusions. Oh, illusion. That's what it would be. Not a shadow. Rykard's the kid they don't talk about much. They're like, yeah, we're not going to discuss that one.
Helmet was designed with his flaming red hair in mind, which Radahn inherited from his father, drawing attention to the fact that he was fond of the heroic implications of being Radagon's son. Radahn and his knights were fittingly known as the Red Mane, which
had the red hair.
conflates Radahn's red hair
Zach, thank you for the
mane
5.
of
Thanks for the
Godfrey's
resub.
lion, and Radahn was even quoted as saying, "I was born a champion's cub. Now I am the Lord of the Battlefield's lion," which borders on being a statement of complete loyalty to Godfrey and
The
the
height
Golden
difference is
Order,
funny.
but we'll get to that debate a little bit later. So, naturally,
Man.
this was a guy who reveled in the art of warfare.
So he wanted to train with
even in his
Marika's
youth as Carian royal,
ex-husband.
it seems Radahn was already a renowned general. We can infer this because of a man named Jeren. The Eccentric's armor specifically says that after spending time as a guest of the Carian royals, he became a guest commander for General Radahn. Therefore, Radahn must have still been in close contact with his Carian family, as Jeren met Radahn through these Carian royals, and When they did meet, Jeren and Radahn seemed to immediately share a certain bond, for despite Jeren preferring to have a nomadic existence, he decided to become a guest commander for General Radahn. And then, despite the temporary implication of such a title, Jeren, this restless tumbleweed, as he was called, would become bound by honorable oath, and he and Radahn swore a vow of honorable death to one another, promising that they would die honorably in battle, even if it was death by the other's hand. So, it's not stated which battles that Radahn was fighting at the time, nor which war he required a new guest commander for. But then the world was very different at the time, and there's so much of the Lands Between's history that we don't know about. So I guess it's possible that the battles were being fought for distant lands like Limgrave and Caelid. The Limgrave East map does say, after all, that this path here was trod by many a soldier in the past. Maybe Radahn's forces took this path as well? And this was before Caelid was even afflicted with the Scarlet Rot, so things might have looked really different
So Radahn
here,
killed
admittedly
Jeren?
we do have this shot from
And then
this
Jeren
trailer
was on
that
the battlefield
shows
as a
that
summon?
it still kind of looks a bit like a red hellscape here, with the red sky, and this was technically before the Scarlet Rot took hold.
I speculate that Radahn
Caelid
and
did
Jeren
still
became
have
lovers.
some culture to boast of, though. For example, in the very middle of Caelid, there is, or was, a town of sorcery called
How did he get to
Skyytea.
the battlefield?
And despite Radahn's relationship with Caria and Briar Lucaria as well, presumably, it was here in Skyytea that he studied, learning gravitational magics that likely could not be taught anywhere else. He did this, as the story goes, all so he would never have to abandon his beloved but scrawny steed, for gravitational magics could relieve the weight of Radahn and allow his scrawny horse to carry him evermore. Also, in case you don't know, the horse's name is Leonard, according to the data, so that
Somebody
is the
give
name
Leonard
that
a
we're going to
carrot,
use
please.
going
I'm
forward.
begging.
And what's interesting about
My
Leonard
God.
is that he's specifically called out as being
Craig, thank you for the
scrawny, as
4-month
if that's
resub.
the reason why he can't carry Radahn, who is enormous. Shouldn't Radahn's size be the reason why he can't ride his horse? So I think, personally, that Radahn actually didn't become as large as he is for a very long time, and I think there's some good evidence to back that up. For one, his throne in Leyndell is of regular size. Two,
Peter,
his
I need to make a
portrait is of a
report.
simple grown man, and lastly, we see a brief shot of Radahn fighting in this image where he barely even matches Morgoth in size. So personally, I think that Radahn probably only grew in size when he acquired a great rune. Regardless, at this stage anyway, it's clear that Radahn initially learned gravitational magic for the sake of his horse, but
Chill
that gravitational
out.
skill set would certainly come in handy as the years went on.
So does he
For
have the
one,
ability
these
to do gravitational magic
passed on
because
to
his
some
mom
of his
is
elite
Rennala?
soldiers, like Ogre, who was the longest serving member of the Redmane Knights, who studied techniques to manipulate gravity alongside Radahn. The equipment and the skill sets of the Redmane Knights really were very inspired by Radahn. For example, the surcoat of Radahn's Redmane Knights depicts a
why he
red-maned
learned so
lion
fast.
raising a sword in the image of Radahn.
He has magic in his
All of
blood.
them proved that they were worthy of the Redmane name. Even their Great Shield's design takes that symbolism further, being shaped like a fang and featuring the crest of a red-maned lion. And these knights were strong, like Radahn too, with descriptions stating that they were reputed to be masterful warriors, and it was popularly said that the Redmanes knew no weakness. But for all of their prowess in battle, a conflict was coming that no military strength could ward away. And I'm not talking about the Scarlet Rot, I'm talking about the stars. But luckily, for this upcoming conflict, Radahn was able to solicit the help of an extremely knowledgeable teacher. According to the Gravity Well sorcery, Radahn's master was an alabaster lord with skin of stone.
Radahn learned his gravity magic
these
from one of the
onyx and
alabaster lords.
lords
No, I didn't say he
were a
learned it
different
from his
race
mom. I said he
entirely
had the
humans, and
ability
it was said
to
have risen
learn
to life
because
when
he was a child of
meteor
Rennala.
struck long ago. And the meteorite sorcery tells us
I wonder
that
if
the
that played a
reason
part.
they were called lords was in reverential fear of their destructive power. And it seems like Radahn was soliciting their help because a similarly meteoric destructive power was on its way to Sellia.
Hey, Leonardo.
So earlier we established that he explicitly did learn
Foxy, thank you for the hydrate.
gravitational magic so that he could ride his horse, but the collapsing stars sorcery also explicitly says that he learned gravitational techniques so that he could challenge the stars, which I think suggests that there were two distinct periods of learning here for Radahn. Learning for the sake of his horse, and then learning for the sake of keeping Sellia safe. And there's also quite a bit of evidence that suggests that Radahn's actions here were in defense. For example, the sword gravestone in Caelid specifically tells us that Radahn held Sellia secure. The Star Scourge heirloom tells us that Radahn confronted the falling stars, as if they were the aggressors. Finally, this event was also called the Star Scourge Conflict, suggesting that there was a clash of some kind here, like a back and forth, if you will. So Radahn seemed to anticipate that this event was coming, but I guess that isn't so strange when you consider that Radahn was of Carian lineage, who were renowned for reading fate
are the stars
in
considered
the stars.
another outer god?
So
That's
I would
a good
think
question.
that anticipating a starfall would be pretty straightforward for them, and I think it would make sense that Radahn would want to intervene if it was headed for Sellia, which is where he learned his magic from in the first place. So Radahn took defensive measures, and I guess you might argue that he even went a bit overboard, for he didn't just defend Sellia from the falling stars, he actually sealed the stars' movements completely. So after Radahn challenged the stars, the fate in the night sky was said to be no more, and this manifests quite literally in Rani's questline, for example, where Radahn has to be killed so that the stars can be unfrozen, so that one of them can literally smash into Limgrave and open a path to Nokron. If not for Radahn, I feel like a star would have smashed through Sellia instead, and opened a path to Nokron that way all those years ago. The eternal city of Nokron is said, after all, to sleep below Sellia, so Radahn really might have intervened here at the very last moment, since a star is released and hits Limgrave as soon as you kill Radahn, though I'll admit that it is a bit strange that that star hits Limgrave and not Sellia, which he was said to defend. I wonder why. Anyway, there's one more thing I want to talk about here, and it's that you could also make the argument that Radahn might have intervened at Sellia and frozen the stars on behalf of the Golden Order. After all, the telescope item description literally says that the fate once writ in the night skies was fettered by the Golden Order, and Radahn was a fanboy of Radagon and Godfrey, who were two proponents of the Golden Order, so it's definitely
Big
possible
fanboy.
that he did this on the Golden
Spanish
Order's
tag, thank you for the
behalf.
hydrate.
Personally, though, I think that both things can be true. I think that Radahn was clearly motivated to defend Sellia from Starfall, and I think that the Golden Order did stand to benefit from one of its vassals achieving such a feat. Radahn, and most of the demigods at that stage, for that matter, were technically on the side of Marika's Golden Order. So I guess technically Radahn was aligned with the Golden Order and could have fettered the stars on their behalf, technically. But the impression that I get from Radahn is that he has no real loyalty to anyone other than himself
I got family.
and his men. This is my speculation, but I think this because he's not really hated by anyone in the current
So then how did
age
him
or
and
anyone
Renal-
in game.
Melania
Even his
come
brother
to fight?
Rykard has his picture up on the wall, and Rykard famously hated anything to do with the Golden Order. So while I think Radahn served the intent of the Golden Order, I don't think he was beholden to it, especially not in the later years, when the Elden Ring was shattered, because remember this cutscene with Morgoth?
Willful traitors. All.
Morgoth labels all of the demigods as traitors to the Golden Order, including Radahn, who we do see in a clash with Morgoth, suggesting that he might have abandoned his loyalty to Order and marched on Leyndell after the shattering. For Radahn, like his demigod kin, had claimed a great rune, and it's easy to assume that a warmonger like him would have had great ambitions for power, and might have even aspired to become Elden Lord. And it's around this time, when the demigods were clashing, that Melania enters the picture once more. because Melania, Blade of Mikola, was marching towards Caelid, past Godric in Limgrave, and
here we
towards
go.
Radahn.
Are we moving into the next chapter? Hold on, I can use the restroom. Chapter 4, Melania's Southward March. Now we're getting to the good stuff. What's the lore for Radahn sliding off the edge of the boss room? I never had that happen to me, but God, I don't even know what my reaction would have been if I had fought him 100 times and then one time he just randomly slides off and dies. I really probably would have lost it. Okay. How long is this video? This video has a little under 30 minutes left. Here we go. Okay. Chairs have been known to be evil. My chair? Is that what you're talking about? My chair? I mean, you're not wrong. Okay. I really like the lore of the blind swordsman. Same. I think that's been my favorite part so far, is hearing that story. Because I didn't even know that was a thing. I speculate that Mikola sent Melania to kill Radagon to trigger the movement of the stars and cause the event of the DLC. She failed to kill him where the Tarnish succeeded, and so the events of the DLC can now take place. All just theories, though. That's a good theory. Hey, Alareza, welcome in. Loyal, thank you for the bits. Okay, let's get into it. We still have a lot to watch.
Honestly, Godric's nothing more than a jumped-up country bumpkin. Lord? Oh, don't make me laugh.
What?
First, he hid himself amongst the womenfolk to flee the capital, then hid from Radahn in that castle. Then he insulted Melania, lost to her in battle, only to lick her boots rather than die like a man.
Hey, Z-Shane.
Has she
Welcome
no
in.
shame? The big girl's blouse?
This dialogue from Kenneth Haidt is a great piece of lore as it tells us about this crucial late part of the Shattering War. At this point, Godric had just failed to usurp Lanedale capital and had fled with his tail between his legs to Stormvale. Here, he hid in fear of Radahn, who was a close neighbor in Caelid, and it makes sense that he'd fear Radahn, who was considered by many to be the strongest of the demigods. But while he was hiding here, a different army approached. From the north, not the south, as Godric must have feared. Malenia and her Cleanrot knights were passing Stormvale on their southwards march from the Erdtree to Caelid. And this event, this passing, is marked at the Leonia Highway sword gravestones, which state, "Nothing will hinder the wings of the blade of Miquella and the Cleanrot knights." These gravestones tend to mark points of battle, and Kenneth does state that Godric insulted Malenia and lost to her in battle, so I assume this is where that happened. As to the nature of the insult, well, we have cut dialogue from Godric to help us out here.
There is only one
How does
tree
he get this footage?
and only its branches that bathe in true rays of gold. Not the fool-omened king,
I don't understand.
nor the
Hey,
rank
Ollie.
malformed twins.
So Godric considered Miquella and Malenia rank and malformed, so I assume the insult was along those lines, which was not smart on Godric's part. Malenia must have messed him
Hey,
up,
Drew.
but tellingly, she did not kill
He
him.
mods the game.
And that's a curious detail, because this was the Shattering War. We're supposed to believe that all of the demigods
hard
were
for me to
fighting
even,
for power, but
like,
if Malenia was
grasp
seeking power here
how
and
he makes
looking
this
for others'
happen.
great runes to acquire in order to restore the Elden Ring and live up to Miquella or her own Empyrean promise, then you'd think that she would have killed Godric, that she wouldn't have shown him mercy. But instead, she lets him live. So, to me, that suggests that Malenia might not have been on this southward march to take power. Because if
Ollie,
she
thank
didn't
you for
claim
the gift
Godric's
to
great
Real Lock
rune, then she
9.
probably
Thanks,
wasn't
Ollie.
here for Radahn's either.
Console
So
commands to
why
spawn in
then?
all those
Why did Malenia
NPCs?
come full force towards Radahn
What does that
on
mean?
this southward march? I feel like there are 3 options. 4 if you count the theory that Malenia might have chased down Radahn in order to get control of the Elden Ring, but as I've just explained, I feel like that's unlikely. Option 2, although it's still unlikely in my opinion, is that Malenia might have sought out Radahn simply for the sake of fighting him. He was, after all, widely considered the mightiest of the demigods, as was Malenia in many cases, so it's not ridiculous to think that both of them might have fought simply for the sake of pitting their strength
Wow.
against one another, but that's a pretty unsatisfactory answer, in my opinion. Option 3, I feel, could
How
be
insane.
because Malenia was looking for her brother. At this point, Miquella could have already been stolen away by Mohg, so perhaps she was simply looking for him. She pretty intentionally makes a beeline towards the south and towards Caelid, and Mohg's palace is essentially underneath Celia and underneath the area where Radahn and Malenia fought, so I guess it's possible that Malenia had some intel leading her here in a search for Miquella, but again, this is only speculation. But my favorite theory...
Hey, 5 Milk. Love Vaati. These videos are so good. Loyal, thank you for the 100 bits. Okay, on PC you can hit a key, usually blah key, to open a text box that allows you to enter commands like code that the devs would use and will do all kinds of stuff for you. One of those being spawning in any enemy. Wow. That's crazy. Steven, thank you for the 100 bits. Starting a hype train on our Lore-athon. Okay, so how crazy would it be if Malenia was trying to possibly do the steps that we had to do to get into the DLC? We have to kill Radahn. We have to fight Mohg. How crazy is it if she was trying to do those steps? Maybe her brother told her something like, you know, something else. If something happens to me, I'm gonna be here. I'm gonna be in a different land. She knew about it or something. And she went to fight him and she couldn't do it. I mean, why do they say why they couldn't fight? They're too matched. The fight just kept going on and on. Release the stars from Mikola. Yeah, release the stars, and she couldn't do it, so then she couldn't stalemate. So then she couldn't fight Moog because you have to do Radahn first. What if she wasn't looking for her brother? She was trying to do the steps because she knew where her brother was. And in instructing her to leave, Mikola also allowed himself to be stolen by Moog, which is needed for some reason to also trigger something for the DLC. Teamwork. That's what I'm wondering. Because if these siblings are as powerful as the game insinuates, Moog just stole Mikola. Like, I don't know. Wasn't he resting or something? Or he was in something, right? That allowed him to be stolen, but like what if everything was like kind of predestined in a way that like they kind of insinuate that Marika thinks things through. What if her kids do as well? He was in his cocoon, yeah, and then his cocoon was stolen. I wonder if that was just like kind of all planned or something. Where's the board? Get to drawing. Okay, wait, hold on. 4. I know this isn't how you spell it, but I'm not exactly sure how to spell it, so we're gonna go with Mickella. This is a cocoon. 1 + 1 = plan. Close enough. All part of the master plan.
Is the fourth one, which is that Malenia, and by extension Mikola, may have wanted Radahn dead, for the same reason.
I believe that Mikola was taken while Malenia was away fighting Radahn. Then when Malenia returned, she didn't know where he was and just sat there at the tree, waiting his return. Oh, that's also a good theory. That's also a very good theory. But why would she think that Radahn has anything to do with Mikola? Is there a reason that they've said or something that I missed? What would lead her to believe that Radahn has any sort of knowledge about his whereabouts? You know? Maybe they said. I don't remember.
And that Rani eventually does, so that the stars could resume their movement, bringing
Remember in the
certain
trailer,
fates
Mikola
back
abandoned
into play.
everything, including
might be
his
asking,
fate of the
but why would
stars. Maybe
Mikola
Radahn
want
was
the
halting their destiny
stars
too
to resume
by
their
holding.
movement?
Oh,
Well, perhaps Mikola's own fate was locked in stasis. We do find a
that's
demigod's
a good
amber
theory.
starlight
Holding
shard
the stars.
in Mikola's hideaway, after all.
So maybe
and
she
I
was
feel like
going
it
to try
should be
to
concerning that his
unlock the
fate
stars.
might have fallen like this. But the best answer,
You should
I
watch the
think, is
DLC
that
trailer lore videos
Mikola
Vaati made
wanted
for
the stars
answers
back
or
in
ideas for
motion
those questions.
so that the
I've
moon
watched one of
could
them.
properly eclipse the
I watched one of his DLC trailers, but it's hard for me to watch his DLC trailers because it's all speculation. Like, there was some stuff, obviously, that he got from the base game, but the one that I watched, I feel was relying heavily on just, like, guessing and stuff. I'm gonna wait until after I complete the DLC, he makes some DLC stuff, so then I think he would have more knowledgeable lore. I just feel like it's pointless at this point to, like, watch that kind of information.
sun. This was a ritual that Mikola seemed to believe would revive Godwyn the Golden, his
Who
brother.
made this video?
And we talk about
VaatiVidya
this a lot more in
is
this
who made all of
video,
these videos.
and I can definitely see how the stars being in stasis
Vaati
would
guess is probably a good
prevent
guess,
the
though.
moon
Very
from
true.
eclipsing the sun. So I really like this.
Could you
answer.
yes, sorry.
But
Let's rewind.
Pattering, not, but again, this is only speculation. But my favorite theory is the fourth one, which is that Malenia, and by extension Mikola, may have wanted Radahn dead, for the same reason that Rani eventually does, so that the stars could resume their movement, bringing certain fates back into play. And you might be asking, but why would Mikola want the stars to resume their movement? Well, perhaps Miquella's own fate was locked in stasis. We do find a demigod's amber starlight shard in Miquella's hideaway, after all, and I feel like it should be concerning that his fate might have fallen like this. But the best answer, I think, is that Miquella wanted the stars back in motion so that the moon could properly eclipse the sun. This was a ritual that Miquella seemed to believe would revive Godwyn the Golden, his brother, and we talk about this a lot more in this video, and prevent the moon from eclipsing the sun, so I really like
That was
this
a weird cut.
answer. But I'd love to hear your theories.
What
Surely
just
there's
happened?
more.
Was that
I
intentional?
can definitely see how stars back in motion so that the moon could properly eclipse the sun. This was a ritual that Miquella seemed to believe would revive Godwyn the Golden, his brother, and we talk about this a lot more in this video, and I can definitely see how the stars being in stasis would prevent the moon from eclipsing the sun, so I really like this answer. But I'd love to hear your theories. Surely there's more than just these 4 options. But in the end, there's only really one answer that I'm confident in, and it's that we can't confidently say for sure why Malenia fought Radahn. Not yet, anyway. But whatever the reason, it must have been a good one.
It's an
because
important
it was during
reason.
this battle
And I
that
think it's
Malenia
related to the DLC
sacrificed
somehow.
everything.
Here we go. Next chapter. Are you liking Separate Ways? Oh, it's so good. So good.
There is
I'm not
something
surprised.
I must return to Malenia. The will that was once her own. The dignity. The sense of self. That allowed her to resist the call of the Scarlet Rot. The pride she abandoned. To meet Radahn's measure.
In Elden Ring's story trailers, we see this legendary fight play out. Cleanrot Knights finally arrive with Malenia, facing off against the Redmane Knights, and manage to plunge a ton of spears into Radahn during their clash. You can actually see these spears still
So
sticking
possibly
out of his
Godwyn
back
could be
to this
revived
day.
in the DLC.
Then
I'm
Malenia
thinking
and Radahn
so.
appear to be the only 2 left standing. Malenia sacrifices her prosthetic
I
arm
think so.
to get close to Radahn, grabbing her blade and plunging it into both of them, giving us a close-up view of the 2 characters. Here, Radahn looks monstrous, which I theorize could again be because he's tainted with the madness of a great rune, though that is just speculation. And we can also see Malenia's lips moving here, muttering some final words, or perhaps the incantation for the Scarlet Aeonia, which envelops herself and Radahn,
Wow.
putting an end to their fight. In this video's first chapter, we talked extensively about Malenia's battle against the Scarlet Rot within her, but in this moment, she seems to lose that fight, maybe intentionally, and she allows the Scarlet Rot to take hold. Millicent, who is a great
Insane.
parallel to
So
Malenia,
cool.
says that this is when she sacrificed her dignity, her sense of self, her will, and her pride. Malenia did all of this just so that she could meet Radahn's measure. Thus did the Scarlet Rot explode outwards, infecting Radahn and the very land itself, as their battle came to a horrific standstill. In the end, neither party was in a state to continue fighting, so technically Malenia didn't lose, so she was technically still undefeated. Few survived the Battle of Aeonia, but one who did was the Cleanrot Knight Finlay, who, in an unimaginable act of heroism, carried the slumbering form of Malenia all the way back to the Erdtree. They managed this alone, fending off all manner of foes along the way. But back at the center of Caelid, Malenia's scarlet bloom remained. A nearby phantom's dialogue reads, "Sublime, I tell you. The very first flower of Aeonia bloomed on this very spot. Malenia, may you blossom into a goddess." In the present day, Caelid features at its center a giant tree that spirals in a similar manner to Malenia's first scarlet bloom, so it probably is the same scarlet bloom.
Okay. So do we know that Miquella was kidnapped while she was gone? Do we have any sort of timeline on that, or is it just kind of guessing? Thank you, SF Ken. Yeah, I'm gonna finish it, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how it ends. Sounds like Moog would definitely try. But is there any lore that says that that actually happened? Timelines are unfortunately one of the most vague things in the lore. Part of me is wondering if, because watching that fight, it almost looks like she was willing to die in order to kill him. Like, that's how that came off to me. She was trying to achieve a goal, and she was willing to die to achieve that goal. Am I interpreting that wrong? That's just how that looked. So that's why I feel like Miquella sent her there. Because it seemed like she was on a mission. Seemed like a last resort, right? Like, she felt like she needed something to happen. And she made a calculated decision. Okay, I'm about to go nuclear. Which, in order to sacrifice so much, it must have been very important. However, I find it unlikely that Moog would have been able to steal Miquella while Malenia was there. True. No, if Malenia was there, unless, again, it was just all part of the plan. Got the same impression. Desperation set in, which in order to sacrifice... Oh, wait, I read that. She had that leaving it all in the battlefield look. I think so, too. Watching that, I was like, okay. Whatever she's trying to do is gonna unfold some sort of events that she feels is, like, absolutely necessary. Would have been a good fight, but Malenia would... Oh, absolutely. She would have kicked his ass. She wouldn't even have needed the prosthetic arm. One arm, she would have done it. So Moog kidnapped his sister. No, Moog kidnapped Miquella, which is Malenia's brother. So the one with really long blonde hair. When I fought Moog, in the background there's like a white egg with an arm hanging out. That's Miquella's body. I still think Miquella isn't in the cocoon. I think it's Godwyn. Wait a second. What makes you think that? That's actually a crazy theory. What makes you think that? No, I didn't say for me. I'm reading a comment. Could you imagine, though, that actually is Godwyn and he put him in the cocoon to, like, hold his body until he figured out how to restore him? That was, like, the protection of his body. Oh, Godwyn's body is underneath the tree. Never mind. That would be crazy, though. That would be pretty wild.
As the Phantom says, this was the very first flower of Aeonia, and the beginning of the Scarlet Swamp in this land. And at the very center of that
body
is
in
another
the
curious
deep
thing.
root depth.
There's a boss called Commander
Do you see his body in the game?
Who carries the Commander's Standard, which reads, "Even after his lord was fled, Commander O'Neill continued to brandish this flag in the devastating..."
Well, all we see is his arm. He's gigantic. Godwyn's body is in the deep root depths. He became the Prince of Death and twisted into a grotesque fish-like being. It looks horrible. It's horrifying. You see it when you do Fia's questline. Okay, wait. I want to look it up. Godwyn's corpse. Literally the first search. Wait, that's his corpse? The melted face thing? We saw that, didn't we? Gabriel, didn't you point that out to me? That was, after you fight the... Oh god, what was it? He kept growing up with a soulless body. That was... near Godfrey, right? I think. And you, like, drop down, you fight the Erdtree avatar. Not... Is that Erdtree avatar? Erdtree spirit, or whatever it's called. And then you see behind him the melted... Yeah. Very creepy. What's weird is there's another one of these underneath Stormvale Castle, which confuses me greatly. Okay, so then that's the one I'm thinking of, is the Stormvale Castle one. The melted face thing in Stormvale is a reflection visage of Godwyn, but not his true form. Thing under Stormvale is not Godwyn's true body, just a manifestation. So how do we know that the one in the Deep-root Depths is his true body and not another manifestation? Is there something that you find underneath that says it's his true body? The one in Stormvale was where he was killed. Google Godwyn Deep-root Depths. Oh, okay. Godwyn. Let me see. Maybe I saw it in the first playthrough. Godwyn Deep-root Depths. Holy shit. Wait a second. What the hell? What the hell is that thing? What happened there? I probably ran right past that and didn't know what the hell it was, so just kept going. Extra Life breaks it down pretty good. I'll have to look. Bro, it looks like some kind of demonic mermaid. That's actually the most perfect way to describe it, I think. Demonic mermaid. Hey, main dude. Well, okay. The one in Deeper Depths is his robotic because Fia is there and she wants to bear his child. Oh my god. That's disturbing.
Station of the rot-eaten field of battle. The sole veteran who remembers this battle with pride. And it's hard for me to say exactly whose side O'Neill would have been on. He summons the spirits of exiled soldiers who themselves have no real affiliation to speak of, though I will say that you can summon one of Millicent's sisters to help you in the fight against O'Neill, which might suggest that he's opposed to the idea of rot and that he might have fought for Radahn. Although
Millicent has
I feel like
sisters?
you could go both ways on this, because the Commander's Standard says that his lord was fled, and both Malenia and Radahn fled this battle. Anyway, when you defeat
I think
O'Neill
we hit 420 on
by
him.
luring him into the guises of Scarlet Rot because it's funny, he doesn't just drop the Commander's Standard, he also drops an heirloom of the Battle of
And
Aeonia,
all sisters
a broken needle of unalloyed gold
are supposedly
that was once
children of
buried
Malenia?
within Malenia's own flesh, repelling her Scarlet Rot until it snapped. A really interesting question here, considering the needle is broken, is whether Malenia snapped the needle intentionally when she plunged her blade into herself and Radahn. Perhaps she knew that it would cause the rot within her to flare up worse than ever if the needle was broken, and allow her to defeat Radahn. Millicent does explain that the explosion
looks like she's
of rot
forcing
in
her blood
is
into his
worse
blood.
after she takes out the needle.
That's what it
Almost
looks
as
like.
if it's been building up inside them all this time.
I paused to even tell you, but I took out the needle myself. The scarlet rot writhes now, worse than ever.
So it's pretty clear that this is where the final moments of the battle took place, and we even find Clean Rot Knights able to rise outside when you're near, even now. But then we don't find Radahn anywhere near here. Instead, we find him closer to his former home at Redmane Castle. In a nearby catacomb, the spirits of the war dead actually continue to clash, refusing to surrender, even in death. And outside, Radahn is exactly the same way. And while witless, he's still
Sister
alive,
could mean partner
even
in crime.
managing to keep
But she
the
had red
stars
hair.
in stasis, even now, for he's still in possession of his great rune, which itself started to burn to resist the encroachment of the Scarlet Rot. His feet have rotten off, the spears of Clean Rot Knights remain in his flesh, but he fights on, simply using those spears in his back as arrows to fight off anyone who threatens him, refusing to give up and die in anything but an honorable death.
Is there any chance, you guys know how Morgoth has the projection or whatever called Margit? Is there any chance that Millicent is a projection of Malenia, but she has like multiple projections or something? Any chance of that? Like they're not actually related, but they're like kind of the same in a way or something. Hey Sheldon. Don't think so. Hate that catacomb. Doubt it, considering all the projections look the exact same as the original. Oh, projections are the only thing omens can do as far as we know, so I don't think so. There is a lot of twinning in this game. Hell of a lot.
Are you one for festivals or flowers? To the south, a grand festival to make the stars turn. To the east, the heart and bud of a flower to be. But dare you enter into the heart of the scarlet rot?
As the rot takes hold, Caelid
Oh,
becomes a
those
fresh hell,
dogs.
and the land itself becomes a threat. Even the dragons in this place were forced to flee, and they would make a new nest on a plateau that would be dubbed Dragon Barrow, and no one since then has dared to enter it. That said, a few dragons did not make it away unscathed. The dragon Exekes succumbed to the scarlet rot, though he did not forget his hatred, and sadly, Grail, the mother of all dragons, who dwarfs them all as well, can be found on death's door surrounded by her children and completely blighted by the scarlet rot. Kind of sad. Thanks for the 50k runes though.
I was
In the
just about
end,
to say.
it was
We still
Melania's
killed her, though.
scarlet rot, not really Melania herself, that would eventually drive Radahn's Redmane Knights to defeat. According to their armor, when they were driven to defeat by Melania's scarlet rot, the Redmane Knights burned off the crest on the left breast of their armor to indicate their resolve, stating, "Alas, dear home, I shan't see you again, for our duty is to remain here."
The dogs aren't what scare me, it's
against
those
the blight.
fucking crows.
The knights using
How about
fire
both?
to burn away their own crest in this way is such a great symbol, for fire was their one and only weapon for fighting back against the rot. And interestingly, according to the Armorer's Cookbook, a lot of these tools and techniques to do with fire were passed down by an armorer who served the great General Radahn, as his books contain knowledge of dealing with rot, the application of fire in particular. And so, this flame of the Redmanes clearly became a large part of their identity henceforth. Corpses of rabid wildlife were piled
Dogs and
high
crows are
and
the two
burned.
mobs in Caelid I
Long
avidly
smoldering
avoid.
walls of flame were built in order to prevent
It's actually
the rot
impressive
from
how well
spreading
they
to
can make
neighboring lands.
the
These
most
same walls border their
annoying
own castles. They burnt
just
down churches,
general mobs
and
in these
they
games.
even managed to commandeer some flame chariots to help in their fight. They utilized torches, firepots, arrows, everything. And fittingly, Knight Gerran's beloved sword, a flamberge,
Hey, NyQuil.
became the symbol of the castle itself, thanks to the flame-like undulation that gives this sword its difficult-to-pronounce name. And Gerran himself remained at Redmane Castle to regularly host a celebration of war, calling champions from far and wide to deliver death, a death for his friend, who is now festering with rot and
Okay.
crippled by madness, who now only wishes for an honorable way out.
That
Meanwhile,
explains it.
amidst Melania's
That's-
Aeonian butterflies, pale pests emerge from the swamp.
So that's why he
of
was trying to
Aeonia.
kill him.
And though they appear to be mere bugs, they're not.
No, they're
These
not.
creatures are intelligent, with
They're more than just a
quote-unquote
bug.
keen intellect that allows them to craft uncanny weaponry from a sharpened shell. They can incant spells
These
as well,
enemies.
and they can even
Every
tame
enemy is the
wild
worst enemy
beasts.
ever, pretty much.
That said, they are ultimately creatures of worship, and Gowry actually calls them witless, which admittedly does contrast with them being described as intelligent in this item description. Regardless, the pests are also called the abandoned children of the goddess and servants of the goddess of rot, who have been forsaken. And it's not hard to see why. not only was Malenia carried far away at the very moment of her bloom when these pests allegedly emerged, but she resents and resists the scarlet rot inside her unless she's pushed to the absolute brink. So, of course, these pests are abandoned in that sense as well. And who wouldn't hate them, honestly? Is there anything more annoying than this bloody attack?
No.
Nevertheless, the pests persist. They even have a quotable line of dialogue in the Kindred of Rot's exaltation talisman, which reads,
The amount of
"Rot for the
times I had to
scarlet
redo
goddess.
this part.
O scarlet blossoms flourish in distant lands and return to us, the unwanted children." Which brings us to the phrase scarlet blossoms. This might not be talking about literal flower buds of the scarlet rot,
Unwanted
but instead
children.
I think it's talking about actual people.
I was just about to ask
It's
that.
talking about these 5 sisters. I think these are the scarlet blossoms. They are Pollyanna, Maureen, Amy, Mary, and Millicent.
OMG.
The girl, Millicent, she is a bud. Green and undeveloped, waiting to flower into magnificence. What a wondrous day that will
Wow.
be. In truth, before her, I'd never seen a bud of such superior quality. She might very well outshine her sisters.
So it seems like these pests, including Gary perhaps, have a keen interest in cultivating these scarlet blossoms. I'd prefer to talk about Millicent's questline in a future Prepare to Cry episode, so subscribe and turn on notifications, but I will hold off for now. But essentially, Gowry does all of this in anticipation of these daughters becoming Scarlet Valkyries, who he believes might one day serve Malenia when she ascends as the goddess of Rot.
Very interesting.
At this point, Malenia
So that does
hadn't
explain
been seen
Millicent
for
better.
a long while, not since she was carried off to the Halig Tree, and the Halig Tree's location itself was a mystery to many. But there were still those who venerated and worshipped her, and they weren't all pests.
I'm
Some
about
of
to have to
them
go get a
were
blanket.
human,
I'm cold.
like Malie Marai, the Castellan of the Shaded Castle. Malie wears the Marai mask, which is something only worn by the head of House Marai. It bears the likeness of the first of their line, and it describes this long dual history of the Marai family, who served as both executioners and castellans of the Shaded Castle. So fittingly, their storied sword
I
is
forgot
the
to go
Marai
there.
executioner's sword, a broad-bladed weapon that would eventually be used against them.
Isn't that castle that's like the
For
very
one
top
day,
of the
they
map
made
in the
mistake
green
of
circle?
capturing a bell-bearing hunter named Elima, but Elima, who knew battle skills
Oh, I
that
forgot.
allowed him
We gotta
to
try to get
move
there today.
objects
Or
with
not
his
today, but
very
this
own
week.
will, snatched the sword from the site of his looming execution and overthrew his captors. But it doesn't seem like he wanted to rule over the castle in their stead. Instead, the castle falls into ruin, and when we find him, Elima is just standing and staring at an enormous portrait which is a picture of Malenia, who some believe is to blame for the fate of the castle. A nearby phantom laments the state of things and states, House Marai is ruined, just deserts for falling for that severed harpy. No surprise that guilty cretin took the castle and our storied sword. In the outskirts of the castle,
There
you
was
can
a
actually
portrait of her.
find and fight Malie Marai, the former castellan of the castle who has now been ousted. He wields the ant spur rapier, which is a weapon that evokes the scorpion dagger that we mentioned at the start of the video, as it's also a blade fashioned from a chitinous creature. In this case, it's the spur of a giant ant. Fittingly then, its description reminds us
Isn't
that
the DLC
Scarlet Rot
I don't
is
know
an
what the
old
size of the
legend,
base game is.
and goes on to state that Malie Marai of the Shaded Castle was a private believer in the Scarlet Rot, and indeed, he eventually found his own personal goddess. The Marai robe explains why he was so enamored with her, stating that the sons of House Marai are all sickly born, and so Malie Marai was beguiled by the beautiful and fierce goddess who was born into Rot. Malenia was, after all, a powerful and fierce figure in spite of her affliction, so it's easy to see why Malie Marai looked up to her. Though I guess it's possible that he took this veneration too far, as the castle is found sinking into a poison swamp, and the throne room is filled with prosthetics which mirror Melania's own. Indeed, it's possible that he even found Melania's very own prosthetic, as you can loot the Valkyrie's prosthesis here, which reads, "Golden prosthesis once used by the one-armed Valkyrie, a masterwork of craftsmanship. With practice and skill, it can be used as proficiently as a real arm."
That's kind of weird.
When Malay Marai, Lord of the Shaded Castle, embraced this prosthesis, he claimed to feel the presence of his personal goddess. Now, I'm not really sure if this is Melania's actual prosthesis or not. I feel like you could make debates for and against that, but regardless, it drives home just how much of a fanboy this guy was. But in the end, the castle is not much more now than
Keith,
just
thank you
a
for the
home
500 bits.
for some surviving Clean Rot Knights who would understandably feel at home in such a place. And I guess they have nowhere else to go as Melania slumbers back at the Halig Tree, where she does very little else until you arrive and trigger what I think is her second transformation.
Chapter 8.
Wait. The scarlet bloom flowers once more. You will witness true horror. Now, rot.
Now, I got some bad news for you guys in this final chapter. So, you know how difficult Melania was to defeat, right? Well, what if I told you that wasn't her final form?
She was pretty easy, actually.
It might not be, for the Scarlet Aeonia description reads, "Each time the scarlet flower blooms, Melania's rot advances, and with the third bloom, she will become a true goddess." So, it's known that Melania's first bloom was in Caelid, and we know that she blooms in a fight against us, so the debate becomes, is this mid-fight bloom Melania's second bloom, or her third? Some would argue that this is Melania's third bloom, and that she's already become the Goddess of Rot. She does, after all, literally have Goddess of Rot as her title, and there is a bloom right outside her boss room which could have been the site of her second bloom. So how do you argue against that? Well, for starters, the bloom outside might not be hers. For one, it'd be kind of weird if she had a second bloom that is never described right here, when she's slumbering in just the neighboring room. But not only that, in front of this bloom, you actually loot the Traveler's set, which is the same set worn by Millicent and her sisters, and Melina as well. Considering Millicent and her sisters are buds of Melania, and considering Millicent also leaves behind one of these blooms when she dies, it's not ridiculous to think that one of these sisters might have flowered here already. And I don't think that Melania having Goddess of Rot in her boss title means that much. Many, like Gowry and the Pests, already believe that Melania is the Goddess of Rot. The Scarlet Aeonia description instead specifies that the third bloom will make her a true goddess, and I think anything before that is just a brief flash of the Rot God shining through. But the biggest piece of evidence that Melania hasn't yet reached her third bloom yet, in my opinion, comes from Gowry, who goes to extraordinary lengths to nurture Millicent, encouraging us to kill her even, just so this betrayal can turn her into a Scarlet Valkyrie that will serve Melania.
It must be done by your hand.
You guys know the little henchmen things? Are those the sisters? The annoying little pests that come slashing at you during that damn boss fight? No? So then what are those? Magic or something, I guess? No, not like literally them. I mean, to represent them. That wasn't them? You'll see the sisters. You fight the sisters in Millicent's questline. Those are just astral projection attacks or magic Melania uses. We need to look up Millicent's questline then. I'm genuinely curious. I thought they all looked like Melanie herself, no? I actually don't know. I don't think I ever got a good look at them when they were dashing at me, but yeah, you're probably right. Just how many of the girls are there? 4 or 5? Five in total?
And no other. Millicent trusts you.
And then how
Rather
many of
deeply,
the
in fact.
henchman things? Is it
Sever
4 that you
that
dodged?
trust. Nurtured by betrayal, her bud will flower most vividly. When Melania ascends to godhood, Millicent too shall be reborn as a scarlet Valkyrie.
If Millicent dies, she flowers, with Gowry's expectation being that she will be revived after
A
this.
Scarlet Valkyrie.
So
Are
considering
those the
that there's a bloom
Valkyries?
in Melania's boss room as well that appears after you defeat her, I feel like it's possible that Melania could have another revivification after this as well. And one final piece of evidence was actually pointed out by you guys in the comments of my recent Oracle short. In that video, I argued that the Oracles might be there to herald the return of Miquella as a god, as their spirit ashes state that it is said that when Oracle envoys appear playing their pipes, they do so to herald the arrival of a new god or age. But I completely neglected to mention that they might be here to herald Melania's ascension as a god instead. So thank you guys for pointing that out.
Interesting.
If you haven't already, I'd appreciate if you tried out some of my shorts content. It's extremely difficult to fit everything within 60 seconds, but it's a fun challenge, and I'm pretty happy with some of the short stories.
Okay, Keith, thank you
I've
for the
been
100
able
bits.
to
At the end of
tell
her quest,
in
you have
those
the option
shorts.
to help her fight.
Anyway,
Sisters of Killer.
personally,
Always
I wouldn't
help
be
her
surprised
pursue
if we fight
best
some
girl along with
incarnation of
Nephilim.
Melania
Keith,
again
thank you for the
in the
100 bits.
DLC.
And then Mole, thank you
and
for tier 3
I'd be
at
down
16
for that
months.
fight, provided
Thank you,
she
Keith.
rises again
And thank you,
with
Mole.
her lower half as a scorpion or something. But what I find to be the most disturbing thought about Melania's potential third bloom is that Gowry believes a scarlet bloom will be more vivid if it's nurtured by betrayal. That's what we see in Millicent's questline. So what if Melania's third bloom could be more vivid if she's betrayed by her brother, Miquella? But it's late now, and I'm really getting into some deranged speculation territory, aren't I? So that's probably my cue to end the video. A special thanks.
Okay. So now we have to pick what we're going into next. Mole, thank you so much. 16 months at tier 3. That is not a small thing. Thank you for the resub. That was one of Vaati's most dense videos, so take your time to digest if needed. Yeah, that was extremely dense. How's the mind map looking? Not great. Not great. I'm gonna be honest. Mind map is... it's mapping. I mean, what do we want to add to this? Is it really missing anything? Not really. Here. I'll draw the bloom. Oh, of course I messed up on that one. Add a little red to it for some dimension. Maybe a little pink for highlight. I mean, that looks exactly the same. The Miquella one might be good next, as this probably overlaps the last one quite a bit. Okay, yeah, we'll go to the Miquella one. Looks perfect to me. That's about as clear as from Stoff's Lore. Kenshin, thank you for the 250 bits. Not bad, not bad. Sky's next career move, book illustrations. I'm just inspired by you, Mole. Okay, that's what it is. Your art has inspired me. Michelangelo who? Loyal, thank you for the bits. Okay. Are we going into go get a blanket? Yes, I'm gonna go get a blanket. Are we going into Miquella now? As Miyazaki had envisioned. Kyler, thank you for the 100 bits. I need to look at something, okay? So hold on. What is that attack called? I want to watch it. Her ghost attack.
Dodge time here. Dodge, dodge, delay, left, right, and dodge.
How many?
Dodge timing here. Dodge,
1,
dodge,
2,
delay,
3,
left,
4,
right,
5, 6.
and right.
Wait, is that the
Dodge timing here. Dodge,
1,
dodge,
2,
delay,
3,
left,
4,
right, and right.
Oh, she only sends out 4.
Dodge timing here. Dodge,
1,
dodge,
2,
delay,
3,
left,
4.
right, and right.
She only sends out 4, so no. Yeah, her clone attack. I was wondering if maybe her clone attack, because they said that when she goes to her true form, and then the sisters would turn into Scarlet Rot Valkyries or something. I was wondering if maybe those were the Scarlet Rot Valkyries helping her in that fight, but no. It's like we caught you watching vids before stream. Wait, what? Yeah, I think you're right, Kyler. Just projections. But that would have been cool. That would have been a cute little Easter egg if it would have been 5. So kind of to represent the 5 blossoms. They're her Valkyries that help her in the fight. Not gonna lie, I'm gonna need this mind map framed after stream. I'm gonna have to redo it. I think I'm gonna hire a professional to redesign it with the vision that I had in mind. It would be 4 less Millicent. Wait, 4 less Millicent? So Millicent's not dead in that scenario? Is that what you're saying? One's alive? No way, this is excellent. Hey, Clout. Nice doodles. Thank you very much. You can definitely see what I was going for, right? Make prints of the mind map. Who would buy one of these? I will sell these for $1 each. Who wants one? Don't change a thing. Oh, definitely. $1. That's a steal. Elden Ring boss art win. That would be too much for you guys to handle. I mean, this is so bad I can barely read it. Change this to 1s or 7s. It's hard, or an L. It's hard to tell. Mikola, 1 + 1 = plan. If anyone couldn't tell, this is the bloody nest. That's why I made it red. Because there's blood. And then we're going to put here DLC. Steven, thank you for the 5. I will take 5. This reminds me of how you would do like a fundraiser for school and your parents would buy like 10 of them because they felt bad. Thank you, Steven. Thank you for purchasing 5 of my mind maps. I really, really appreciate it. You're probably my only customer. Hold on, I'm gonna add some like details for you guys. Ugh, I ruined it. Hold on. Undo, 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 undo. As if it wasn't ruined already. See, I don't know how I scribbled these question marks because now I can't follow the line. Trying to add some highlights. Nope. How do you draw a circle on paint? Goodness gracious. Steven, thank you for the 5. Loyal, thank you for the 10. 10 mind maps, please. Both, thank you for the 100 bids. Need. Okay. Chat, if I try to spend some money for this, would you take the heat for me? You guys, please stop. Oh, this is for a charity giveaway. I'll take 5 too in that case. Which charity are we raising money for at the moment? They would probably say no thanks, you know. I think we're good. Now that we thought about it, we don't actually need you to help. Trying to make it like kind of, do you see the vision I'm going for? I'm adding layers so it pops more, but it's not quite popping like I envisioned. Let's try gray. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's the move. DLC. See, like the color in the background is creating a shadow if you squint your eyes. A fun to find a cure for Scarlet Rot. Immaculate,
I'll
thank you
take one.
Just one? Not 20? Immaculate, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Feels like it's been a week. Coming to you live from my golf cart, by the way. Group in front are so slow. Small town, thank you for the 2 months. Is it illegal? Is it legal to golf cart in text? Well, Twitch, I should say. I think that's against the law. But I'm not from Canada, so I could be
how
wrong.
the donation thing works, so hopefully bits work. One mind map, please. Need a copy to reference while you play DLC.
Gensha, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Okay, so this is what I'll do. I'm gonna post the mind map in Discord for everyone to download for free. Thank you guys for your donations. Just completely gypped the people who bought one. Everyone gets one. I got a Vine, by the way. Just wave at small town. He can't hear us. Okay. We're doing Mikala. Is it time for a snack? PC wallpaper, here I come. You're welcome. I'll make sure to export it in 4K, you know? Blanket, snack, okay. We're doing pretty good. We've gotten 2 hours into the lore. I feel like we've learned a lot. Tipped $5. Thank you, Groove. We paid to have it released open source. Worth it. Gensha, thank you so much for the bits. It's like an NFT, but worth more. NFTs are worthless. That mind map is not. I'll take 100, please. Yeah, this one's 47 minutes. The other one that we just watched was about an hour. The one before it was 29 minutes. Oh my god, the recent one is an hour 17. Okay. I'll take 5 to support a starving artist. I'll put 1 in a nice frame. The rest is for the overall fun. Yoda, thank you for the 25. How did you know I was starving? But you called me an artist, so I'll take it. Thank you for the 25. It's an NFT. Oh, that's too good. Getting out my nice printer paper to have a frame-worthy copy. I swear, if someone frames this, I'm actually gonna lose my mind. Maybe I should frame it. Let's add some blue. Oh, never mind. We're done. Alright. We have this one ready. I'm gonna go grab a snack and grab my blanket, and then we will continue. Okay. You guys would not just believe what happened to me. Oh, man. Exterminator, thank you for the 100 bits. What if we want to rent a billboard and put that mime? Please don't. Tyler, thank you for the $6.90. I'd like 6 and 9/10 of these mime maps. You can have exactly that. You seem mildly frustrated. I am. So I went downstairs.
Hello.
To get a yogurt and my blanket and water. I opened my yogurt. I put my blueberries in it. I ate a bite of it and I was like, "Ooh, that don't taste right. That tastes a little funky." Like, and it's coconut yogurt, so it didn't look weird, but I was just like, that doesn't taste right. And sure enough, I look at the expiration date and it expired March 20th, 2024. And I just bought these like a few days ago at the store. So having a little meltdown downstairs, no biggie. I kind of have a fear of expired food, freaks me out. So, hopefully I'm okay. That was at least 3 days ago. Yeah, almost 3 months ago. So, yeah. Also, I had no spoons clean, so I had to get the big one. I got a different one. This is a different one. This one expires in July, so we're safe. It's okay. Expiration dates are just a suggestion. If I die, can you guys make sure you tell Clout that it was just a suggestion? Are you still eating it? No, no, no. This is an actual... I can't forget about the snack. Yeah, very dumb. They sold expired yogurt in the store? Yes! I just bought it a few days ago. They sold me a 3-month-old yogurt in the store. And not just 3 months old, expired 3 months ago, so... Only in Georgia. We'll let Clout be your pallbearer so he can let you down one more time. Oh, that's funny. That is hilarious. Headstone just says coconut yogurt. Golly, that would be the worst way to go.
Miquella is many things. A fundamentalist, the unalloyed, creator of
Get
the
that
Halig
money.
Tree,
I
Lord
already
of the
threw it
Eclipse,
away.
Saint Trina of the Cradle Song, and not just a demigod, but a fearsome Empyrean who has been captured but is unresponsive for now. And after watching this video, I think you'll agree that Miquella is a topic that almost has to be explored further in some upcoming DLC. For how could they not be? Their character is surely too major, too foreshadowed, and too intriguing to just ignore.
They once sold you 1 year
let's learn
expired
everything
beer.
that there is
Did
to
it
know.
taste bad?
For starters, Miquella is the demigod child of Queen Marika and King Consort Radagon, who, as I'm sure you're well aware at this point, are the same being. You can learn more about the timeline of events from my other videos, but basically, after Radagon left Rennala, the Academy told Radagon to go fuck himself, basically, but Radagon took that literally, and he sired a third set of demigod children all on his own, who were the twins Miquella and Malenia.
He did
These
take that
children
literally.
appear to be represented by
That's
the
good.
butterfly items in the game, and the nascent butterfly appears to
They're the same being. What? Wait, are you being serious? Or trolling? Guy versus yogurt. You guys, I regret telling you. A snake walks in a bar. The bartender says, "How the fuck did you do that?" Yoda, thank you for the 100 bits. That's a good joke. Joking? Okay. I was about to say, you were just here. We watched the video.
represent Miquella. Its description elaborates on his state of eternal childhood, stating that it appears as if it's just emerged from its cocoon for its entire life. Indeed, the word nascent means that something is just coming into existence and beginning to display signs of future potential. And that nascence is eternal for Miquella, and I think that this eternal nascence is incredibly important for his character.
You had the manga.
For Miquella and Malenia both seem to occupy different sides of the life and death cycle. That's not to say that Miquella represents life and Malenia represents death. Rather, it seems like both land somewhere in the middle of each process. Malenia is constantly resisting her scarlet rot and is in this perpetual state of dying, and Miquella is...
I almost think that Malenia was probably the nicer of the siblings. I feel like maybe she was just misunderstood because she had the scarlet rot, but maybe she was the better sibling, and then Miquella just presented this image of kindness just because of the way that he looked. It's not a face. So you're saying we can fix her? Pretty much. I'm saying we probably could if we needed to. Black sheep of the family. She never knew defeat, but that just means that no one defeated her. Was she going? Well, she was a warrior, but she was misunderstood. You really hate Miquella, huh? I don't hate Miquella, but I'm trying to piece together how he could be the villain in the DLC because I just really think he's gonna be. She has 100% decided that Miquella is evil. I'm basing my theories off of the fact that I think Miquella is, and now I'm trying to decide how he got that way. We'll see. Maybe Malenia just had some bad yogurt as a kid and then got misunderstood. I completely understand that, and I sympathize with that if that's the case.
Is in this constant state of
that would
nascence.
Be understandable.
He is newly born and showing an abundance of life and burgeoning potential. Special thanks to Quailag for making this clear to me. So Miquella is nascent, but he's also abundant, and I think that's another extremely key word for him. For example, there's this cut weapon called the Abundance and Decay Twin Blade, which symbolizes the twins and suggests that the twins were born from an inseparable fate and hold the runes of both abundance and decay between them. Not to mention, the word abundance is also literally spoken by Miquella in his cut content. And thanks to a very recent discovery by Sekiro Dubi, we know this cut dialogue I'm about to voice is Miquella speaking. And here, he appears to be leading you towards a unique ending for the game, and he talks about his ability to make life flourish, stating, "This is for thee, mine abundance, my drop of dew, quench thy thirst throughout thy frame, blossom and burgeon, time and again, grow larger, stronger, until the day cometh, when thou canst share in my dream. Elden Ring, O Elden Ring, beget order most elegant from my tender reverie." And before I go on, I do want to say that Miquella talking about his abundance is cut content, and you shouldn't really take it as canon, but I think it does give us a deeper look at not only the powers that Miquella might have had, but also the world that he could create. He goes on to say, "If thou covetest the throne, impress my vision upon thine heart. In the new world of thy making, all things will flourish, whether graceful or malign." And I love that final line.
Okay, so as someone who doesn't know shit about shit, I'm actually wondering if maybe they cut this content on purpose, thinking, okay, we're gonna make a DLC, let's cut that shit. So maybe his entire purpose, so he's not necessarily evil per se, but I do think that we're gonna have to fight him. Maybe his entire reasoning for the DLC is to create a new world. A world that in his head is better than the one that his mother created. Inspector Sky on the case. I really got to get one of those eyeglass things.
All things will flourish, whether graceful or malign. Because Miquella isn't enforcing any real notions of good or evil here. Instead, in the new world of his making, he simply wants all things to flourish. And I feel like that is a very unique viewpoint for a character in a Souls game. Not to mention, Miquella is certainly one of the few beings that is capable of creating this new world. That's because he is an Empyrean. He is one of the very few who were candidates chosen by the Two Fingers to succeed Queen Marika.
We killed his sister, so he definitely has beef with us.
To usher in a new age. Now we could go into an entire debate about why the twins are valid Empyreans and why they were born afflicted, but honestly that could almost be an entire video of its own, so for now I'll just give the simple answer, which is that these twins were probably valid Empyreans because they have singular parentage from a god, but that this singular parentage was probably also responsible for their afflictions as well, due to the almost incestual implications of such a thing. Why do I feel like it was George R.R. Martin that wrote this part?
Maybe. I feel like definitely probably the case.
Anyway,
hey,
let's move into the early childhood years of Miquella's eternal childhood. Miquella's early years were clearly quite inspired by their father, Radagon, who fostered a bit of a fundamentalist streak in his prodigal son, and Miquella would go on to invent fundamentalist incantations of his own, dubbed Discus of Light and Triple Rings of Light, which he gave as gifts to his father. These gifts reveal that Radagon and Miquella had a good relationship, and Radagon must have been proud of his son because these two spells do represent those two key fundamentals of the Golden Order, namely that there is a law of causality, which is a branching cause and effect that goes outwards, but also that there is a law of regression, that
completely understand.
all things yearn eternally to converge once again. And in gratitude, Radagon countered with a gift of his own, showing Miquella Radagon's Rings of Light. These incantations would go on to become core fundamentalist spells, as they are true to those two concepts that form the basis of the Golden Order. But there is another aspect of Golden Order fundamentalism, and that is the persecution of those who live in death. Hunters of these undead would attempt to stamp them out with spells such as Order's Blade and Litany of Proper Death, which deal additional damage against those who live in death and prevent them from resurrecting. To recap, those who live in death exist because of Godwyn the Golden, who was one of the early sons of Marika and Godfrey, who was eventually killed with a fragment of the Rune of Death, and then the Rune of Death would eventually spread its undeath throughout the lands between via Deathroot. And there is an entire debate that we could have here about whether the persecution of those who live in death is even true to the core principles of fundamentalism. Goldmask certainly doesn't seem to think so. In fact, according to the Order healing spell, Goldmask laments the hunters of those who live in death, deeming them to be fanatics, who wanted nothing more than an absolute evil to contend with. And the reason I bring up this debate at all is because you could argue that Miquella was on the side of these fanatic hunters, as he created multiple weapons that were capable of effectively slaying those who live in death. For example, this is Golden Epitaph, and it is a sword that was made to commemorate the death of Godwyn the Golden, first of the demigods to die. It is infused with the humble prayer of a young boy and reads, "O brother, Lord brother, please die a true death." So this weapon is an effective tool of killing those who live in death permanently, and clearly the young boy who created it was Miquella. We can infer this because the sigil that appears when you use this blade's skill is the Erdtree sigil.
That is so cool.
And once activated, this ability, called Last Rites, imbues the sword with a holy power that prevents those who live in death from reviving. But beyond this being a potential tool to slay those who live in death, is that this weapon points towards an early kinship between Miquella and Godwyn, a relationship that might have made it all the more painful when Godwyn's soul would perish, but his body would have made it all the more painful. Godwyn.
Is that the thing? That is horrifying. I'm gonna have nightmares now. Did you do the Gold Mask questline in your first playthrough? I don't think so. The main quest I did was Ronnie's, which was really long, and I got to Moog, so I did that quest line. I think I may have done one other one, but I can't remember what it was. So is Gideon a gold mask guy? Because doesn't he wear a gold mask? Or is it a different color? No? I need the lore behind Gideon. Because he pissed me off. No, his mask resembles an owl. Okay. Oh, so that's his corpse? Oh my god. When? Oh, it's just an armored helmet. Gotcha. How about Millicent's questline? I did half of it. I didn't finish it. Why does his body turn into this? That's what I'm wondering. What happened? Maybe he'll tell us.
A relationship that might have made it all the more painful when Godwin's soul would perish, but his body would remain, spawning Deathroot. This is interesting, as it gives Miquella a legitimate emotional grievance against those who live in death. And it's almost a bit hypocritical, I think, for what I believe to be Miquella's character, as we previously established that he might have been this character who wants all life to flourish, but I guess that principle might not extend to those who live in death for him. This sword might not be the only representation of Miquella's relationship with Godwin. That relationship is potentially strengthened even more when we consider this statue found in Elfale before the Erdtree. It depicts a larger figure who is clearly embracing the two Empyrean twins, Miquella and Malenia, but then who is this larger figure? It could be their parent, Marika or Radagon, but then it doesn't have their signature hair braid, and instead it has this long, wavy hair. What's more, the statue asset is flat-chested, which appears to rule out Marika, at least. And after reading a good amount of debate online about this, I think it's a fair conclusion to say that this statue represents Godwin, who himself does seem to have long, wavy hair. And this statue being enshrined here really tells a story. It's a story of two gifted but afflicted siblings who were supported by their older brother, but then they were left alone, as their older brother would become the first demigod to die. And this isn't the only statue in this location. Far more prominent in the area are these statues, which depict two siblings left alone after their brother died. There was one sibling, Miquella, who was forced to remain as a young child, and another who grew up in great pain, eventually losing vision and limbs to rot and decay. These statues are everywhere in the Erdtree, and they tell that sorrowful story. They are an early sign of Miquella's extreme empathy for his sister, and they foreshadow his desperate attempts to give her relief from her terrifying condition. And so the young Miquella abandoned fundamentalism, for it could do nothing to treat Malenia's accursed rot. This was the beginning of unalloyed gold.
Why am I sad right now,
What
right?
is unalloyed gold?
Did you see the trailer of Spider-Man 4?
An alloy is something that's created when you
No?
combine metals, usually because you want to create a stronger compound at the expense of its purity. So
how I interpret that is they probably looked at their brother as more of a parent figure than they looked at Marika. Probably for many reasons, assuming, you know, she's got all this stuff going on. He was probably the one looking out for them the most. Did you see the trailer of Spider-Man 4? It's coming out tomorrow. How would I have seen the trailer if it's coming out tomorrow? Marika was busy as heck, probably. And also, if her and Radagon are the same person, switching forms, and then Radagon went and lived with Renala for however long, then Marika was nowhere to be found, right? If they were the same person and he just disappeared? I figured it was a troll. They said, did you see the trailer that comes out tomorrow? Well, I didn't, but Doctor Strange might have. They haven't even started filming Spider-Man 4. This is a tragic story all around. I mean, not Doctor Strange. Madam Web.
if we were to view Marika's Golden Order as if it were a metal, which I think is something that the lore wants you to do, considering the
Maybe they meant that. Did you see the
implications
trailers
of the
meant to be coming out
tarnished
tomorrow?
and everything like that.
Is that confirmed or is
then
that a
Marika's
troll?
Golden Order would definitely be an alloyed metal. Just think of all the
There's no shot that Spider-Man 4 is getting a trailer tomorrow when we haven't even gotten a DLC. Like, there's just no chance. Just saying. No, I don't think. I think that was a troll.
foreign powers that it's absorbed in the interest of strength. For example, Godfrey and his Crucible Knights were enlisted to devastate Marika's enemies. The ancient dragons were won over and eventually became a part of Laendel's forces. Even the House of the Erdtree and the Moon were married at one point. Literally. After all, as Muriel puts it, all things can be conjoined under the Golden Order, so I think Marika was definitely open to fusing factions and
Who is Godwin's dad? Radagon? Godfrey. Who are the kids? Hold on, I just want to confirm really quick. Who are the kids with Godfrey and Marika? Godfrey. It was Godwin. Morgott and Moog. Godwin, Morgott, and Moog. Are any of those twins? Just out of curiosity. Can I link you a chart of all the relationships? Yeah, you can put it in Discord. I will look at that after stream. That would be very helpful. They're twins? Which ones? Morgott and Moog. I'm thinking, what if Godwin has a twin? I don't, the number 3 is throwing me off because I just feel like, I don't know if it's Mesmer. I don't know. I feel like everything with Marika is like even numbers and shit, like twins. What if Mesmer is Godwin's twin? What if? And what if that's why Mikola went to the land where Mesmer is, because he's trying to revive his brother and he thinks he needs his twin or something? How crazy would that be? I just feel like I can't, like, the fact that Godwin is just a single born is kind of weird to me. Yeah, the whole thing is wild. Our job is just to make it crazier, pretty much.
And ideologies to an
know
extent,
about that one.
as long as it made her treasured Golden Order alloy
I'm just throwing out
stronger.
every theory so that
hopefully
maybe I'll
now
get one
you
of them
understand
right,
what I
you know?
mean when I say that Mikola's gold is unalloyed, it is pure, it is untainted, and it is perhaps a singular ideology. And if you subscribe to the idea that the cut content is still representative of Mikola, then I would say that his ideology is what I had Mikola quote earlier, that in his new world, all things should be allowed to flourish, whether graceful or malign, and that is his pure ideology. Though, of course, that is my speculation based on cut content as well, so please keep that in mind. But Mikola's
Melania,
unalloyed
Mikola,
gold
Melanus
couldn't have
3,
just
though.
been this
Melan's not
metaphysical
confirmed, though, to
concept
be
of pure ideology.
the third child.
It was a physical
She could
material
have a twin.
as well. For example, this is an unalloyed gold water lily, said to have been beloved by Mikola. This is a bewitching branch, blessed with an incantation of unalloyed gold. Unalloyed gold decorated the armor and shields of his soldiers, it was inserted into their weapons, and most importantly, perhaps, it was forged into a set of armor for his sister, Melania. Because, remember, the whole reason Mikola embraced unalloyed gold in the first place, it seems, was because he thought that it could treat his sister's accursed rot, while fundamentalism could not. And he was right, for Melania's scarlet rot is no mere disease. It's literally the divine essence of an outer god, and Melania is its vessel that will one day bloom into a true goddess. but unalloyed gold is one of the few materials in the game that can ward away such meddling of the outer gods. Another example are the mirror helms, like the one that Iji wears, which literally reflects the influence of the outer gods.
That's
Personally,
why he wears
I think
that?
the reason that
Oh, that's
unalloyed gold
badass.
inhibits the meddling of the outer gods is because it is a pure metal and potentially a pure ideology. But if that's not enough reason for you, then Quelaag actually has a great video where she breaks down potential reasons at a chemical level. But at any rate, reasons aside, Miquella crafted needles of unalloyed gold, which could be inserted into the tortured
I still can't
flesh
get over
of
the
one
fact that Radagon
afflicted
fucked
by
himself
rot
to have two children.
alleviate their suffering and forestall the effects of the rot.
I don't-
And true to the needle's descriptions,
I need a
the outer
diagram.
god
I'm
of
not
rot
sure how that
isn't
happened.
the only one affected by this. Our character actually uses the final version of this unalloyed gold needle to subdue the outer god of frenzy, which is something you might want if you decided to be a terrible person and burn down the world. Anyway, when we first find Miquella's needle, it's been broken, snapped in half, and picked up by a commander at the very center of the Scarlet Swamp. But once this needle has been prepared, we can give the golden needle to Millicent, proving that it does indeed work to forestall the rotting sickness, to remove pain and nightmares from the afflicted. It is, after all, lovingly crafted by Miquella himself.
Well,
I think
this
Merrick
is a
and Radagon
marvel
can exist
indeed.
as two separate
The
physical
work
people
of a
when
true
needed.
artisan.
I feel like you're probably
a
right because
meticulous, bold
them
craftsman who
constantly being
grasps the
one
essence of
entity,
life.
one being
In
makes
crafting
no
these
sense to me.
needles and pursuing unalloyed gold, Miquella is attempting to save his sister from her affliction. It seems like this objectively good deed, which is a rare sight in Elden Ring, especially for a demigod whose strengths have been known to tip them towards madness, and that is what makes Miquella such a pure and likable character in Elden Ring. So it's no wonder really that Malenia venerated her brother. She is a character of undefeated prowess, and she's an Empyrean, no less. And yet, she dedicated her blade to Miquella, and Miquella alone, for she believes that he possesses the wisdom, the allure of a god, and that he is the most fearsome Empyrean of all. The
Watch
story
Survival
of their
Plays on
bond
YouTube.
and duty to one another
It's
is
cool you still
legendary.
live stream.
That's
We'll
something
welcome
that
in.
becomes quite clear when
Yeah,
you
I try to
explore
stream a few days
Miquella's
a week.
Halig tree and see these statues depicting their embrace all around. And if you were one of the many defiled outcasts in Elden Ring, you too might have felt inspired by this story, and you might have felt inclined to earn Miquella's favor and make the long pilgrimage towards your salvation, towards the distant divine Halig tree and its brace that was Miquella's domain.
He has such a talent for putting a story together.
So first, what
making
even
it
is
feel
the
so
Halig
cinematic.
Tree? Well, it's pretty obvious that it's a sort of Erdtree. For one, Erdtree avatars have clearly emerged from it, which they only do in order to protect the Erdtree's own offspring. And then there's the Halig Tree Knight armor, which confirms that the Halig Tree ultimately failed to grow into an Erdtree. And one thing I've been wondering is, when exactly was the Halig Tree planted then? If we knew when, then we might be able to guess at its purpose. Was it planted before or after the shattering of the Elden Ring? Because when the Elden Ring was shattered, golden seeds flew from the Erdtree, scattering across the various lands as if life itself knew that its end had come. These seeds create these little illusory trees and likely spawned the minor Erdtrees as well, so I think it's a fair assumption that Miquella might have planted the Halig tree from an Erdtree seed. And if that was indeed the case, then it should have happened after the shattering, for before that, the Erdtree was considered perfect and eternal, and it wasn't even believed that Erdtree seeds could exist. But on the flip side, the golden epitaph sword that we mentioned earlier likely existed before the shattering, as it was created to commemorate Godwyn's death, and this sword displays the Halig Tree sigil when its weapon art is activated, so one could infer that the Halig Tree must have existed at this point too, right? So I guess it's always possible that Miquella somehow procured an Erdtree seed before the shattering, or simply grew it from his own being, as he is a scion of the Golden Bough after all. But whatever the case, Miquella clearly decided that growing such a tree was important, and he even went so far as to water it with his own blood. This confirms that the Erdtree is indeed a blood-sucking parasite. Just kidding. Sort of. I mean, you have to admit, it is pretty disturbing that an Erdtree could flourish in such a manner. But this does lead us to the final question, which is, why was the Halig tree planted? What was the point of it? And at the end of the day, the main reason is always going to be because it's like the Erdtree. It's natural to compare them, and the item descriptions seem to want you to compare them as well. The Erdtree is this enormous icon of power and faith in the lands between, so evoking that and inspiring worship is clearly a valuable thing. But the Erdtree was only really an icon of faith in its later years.
Personally, I think
Before
them
that,
being the
it
same
was a
person feels
symbol
more
of
like a marriage
abundance,
pact of the
with
Golden
light
Order.
as warm as the gentle sun that could gradually heal all those who bathed in its rays. But perhaps most importantly, during this time of abundance, it would drip sacred dew, sap,
So you
or
think they
tears
forced them
that could
together?
bestow blessings, form crystal tears, and even be embedded into talismans. These were treasured things, and naturally, this was an extremely valuable symbol for Miquella to evoke, since he is himself associated with dew and abundance in the cut content. And his Halig tree did drip with dew. The greenish amber of the Halig tree can even be seen in cut content items. It even looks as if it's mingled with a bit of Miquella's own blood. And that signature green hue of Halig tree amber is also seen in the Halig tree knight sword, which is not a cut weapon.
There's so many
and
details
this was
in
modeled
this.
after the Carrion knight's own
Keith, thank you for
swords,
the 100 bits.
except it was embedded with
Hey,
amber from the
Electrofox.
Halig tree instead of glintstone. Okay, so the Halig tree is a great
I
symbol
don't
of
know.
faith.
I don't know. I'm just like thinking about Radagon and Marika. The statue of them saying that they were always one and like that was the secret. That happened before it says they merged when she shattered the rune. The problem is Mesmer has Radagon's red hair, which means he must pre-exist the Golden Order if the theories are to be believed. I think my brain has reached its limit. That's okay. That's understandable. Loyal, thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah, the red hair definitely makes you wonder where he falls in line at. It didn't say always one, it just says Radagon is Marika. I thought that there was something that was shown where Marika said he's gonna become her or something. I think since they both serve the greater will, so they can both be used as collateral if the greater is challenged. I believe that there is one physical body and is possessed by either Marika or Radagon, and when possessed, shows the physical attributes of that ownership. I think they have merged and split many times throughout history when convenient. That's what I'm thinking too, honestly, because Marika had a husband and kids while Radagon had children with Renala, no? Like, can't we kind of assume that that was happening around the same time? Them having two different families? We're supposed to just believe that Marika just ceases to exist until Radagon is done with his stuff, what he was doing? Maybe Radagon detaches from Marika when the Golden Order is under threat, such as when they couldn't beat Renala and when our character emerges to take the throne. That's an interesting thought. So when there's like a direct threat, he's the one that kind of takes charge or something. Like one person playing both sides. Well, it would make sense. I feel like there's a lot of talk about like the duality. We have the abundance and then we have what do they call abundance and death or something? Like there's the twins and then there's the law of cause and effect and then law of, was it regression or something? Heads and tails. Like it makes sense that she is split in some way, whether that happened before the Golden Order or if it happened because of some sort of agreement with the greater will of her becoming a god. Like maybe that was that was what she had to do in order to become a god, or maybe that was a result of her becoming a god, is she's like split in half. America shattered the Elden Ring, but Radagon tried to repair it. Yeah. Melina says that. She does the whole America's Own Words thing and talks about Radagon not yet taking over America. So I wonder if maybe they are at times able to split. They're the same, like, kind of like a split personality, but they both have their own bodies, but they're the same mind. Like, they're of each other in a way, but maybe they can at different times be apart, but then when they came together to have children, then that's when they had Miquella and Melania, causing them to both be cursed because it was a child from one person. And maybe he took over when she did the shattering. Like, she knew that that would, like, split her. That would destroy her control of their back and forth, their duality, you know? Their yin and yang. She made herself smaller to shatter it. She knew that would be the result of it, so then he could take over, kind of. Like, at that, like, maybe they were, like, existing in unity in some way, 50-50, and then she shattered, so then it became, like, 80-20. And that gave him the ability to swoop in. After Godfrey, the first Elden Lord, was hounded from the lands between, Radagon left Renala's side to become the second husband and king consort of Queen Marika and received the title of second Elden Lord. This shows that both Renala/Radagon and Marika/Godfrey happened simultaneously. That's what I'm saying. So at some point in history, they were separated. Isn't that how you take that, Gabriel? That's how I'm reading it. Like, at some point, they had their own things going on at the same time. What if it's like Rykard, who was devoured by the serpent and became one entity together? Together! Marika devoured Radagon. I don't know. I'm just spitballing at this point. Well, if anything, Radagon devoured Marika. Or she/he just ran back and forth real quick when Renala/Godfrey was in the bathroom. Yeah. Honestly, that's probably the most plausible theory we've cooked up at this point. I have a big old theory that all of the demigods were plotting together to overthrow Marika, except for Godwyn, which is when Ranni decided to sacrifice him. He wasn't on board, so she was like, you gotta go. You know what makes me sad? We're gonna have to wait probably, like, a solid week or so before we get any lore videos from the game, I bet. Maybe not, unless they've given... Maybe they gave Vaati the game early so he could play it. I don't know. I just feel like we're gonna have to wait so long to actually get any sort of substantial lore, and it's gonna drive me crazy. There's a very real possibility that none of these questions will be answered in the DLC. True. It could just give us 100 more questions. Also, I don't believe that Oh, you don't think you have much influence in the story? At least much less than what people think. What makes you say that? I mean, what we've seen in this game, I feel like all of the Souls games are pretty wild. So I would love to know what his influence in this was. He released a video about playing it. I know, but did he play the whole thing, you know? I think there's multiple people who've played it early. Some of it. Raise more questions than answers. None. We all know Vaati's gonna find a random plot and be like, this explains everything. Well, I would love to get some solid clarification on obviously who the hell Mesmer is. What is Miquella doing? Do we get any more lore? I would love for some more lore about Marika's backstory, because I feel like we've only gotten bits and pieces of that. I would love to know what she was doing before she came to the what is the lands called here? My brain just went blank. I wanted to say Shadow of the Erdtree. It's not called that. The lands between, right? That's what it's called. Yeah. Them lands betwixt. Bo? Hobbiton. There you go. The Shire. Before she came to the Shire, what was she doing? What was she up to? Continue.
Faith and power and abundance, and Miquella is related to abundance in the cut content, but what else does the Halig tree add in terms of value? Well, the Halig tree itself is something of a vessel, fit for a god. Miquella plants himself inside it later on. Malenia returns home to it, and speaking of it being a home, many other creatures have made their home within the tree, and within the brace that supports it as well. And I guess you could also argue that the Halig tree might be a sort of a tool to be used. After all, Marika puts the Erdtree to use in such a way, using its roots to absorb people after their death, and perhaps even its branches to
So do you think that she's
life.
from the Land of
And
Shadows?
then the Erdtree is later used as a prison, with thorns that are almost
Shadow Erdtree,
entirely
whatever you call it.
impenetrable. But I don't think Miquella planned to use the Halig tree in such a way. Perhaps the biggest difference between the Halig tree and the Erdtree is that the Halig tree was built in a largely inhospitable region. It is extremely difficult to reach, and unlike the Erdtree, it might not really be designed for the benefit of the vast majority of the world. As it stands, the Halig tree strikes me as being more like the Painted World from Dark Souls. It's a place for the outcasts, the heretical, and the malign, not to mention the low and the meek, who are specifically named in the description of the Sacred Crown Helm. While many of the Scarlet Rot-afflicted seem to be here because of the eventual decay of the Halig tree, I think that there are a number of refugees here that would have been here before that, namely the Misbegotten, the Crystallian, these astray mages of Raya Lucaria, and of course Loretta, who deemed this place to be a great haven for the despised Albinaurics. The second generation Albinaurics even carry a weapon called the Ivory Sickle, which reads, "These weapons are evidence of their dedication to the Halig tree, despite never having entered its presence." And we really don't find a single Albinauric within the Halig tree. I'll admit, I do find this a bit strange. You do find quite a few Albinaurics so close to the Halig tree. It's a bit strange to me they don't go just that little bit further. The reason given for the first generation of Albinaurics not being at the Halig tree
We can't trust
is
a word he
given by
says until he
Albus,
answers that.
who says that their faded legs are the reason for that. But yeah, we find them defending Miquella and his Halig tree all the same at the Ordina liturgical town, which takes us to the Halig tree via a puzzle within
Gravity
Evergaol.
magic.
The
Okay,
word
fair enough.
liturgical means relating to public worship, and this town is
Can't wait for the
fittingly
DLC.
filled with
6
many
days is gonna
statues
kill
of
me.
Miquella sitting alone, cradling what might have become the Halig tree back when it was still just a sapling. I also find it interesting that the Halig tree is never called out as competing with the Erdtree, or never called out for housing all these undesirables. Perhaps the House of the Erdtree was happy to see ungraceful folk leave their lands. Perhaps the Halig tree was extremely well hidden from everyone and they didn't know. Or perhaps Miquella could just get away with it because he was beloved by all. For example, the Bewitching Branch is an item that you can create from Miquella's lilies, and it is blessed with an incantation of unalloyed gold and reads, "The Empyrean Miquella is loved by many people. Indeed, he has learned very well how to compel such affection." And that second part that says he has learned how to compel affection, to me that's saying that Miquella is very good at knowing how to inspire others' affection to his own advantage. And nowhere is this more clear, I think, than at Castle Sol.
Okay. So...
This is the Halig Tree Secret Medallion.
Loved
it's
by
furnished
many.
with that
Maybe they
signature
mean
green amber,
the
and
outcasts.
it features the
Maybe
Halig
that's
tree
what they
in the
mean by many.
background, for it allows you to access a secret lower level of the Grand Lift of Rold and progress through the consecrated snowfields to this sacred place. Having both halves of this secret medallion is therefore extremely desirable, for the medallion has another name. It's called Miquella's Favor.
Miquella's favor can be yours. Slaughter, slaughter, slaughter. The all-hearing slaughtered. But alas, it was for naught. But all you need do is snatch it from the big pot.
Gideon is the all-hearing man in this dialogue, and he slaughtered an entire village just for one half of this medallion, but he did not find it in Albus's possession. But you can. And the other half is at Castle Sol, right before a nameless phantom who says this: Lord Mikola, forgive me. The sun has not been swallowed. Our prayers were lacking. Your comrade remains soulless. I will never set my eyes upon it now. Your divine Erdtree. So this phantom seemingly has, or I guess had, one half of the medallion, and yet he laments that he will now never set eyes upon the Erdtree. To me, this suggests that Mikola might have been withholding the second half of the medallion from him, or that this phantom believed that he could solicit the second half of the medallion from Mikola and make it to the Erdtree if he achieved his goal here at Castle Sol and basically earned Mikola's favor. But what exactly was supposed to happen here at Castle Sol? What does it mean when the phantom says, the sun has not been swallowed,
That's what I was
prayers
wondering.
were lacking, your comrade remains soulless? It means, I think, that the residents of Castle Sol and Mikola were attempting to restore the dead soul of Godwyn the Golden.
I was
And
just wondering
to
if
refresh
this
your
was about his
memory,
brother.
when a fragment of the Rune of Death was used to kill Godwyn, it was also being used at the exact same time to kill Ranni, and since they perished at the same time, Ranni lost her body, and Mikola's demigod brother, Godwyn, perished in soul alone. And despite this death seeming so far...
What? Huh? Excuse me? Anon, thank you for the gifted to Sheila. It was a ritual. What? So that's why she looks like a... Okay, so is Ranni a spirit? Like, full all the way through? Yeah, I know she's a doll. So her spirit, that's why she has two faces. Is part of her spirit occupying the doll? The doll is just a casket. Ranni's the soul in a doll. Yes. Why did I never put that together? For some reason, I thought it was her and her spirit. Not necessarily just the spirit. Yeah, Ranni's the Blue Witch. Anon, thank you for the gifted to Waleed as well. Ranni's body is dead, but her spirit is alive. Ranni's soul is in a doll. She freed herself of her body so she could get away from the grasp of the Golden Order. So it was intentional that she died. Like, she knew that she was gonna die. Godwyn was also being used at the exact same time to kill Ranni. You can find her body above a tower. Huh. I did her questline, so I think I may know what you're talking about, but I don't think, like, the lore of it, I had any clue what was going on. I think at one point, I thought that Ranni had a sister that looked the same as her. And the doll is made to look like Ranni's teacher, a witch of winter. Basically, the ritual killed Godwyn's soul, but not his body. So the mermaid we see in the depths is actually alive but empty. But by conquest, Ranni killed her body, but not her soul. Oh, by contrast, she did know it was intentional. She did it to herself so that she wouldn't be controlled by the Golden Order. So does that explain why in Renala's fight you hear Ranni's voice all of a sudden? Does her spirit take over her mother? I never fully understood what was going on there, but I knew it was Ranni's voice. She's defending her mom. And then she married me anyways. That's kind of crazy. It was a voicemail. I thought she was just commentating. Ding, ding, ding. We have a winner. That was a protective spell. She put in place before she disappeared. Oh. It's also a theory about the egg that Renala holds. Wait, a theory about what? You find the second half of the curse mark to give to Godwin's corpse for a quest line. The second phase is basically like a mimic of her mom. Renala was already broken at that point. Ranni, her daughter, felt that she needed protected, so she manifested how her mom would have been if not damaged. Wow. She still marries us because of our Riz.
Also being used
It's
at the
hard to
exact
deny
same
it.
time to kill Ranni, and since they perished at the
Crazy.
same time, Ranni lost her body, and Miquella's demigod brother,
So now she's in
Godwin,
the doll.
perished in soul alone. And despite this death seeming so final, Miquella clearly believes that some sort of ritual performed here could restore the soul of his comrade.
We can infer this is Godwin because who else?
Here's some more dialogue. Could
Who else could
restore
be
the soul
Miquella's
of
soulless
his comrade.
Yeah, I would
For
think
example,
Miquella
here's
too.
some more dialogue
I mean,
from
Godwin.
a different phantom that reads, "O great sun, frigid sun of soul, surrender yourself to the eclipse, grant life to the soulless bones." But the question is how? How does that work? How does an eclipse restore life to Godwin? Now you can just take Miquella at face value and trust that he knows what he's doing, or we
Sadly,
can
we'll
try to
never
learn as
know if
much as
Ranni
we
was
can
Fae
about the
while she
eclipse and
wasn't
see if we
doll.
can
We can
reason
just
out the
assume.
mechanism behind
Thank you for
this
the 100
process.
bits.
So at Castle Sol, we find the Eclipse Shotel, which reads, "Storied sword and treasure of Castle Sol that depicts an eclipsed sun drained of color. In Sol, the sight of an eclipse inspires a dreadful awe, preventing an onlooker from averting his gaze." The most important part of this description, though, is the part that says it's the storied sword of Castle Sol, as this proves that the veneration of the eclipse here goes back a long way. But what does an eclipse represent? So, according to the Eclipse Crest shields, the eclipsed sun, drained of color, is the protective star of soulless demigods. Honestly, I think calling it a protective star is kind of the closest we come to understanding the mechanism here, because
So,
you can
an
reason
eclipse can
that a
only happen
protective
if the
star
stars start
might
moving
be a
again,
sort
right?
of outer god that lends them power, though that is just speculation. The description goes on to say that the sun in eclipse is said to be the symbol of the wandering mausoleum where the soulless demigods slumber. So note that it says demigods plural here. Now, this could be because the wandering mausoleums come to house many demigods from a gameplay point of view, because you can take their remembrances here, but it could be a word that is slightly lost in translation, as the Japanese version of the word demigods does not specify whether it's a plural or whether it's a singular word. So my take on this is that I think the wandering mausoleums became necessary when Godwin died. I think that the mausoleum was intended to be a resting place for him initially, but then also for any future demigods, as all of a sudden all of their true deaths had become possible as well.
I just don't understand how he became that monster.
Of the Rune of Death. The Mausoleum Knights themselves are these headless soldiers who behead themselves, willingly following their master into death. As such, they become these headless spirits, tied to the land, so that they might better defend the walking mausoleums. They also carry eclipse-crested shields, and the eclipse is said to aid the Mausoleum Knights by keeping destined death at bay. It is their symbol, and by keeping destined death at bay, maybe it's helping to keep their souls tied to the land.
A horrifying
we could speculate
creature.
for a long time on how the eclipse has this power, and I've done my best. Maybe other people have a better take on it, and maybe you guys do in the comments. But in the end, it's simpler just to trust that Miquella knew what he was doing with the eclipse at Castle Sol, where he wanted to block out the sun and restore Godwin's soul. All that said, we can't trust him too much, I guess, because it's important to remember that this ritual failed. According to this phantom, the sun was not swallowed. I guess the protective star of the soulless demigods did not listen to their prayers, and it did not appear. But it is really fascinating to learn that such a thing might even be possible. That Godwin, whose soul seems to be as dead as Ranni's body, might actually not be? So if his soul is somewhere, then where has it fled to? A part of me wonders, if
Ew.
his soul is lost, then maybe it's lost within a dream. One theory I did come up with regarding the mechanism by which Godwin's soul is brought back by the eclipse is that his soul might be brought back by bringing about a sort of artificial dusk with the eclipse. That's because those who live in death are called the Duskborn, after all, so there is an association between night and death, to be sure. And there's also an association between death and sleep. For example, when you pursue Fia's questline, you use her as a medium to enter Godwin's deathbed dream, which is an entire dreamscape where the dragon Fortisax is futilely fighting against the death in his companion.
Wow.
And then there's Roger, who speaks this line of dialogue as he is on the precipice of succumbing to Deathroot.
We gotta fight a couple dragons
I
before
should
the
tell you.
DLC.
Lately, I feel I'm on the precipice of falling into a deep, fathomless slumber.
He does say he's about to fall into sleep. So, in conclusion, a realm of death does seem accessible through dream, and I think this is the perfect time to mention that Miquella has an alter ego. Some say she is a comely young girl. Others are sure he is a boy. This is where we have to talk about the enigmatic figure named Saint Trina.
Saint Trina of the Cradle Song.
Perhaps the biggest in-game clue about Saint
I'd
Trina's
rather serve
true
the dragons
identity
than the Golden
is
Order.
Trina's lily, which bears this undeniable
kill no
resemblance
dragons?
to Miquella's lily of unalloyed gold. Its description reveals that it is a symbol of faith in Saint Trina, dulls the senses, preventing agitation. Naturally, it can be used to craft a bunch of sleep-afflicting items like Saint Trina's arrow, which states that the sweet oblivion of sleep can become quite the habit, and it tells of the priests of Saint Trina who use these arrows to spread their teachings, though the Japanese description seems to specify that these were more of a tool used for their rituals. So it's largely left to your imagination as to what rituals these priests might have been performing, though I will mention that it seems Saint Trina might actually be able to be found somewhere within sleep. This is suggested by Feather's cookbook, which reads, "A record of crafting techniques left by a man who was utterly captivated by Saint Trina. He continued the search for her in his slumber." We get a side profile of her in the hilt of Saint Trina's sword, which hints at that flowing astray hair that she has. And then we get a much better front-on view of this feminine adult form
The
upon
DLC,
Saint
I
Trina's
guess?
torch.
Hey, Ashley.
The carvings depict Saint Trina, but in adult form.
Is this video gonna go over
unnervingly.
why
The
Miquella was
carving
in the
is
cocoon?
indeed unnerving, and it's certainly strange considering Miquella is supposed to be eternally a child. It raises the question, what has to happen for Miquella to grow up into this? And
Oh, you were playing the main story on Nightmare? Wait, what is Nightmare? Like, what are the stipulations of Nightmare? I think Godwin's soul was banished to the land of shadow, the same place souls go when they sleep. Thus, part of Miquella's plan to bring back Godwin was to become Saint Trina, a goddess of sleep, to go to the Shadowland along with his followers to retrieve Godwin's soul. John, it's funny you say that, because I'm going to piggyback off of that really quick. So I cannot stop thinking about Melania going and fighting Radon. Obviously, this theory is dependent on if they touch any more on Miquella being in the cocoon and like why and whatnot and the timing of that. But like, what if? No. What if Miquella puts himself in the cocoon as almost a way of he knew that the cocoon was needed as like what's the word? A gateway into where he was trying to get. And in order to get in that gateway, he would have to be asleep in the cocoon as like Saint Trina or something. I don't know. And he like knew that Moog would take the thing, kill him. He would be in that area where maybe he needed to be. And he needed Melania to do what she tried to do but couldn't. So we're the ones that triggered the event by killing Radon, killing Moog, and then bam. I don't have any cocoon knowledge, so I need to look that up. That's important. What number is this on your board? But wasn't he kidnapped by Moke? Yeah, but I'm saying, what if that was all to plan, though? Because that's where he needed to be. In the cocoon, sleeping as Saint Trina to get to the sleep state, Land of Shadows or something. Kind of. The theory goes that Miquella was in the cocoon to feed the Holly tree his blood to grow the tree. As the theory goes, the Erdtree was grown from the blood of many. Sure, I'm with you. He pulls us into the cocoon too to enter the dream. So, like something like that. I don't know. I would, obviously that could be so off depending on the full lore of the cocoon and whatnot, but like it just seems like they have the ability to really, they seem very intelligent, like they have the ability to think things through, to have these like crazy plans. And Blade of Miquella, like that to me doesn't sound as much of as a protector as it sounds like doing someone's bidding. Personally, I think maybe she was his protector, but Blade of Miquella to me is she sends him out to do stuff. Possibly. So maybe she sent him out to, or he sent her out to try to kill Radahn. Well, from the cocoon transforms a butterfly, signifying Miquella's transformation into a god. I'm waiting for the reveal that this whole DLC is just Miquella working on a surprise birthday party for his sister, not knowing we killed her. Arthur, thank you for the 3 months. It's been cool to get back to all that lore. This has been so much fun. So much fun. It's strongly implied Miquella is basically a genius. That's what I'm saying, is like, if this person is as intelligent as we're led to believe, and he's been trying to cure Malenia's scarlet rot, he couldn't cure it, but he did find a way to, what did he do? Stop the progression of it with the needle. Very intelligent person. He's dead set on getting his brother revived, and he seems like he needs the eclipse to do it. He's probably figured out, as Saint Trina, how to get to the Land of Shadow, and so then sets out a plan that he needed Malenia to do. She couldn't do it, so we did it. I mean, did we need to kill Malenia? Probably not. But who knows? It's fun to theorize. Considering Miquella, Malenia, and Ranni were all considered to be the next god, the cocoon probably played into that. And he knows his mother caused all of this. Yeah. The DLC, Miquella. Oh, thank God you're here. I haven't a clue what's going on. Ah, that would be funny. We're just gonna get tossed in and be like, what happened? If he cured Malenia's scarlet rot, we would have risked her up. Oh, for sure. She would have wanted us 100%. Her and Turbo, I can't even say it. Her and Turbo would have gotten on swimmingly.
Why is this bizarre creature the adult form that he takes? Another question worth asking,
Maybe he'll
I
forgive
think,
you for
is
killing his
whether
sister because
Miquella
he helped
even
with the
has
Radahn
total
situation.
control
Yeah, he's gonna be like,
of Saint Trina.
did you kill my sister?
What if he's in a similar situation to
Yes,
Marika Radigan,
but I killed
where
Radahn too.
their alter ego is an opposite of sorts and able to act almost as if they have their own free will? So all of this is definitely a little bit of a disturbing view of what Saint Trina could be, but I guess we do have cut content that does somewhat reassure me that their alter ego is still a benevolent person. This cut content was first showcased by Sekiro Dubi, and this cut content is truly ancient.
Is that a YouTuber?
It exists in one of the oldest versions of the game that we know about, so a lot has probably changed since then, but regardless, here we can learn about Saint Trina's crystal ball.
Where did someone get that footage?
A crystal ball full of mist, symbol of Saint Trina of the Cradle Song. Copies dream mist from a sleeping being. Dream mist was once used as an ingredient in rare and potent physics. May the quietude of slumber come to all and sundry, even to those whose red eyes burn with the flames of frenzy. So this reveals that this cut version of Saint Trina even once had sympathy for those afflicted by the flame of frenzy. They even went so far as to teach the merchants their songs.
Our song derives from an old lullaby, sung for us long ago, deep inside our tomb. But whoever it was sings no longer. Its melody allowed us to sleep, despite the cursed flame.
The description of Miquella's songs as a lullaby is referenced by the modern-day sleep pot description, which reads, like a lullaby, or a quagmire.
Okay.
Its light purple haze
Theory.
irresistibly draws its
New theory.
victims down.
I think the
into
beginning
sleep.
of the DLC
Sweet dreams.
is gonna be
This is the
us
closest thing
going
we
to
have
sleep
Dream
in the
Mist
cocoon.
as well,
As
which was
disgusting
an
as
item
that
you could
sounds, I just
again
have a
once
feeling
collect from
we're
sleeping
gonna have to go
enemies.
in the cocoon and go
after
to
you
sleep.
did this, you were supposed to sell this Dream Mist to the merchants, who used it to quell their flame of
Lovely.
frenzy. But as the merchants once said, whoever it was that sings, now sings no longer. And this is a detail that has remained intact even in the final version of Elden Ring,
Hey, Sayori.
with St. Trina's
Cooler
sword
is
stating
face.
that
Heck
St.
yeah.
Trina's appearance was as sudden as their disappearance. Something clearly happened to Miquella that prevented them from continuing their work as St. Trina, and that is what we will discuss.
Wait, you guys have already seen how to enter it, haven't you? Did they already show that? I haven't seen any of the gameplay footage.
At some point, Miquella embedded himself
They probably showed
into
that.
the Halig
Never
tree.
mind.
Why he did this is
That
never
message?
explicitly stated, but I think we can make
Okay, ignore me. The dragon you saw in the video befriended Godwin when he was alive. He tried to save him, but sadly got corrupted. The ancient dragon in Capital was their sibling who also befriended someone. Definitely dragons over Golden Order. Agreed. He, thank you for the 100 bits. Okay.
a good attempt at puzzling it out. So, Miquella famously watered the Halig tree with his own blood, since it was a sapling, so I guess you could argue that he embedded himself in it to simply feed the tree more, which I guess is possible because the tree does eventually wither without Miquella inside it, and Gideon seems to tie his removal with the death of the Halig tree, or it turning into a husk, but I don't think that can be the only reason why he embedded himself. For instance, look closely at the Halig tree roots, and you'll see the form of a tree-like woman, and where her womb should be, there's a gap that once contained Miquella's cocoon cradled by the Halig tree. Now, either Miquella was attempting to fuse into and become this woman-like figure, who might even be the adult form shown on St. Trina's torch, or there was a rebirth occurring here. This is a cocoon within a womb, after all, so rebirth could have been the intent here, but regardless, it seems things ended prematurely, for Miquella would eventually be ripped out of the womb and the Halig tree would split and decay. And so, when we arrive at the Halig tree and the town of Elfale that is built into the brace that supports it, the music here hits extremely
Remember,
hard.
chat, for those
This
of us who
place
haven't
is just
done the DLC,
so
please refrain from saying
sorrowful
anything that
for
happens.
the Halig tree.
Oh yeah, I'm
and
going in blind. Please don't
Miquella's
tell me
lilies
anything.
And even St.
I haven't seen
Trina's
anything, but
lilies
yeah, mods, if
are
you see
all
something,
wilting,
please delete it.
and all who live here are just hoping and praying for their lord to return. I love the little detail of the guards looking outwards and sitting dejectedly. To make matters worse for them, it was here that they realized that the sacred light inside them would explode upon their imminent deaths, and yet, in spite of this, their spirit ashes show their faith and state, "May the flash of our deaths guide Miquella's return." And Malenia is here too, holding to the husk of Miquella, dreaming and waiting for Miquella to return, and believing full well that he will.
Corpse after corpse left in my wake as I awaited his return.
Malenia's set reveals that she believes her brother will keep his promise. So what was that promise, I wonder? Was it merely to return, or was it something more?
I think
How
something
much
more.
does Malenia know? Why
knows
did
a
she
lot.
fight Radahn? We'll have to talk about all of that in another
She knows
video.
a lot. It's
So
part of their plan.
There is still faith. There's even this one phantom
She's waiting for him
in
to
the
return
consecrated
from what he's
snowfields
doing.
who has somehow puzzled
Right?
out who took
Right.
Miquella, and even where
It's
they
gotta
are,
be.
he is pointed towards the portal that takes you to
They
Mogwin
planned something
Palace
together, and she did her
Mohg
part.
the
Well, she
Omen.
tried.
So, indeed, it was the demigod Mohg who somehow broke into the Halig tree and absconded with Miquella's infant form. And it's with him that this story ends. Or maybe it's where this story truly begins.
Where it begins! Where it begins! Yes!
So, if you're not familiar,
Lurking
Mohg
here,
is
just
the
get stuff
omen
done. How's
son
everyone?
of Godfrey
Doing
and
great.
Mary.
How are you doing, Justin?
And being an omen of royalty, he was
Are you a
born
fan of
into
vodka
a
and tea or
wretched
something?
mire of filth in the
Oh, like
subterranean
Sky vodka?
shunning
No.
grounds below Lanedale capital. But
No.
unlike his brother Morgoth, who reviled his accursed blood, Mohg reveled in it. and it was assumedly because of this accursed blood that he chanced a meeting with an outer god called the Mother of Truth, and as Mohg stood before her deep underground, his accursed blood erupted with fire, and he was truly besotted with the defilement that he was born into. Mohg is just one of many characters who discovers a new identity in the ways that they have been discarded by the world. And how could he not? For his defilement was validated by nothing less than an outer god. And as always, we know very little about this outer god. We know she is called the Mother of Truth, and the Formless Mother. We know that she desires wounds and bestows power upon accursed blood.
That's
the
where he
followers
summons
can
his blood
thrust
from,
their
right?
arms into her body to scatter blood flame.
Yeah.
And followers of Mohg can share in the Lord of Blood's power and send blood flies before them. There's even been some speculation in my
thanks. I
recent
don't want the
shorts
blood
and my
flies.
TikToks as well
Hard
that
pass.
the Formless Mother is also an outer god called the Bloodstar. But the one thing that all outer gods seem to have in common is that they all require vessels to move through. So in this case, the Formless Mother's vessel was Mohg. For example, the sacred spear that he wields is a weapon, but it's also an instrument of communion, and Mohg may well be doing her bidding with his actions. These actions included him starting a new dynasty called Mohgwyn, deep below the earth, in the grounds of these ancient dynastic remains. This is a secret place, difficult to reach.
Do these
It was
actions
here
include
that Mohg brought the infant Miquella,
taking the
torn
infant?
as he was from his cocoon. I mean, that's how we see him in his opening cutscene, but in-game, Miquella seems to be back with a new cocoon here. You can even see it sat upon this giant pelvic bone, which seems to be a reference to the womb of the Erdtree woman that he was literally ripped from. And it's from the remembrance of the Bloodlord that we can learn of Mohg's intent here. He wished to raise Miquella to full godhood and become his consort, taking the role of monarch. To this end, Mohg has begun soliciting blood offerings to Miquella, and that certainly explains the state of so many who reside here. According to the Lord of Blood's exaltation
Officer, I
talisman,
need to report a crime.
he proclaimed, "Render up your offerings of blood to your lord. Drench my consort's chamber, slake his cocoon's thirst. His awakening shall herald the dawn of our dynasty."
That is
And then, to
911.
return to Mohg's remembrance, it's stated that, so far, this has all been in vain, for no matter how much of his bloody bedchamber Mohg tried to share, he received no response from the young Empyrean. So maybe
You
nothing
think?
will happen.
You think?
Or maybe, according to the Pure Blood Knight's medal, it is not yet time, for Mohg yet slumbers beside the divinity. Be patient, the new dynasty.
No
is nigh.
shit.
What do you think? I mean, it's kind of hard to know. Even Gideon
What a
has no
creep.
clue. But something does seem to be happening to Miquella in there. He has clearly grown, for one, since being taken, so maybe his adult form is manifesting? And personally, and this is really speculation, but this reminds me a lot of Berserk, which we know Miyazaki is always inspired by. Spoiler warning, really, you should watch that show, but there's this moment at the very end of the first chapter where Griffith betrays his companions in this sacrificial ceremony of carnage and bloodshed in order to be inaugurated and reborn as a god within an egg of sorts. This really reminds me of that. It also reminds me of a scene with Griffith where he allows himself to be abused, basically, in order to get what he wants. So I wonder, what if this was also what Miquella wanted? We know that he is extremely proficient at compelling others to love him, and Mohg is clearly enraptured. We know that Miquella is an Empyrean prodigy, and we know that his sister, who knows him best, has total faith that he will return. So you'd think he's still in control of the situation somehow.
Yeah, what if
but that could be a part of the
Oh
tragedy.
my god.
and
What if that's
Miquella,
why he got
this
kidnapped?
benevolent being might not have predicted this at all, and is now being completely taken advantage of.
I don't think so.
Or maybe he did intend to be taken, but he's going to get more than he bargained for with the Mother of Truth.
I think he intended to
Or
be
maybe
taken.
Miquella's fate really is long gone. There's one other thing I want to mention. There is this place called Miquella's Hideaway in the Altus Plateau, and here we can loot Amber Starlight, which Selvus mentions is the very fate of a demigod. clearly, since it's here, you'd think it's Miquella's fate, right? And then you also have to consider that the cut content
This is
that
just making
we are
me want to
basing
play
so much
the
of this video
game.
on is very much removed from the game, because
I think you did. I
it
think
might
so too.
not
I
fit
just
the developer's intent. That's always possible. So I really do hope you all bear that in mind, as I would really hate to promote ideas that are against the developer's vision for this character. But I really do think that it's a possibility that we're going to one day enter the
his
dream
path
of this slumbering
in the beginning
demigod.
of the DLC, possibly.
After all, there was once a cut character called
Because
Rico,
up until
who was
now, I
supposed
feel
to
like
say
everything's
the following,
going to his
standing
plan.
before Miquella's cocoon at Mogwin Palace. He says, "Finally, I have found it. St. Trina's, no, Lord Miquella's cadaver, such that I may aid you, O Lord. So please, I hope you welcome your humble servant Rico into your dream, the world of your heart. Indeed, I beg you grant my wish, that when you transcend from Empyrean to God, allow me a place by your side." Plus, if we do get DLC, it's going to need a new Great Rune to acquire, right? That's a huge gameplay mechanic in these games, and it'd be weird if DLC came and you couldn't get more Great Runes. Apart from Miquella's Great Rune, the only one we don't know about also is Rani's Great Rune, which was allegedly cast aside. So there's always that to consider.
True.
But hopefully we get some DLC to answer these questions, or more likely we'll get DLC that will give us more questions than we started with. That's always how it seems to go, but I really hope they throw us some good curveballs with this one, as they always do.
We might
But regardless,
have to
it's
fight
always a ton of
Godwin.
fun to speculate with you all.
There might
so
be some sort of
if you're still
attempt
listening
at
to this
resurrection that
extremely long
happens in
video,
the Land of Shadows,
thank you for giving me your
and
time today.
we might end
Thank
up having
you
to fight him.
Praylog for reviewing this
Some
script
like
for me.
twisted
Thank
version
you,
of
Miss Pap,
Godwin.
for the incredible visuals, as always. And I also want to give a sincere and really reverential shout out to Eugenia Lysa, who created the speculative visuals of St. Trina. Please follow her work in the description. She's one of the most talented artists that I've ever known. And yeah, thank you, as always, of course, for watching my videos, and I'll see you next time.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool. Oh my god, it has been 4.5 hours of lore. Jeez! 6 days! I feel like we've gotten... For me, personally, I feel like I've gotten the main parts that I was mostly worried and concerned about. I want to watch this one, but it's an hour and 20 minutes. What other lore did you watch? We've watched Lore Explained, Melania. We've watched The Lore is Rotten, The Lore is Cursed, Explained, and Slumbering Demigod. Did you watch America video? No, actually I didn't. I don't know about you, but I'm starting the DLC as soon as I wake up on Friday. I actually think I'm going to start the DLC at midnight. Play a couple hours with whoever wants to hang out and stream, and then go to bed. And then stream the following day for as long as I can. Maybe take a break for a bit, then watch the other video. That sounds like a good idea. Maybe we can do some Elden Ring? I just want to go to Margit and see if I can fight him. See if I can beat him pretty quickly. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe we do a cheeky little midnight stream. I'm pretty tired usually at midnight. I'm gonna try to sleep late that day, so I could probably go till like 3 a.m. Thursday midnight stream. Yeah, I'm gonna try to sleep late, or at least take a nap, and then we're gonna do the damn thing. You won't be able to stop, and you'll be playing at 7 a.m. If that's the case, hey, that's fine. I don't know if I'll be at stream for the DLC for spoilers. We'll see. That's okay. I just want to get, because I want to play with you guys on stream, but I really want to get the first couple hours recorded so I can get it into a video. The longer it takes me, the longer the YouTube video takes me. Like, I want to get it up ASAP. I'm so excited. Be MIA during the DLC? That's okay. I completely understand that. You're gonna be playing for 2 days straight, pretty much. Thursday's your birthday. Happy early birthday. That's awesome. Okay. I'm gonna go full screen. just to wait, no. I actually need to go to this screen. Get this. Just gonna close Google and my beautiful mind map. I gotta make sure to save that. And then we go full screen and I try to find my controller. Is the DLC playthrough main channel? It is going to be main channel. It's gonna be VOD channel, like the full VODs. Main channel is gonna be edited and then we're gonna be streaming it. So I'm gonna try to put together some edited episodes that are a little easier to watch. Damn right, I invested in that map. Hold on, let me save it real quick. We're not gonna lose it. Save. Mind map. Okay, we saved it. All good. Don't stress. We're not adding to the map. Okay, hold on. We can add a little something to the map if you want. Let's add. What should we add here? Just finished getting Celebrate Platinum. Now I'm trying to put time in Elden Ring. Any beginner tips? Beginner tips. When you start, run past the tree sentinel, the horse. Don't even mess with it. Just get away from it. Go find some mobs. Just keep going forward and you're gonna find some small guys. And just fight them. Level up. Fight them. Level up. Run around. Stay away from the horse. That is my #1 tip. If you need magic, use it. Okay, 5. That's an upside down one. Ugh, I'm losing my rhythm. Ugh. Frig. 6 days! Okay. Hang on, let me... It does look like a barcode. Shut up! Leave me alone! What does 6 days mean in lore? Six divided by 2 equals 3, plus 1 equals 4, minus 2 equals America, plus twins. So 6 divided by 2 equals 3, plus 1 equals 4, minus 2 equals America plus twins. I think that makes perfect sense. I don't know about you guys. Remember when I told you guys I was good at math? Do you believe me? I'll take 5 as well. Please tell me this went through as Anon. Nope. It didn't. It did in chat, but not for me. Steven, thank you for the 5. It's a secret QR code. When we print out and scan the code, all the meaning of the Elden Ring will be revealed.
QR code. When we print it out and scan the code,
Yeah.
all the meaning of the Elden Ring will be revealed.
Yep. You guys weren't supposed to catch on that quickly, but... Holy volume, I know. The beginning is so loud. Steven, thank you for the 5. Genshin, thank you for the 500 bits. Key, thank you for the 100 bits. We don't run from enemies. Fight it. Which enemy am I... Oh, you're talking about the damn... Don't forget to sign it. Oh, wait, let me sign it really quick. Throw my signature on this bad boy. Wait, why did I write my name so good? What the hell? How did I manage to write my name so well, but then everything else looks like that? Sus. Interesting. Okay. Now, I don't know how to start NG+. Can you guys explain that to me? I've never done it before. I'm a little nervous. I'm gonna mess something up. Fake signature. The round table? Okay, hold on. I want to change my hair. Apply cosmetic. You can... Wait, you can change your entire appearance? What? Oh my god. Should we not be green? I don't know. Speed Ghost, thank you for the 2 months. Thank you so much for the resub. Asg Borma, thank you. Welcome in. You made yourself look like an actual turtle. Are we done with green? I just wanted to change the hairstyle. I didn't know you could do all this. I'm thinking we're gonna go in. Yes. How are we feeling about pigtails? Don't you dare change it. How are we feeling? We could go with that. What was I before? I was this, right? Yeah. Should I? Okay. What are we feeling? Cut my life into pieces. Yeah, we're going with that one. For show, for show. Yeah, that one is definitely the one. Like, no question about it. Okay. What next? I feel like the body is fine. We might alter the skin just a little bit. I'm thinking more pastel this time. No. How? What? How does that look? Spartan, thank you for the 5. Thank you so much. Hope you're having a good day. You guys, I'm burnt out on green. Can we go blue or something? Please?
Creating turbo from recent ER playthrough Est-Win.
Let's go like
it's a secret message. Skynow's Mesmer is the twin of someone else.
Creating turbo from recent Elden Ring playthrough. Twin is a secret message. Skynow's Mesmer is the twin of someone else. I mean, you know I know everything, Gensha. Let's do blue. What about that blue? How do we feel about that? Drew, thank you for the 1,000 bits. I think changing is okay. I think so too. We gotta mix it up. It's still turbo, but it's turbo with a... What's the word called? Not renovation. What is it called when you change your appearance? A makeover. I renovated turbo, okay? I kind of like this blue. What do you guys think? Let's do that one. That one's pretty good. Steven, thank you for the 100 bits. Loyal, thank you for the 100 bits. Ain't no way you read all those missed bits except for mine. Wait, what? I swear it's not intentional, Loyal. I'll be there for super secret Thursday midnight stream. I'll have it miss an entire stream. So no point in starting now. Loyal, thank you for the bits. I'm so sorry. And then Steven, thank you for telling me that I'm... I don't know. You're I'm sorry. That's all I can say is I'm sorry. What if we went in as lavender? How crazy would that be? Like a purple color. That could be cool, but no.
Super Saiyan Turbo. At Steven 5199 we need a new doll quick.
Let's do... How do we feel? Should we go more pastel? Like, what are you guys thinking? I don't want Mikola to judge us when we see him. Genshin, thank you for the 300 bits. Super Saiyan Turbo. We need a new doll quick. Do not give Stephen ideas. Genshin, thank you for the bits. Key, thank you for the bits. Now 1v1 me and NG Plus, where you can summon me and we can speedball all the bosses. Wait, what does that mean? Speedball. I think I like that blue. It's like a babyish blue, kind of sky blue. Oh. I like it. And then I think we're gonna switch the hair color as well. I feel like this would crawl out of a well. I'm kind of scared. Mikola, look what you did to me. I think the hair has to go actually, because I'm scaring myself. Where's the hair design? Oh wait, we could do like a curly. We could do this. How do we feel about the braids or the pigtails? The bowl cut? Yeah, we could do the bowl cut. Loyal, thank you for the gifted too. It's not a phase, Mom. Yoda, thank you for the gifted to Emo Sky. What do we think about the bowl cut? Even better, we could do this one. It's a little longer. Bowl cut is nasty work. I feel like these are just a little too long. I don't hate the black. Oh. We can always come back and change. We'll keep the emo hair until we maybe go into the DLC and we'll see what happens. Wait, no. How do we get out of here? How do we save? Finish? Very nice. Looking good. I feel like the blue looks a little lighter than I intended. Spartan, thank you for the 5 and then another $4.20. Thank you so much, Spartan. And then Clout, thank you for the gifted to Talia. Thank you. Okay. Honestly, not too bad. Kensha, thank you for the 5 gifted. You guys, thank you so much for the hype train. Okay. How do I start NG+? I've never done this before. What are we doing? I'm at the table. Do I rest? Begin journey 2. That's what it is, right? I'm nervous. Sitteth a grace. My first ever NG+. Now I gotta ask, when I go into NG+, will I lose my stuff that I acquired, like my turtle shell and my weapons, or do I get to keep those? No. Okay, so I get to keep everything. We just start the game over with the stuff that I have. We're starting NG+, so close to the DLC. Yes. Yeah. I'm not worried about it, because I keep all my stuff, and... Are there any... I'm trying to think. Moog? Honestly, I'm not worried about any of the bosses that are main bosses, because if I have a decent amount of health, I think it's fine. I think I could go through the main story in one day. Main bosses, I should say. Not everything around them. Yes, we're leveling vigor. Okay, let me use the restroom and then we're gonna start. This is the run! Oh, oopsie. Let me take this too. Let's do it. Yoda, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Okay. I guess I'll wait. Thank you, Yoda. Just start DLC. Yeah, you have to beat Radon and Moog. I'm really not worried about it. I genuinely think we can.
Yes, frickin' way.
Pop, we can do it.
Peanut butter pops. Pop, pop, pop them in your mouth. Pop.
Loyal, thank you for the bits. Okay. And we go. Can't believe I've never done this before. You think I would? We're going straight to Margit, like, right off the rip.
The fallen leaves tell a story. The great Elden Ring was shattered. In our home, across the fog, the lands between.
Loyal, thank you for the 100 bits. Walrus, thank you for the 10 months. Who's your favorite boss?
Queen Marika the Eternal.
Malekith. Steven, thank you for the 2 gifted.
To be found.
The great Elden Lord Turbo.
And in the night of the Black Knives, Godwyn the Golden was first to perish.
It's so cool to see all this now that we've watched so much lore.
Soon, Marika's offspring, demigods all, claimed the shards of the Elden Ring. The mad taint of their newfound strength triggered the shattering. A war from which no lord arose.
So cool.
A war
The narrator ate here.
leading
So good.
to abandonment by the greater will.
Spartan, thank you for another 5. Oh my god. Thank you for the
Rise
gifted.
now,
Or
ye
the donation,
tarnished,
sorry. Thank you so much.
Ye dead who yet live. The call of long-lost grace speaks to us all.
Wait, no. Where's the drum?
Chieftain of the Badlands.
I need a... What
The
instrument is this?
Brilliant gold
The,
Fear, the deathbed companion.
What is it, a kick drum?
A loathsome dung eater.
No. I thought there was an actual name for it, not a bongo.
The all-knowing.
Is it just called a drum? Thought it had an actual name. Yes, a triangle. That's what I was thinking of. Thanks, Kyler. Precisely. The dung eater was so random. No, not percussion. I was thinking of like one of the really big circle, like round things with the white material on it.
Tarnished of no renown.
Is it called a bass drum? Death Cube, thank you for the 10. Yeah, a drum.
To the lands between.
Bass drum, whatever. A timpani drum. Thank you.
To stand
Saxophone.
before the Elden Ring.
Death Cube, thank you so much. Spartan, thank you so much. Thank you guys.
And become
The Elden Lord. The Elden Lord. Let's fucking go. We're doing it again. Okay, timpani, also known as kettle drums. Timpani sets consist of massive drums that stand on the floor. The player strikes them with felted mallets and adjusts the timpani pitches using a foot pedal. which loosens and tightens the drum heads. Thank you. See, I knew it wasn't just drum. You guys. Sassy. I politely and formally request a cut my life into pieces sound alert for this emo turbo run. Yes! Absolutely. I will have that made tonight. Yoda, thank you for the 100 bits. And John, thank you as well. Alright. We're looking pretty blue. Oh. First death. Let's try to keep track of the deaths. Actually, do we care? We might not actually care. Maybe I'll just make a command, but I don't know if I want to actually put it on the screen. Because I would prefer to have chat. I just understood the point of your turtle shell. I was a turtle. Full turtle. Okay. First death is gravity, but that one doesn't count.
Gravity.
Loyal. I didn't think anyone was gonna play it. So much time passed. I thought we were safe. No death counter. Gabe can handle that. Gabe, once you finish this, the first run, just, if you don't mind, move into this one, start counting. Any plans on potentially playing Mortal Kombat or Injustice? Yes, absolutely. Both of them.
Don't worry, Torrent. Fortune is on her side. We found her here after all. One of her kind is sure to seek the Elden Ring.
Could have just gave me the horse here and now.
Even if it does violate the Golden Order.
But that's fine. Zero, thank you for the 100 bits for the hype train, and also if you enjoy Elden Ring lore that I can recommend the COD zombie lore. Is it that thorough? And Spartan, thank you for another 5. If demonetization isn't a concern, I would also love to cut my life into pieces. We can test it out. We'll see what happens. Hopefully it'll be fine. If it's short enough, and we might get away with it. But it's worth a test. Yeah, this is the lady that gives us Torrent. That's Melina. I keep forgetting how to run. Okay, circle. No? No golden seed? I should still have my... Do you keep the same amount of heals? Or do you start over on that? Jormungandr! Oh my goodness. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, you guys. I hope you had an awesome stream. I'm honored. Thank you for bringing your community here. Guess you should do the tutorial. No, we're good. I'm just gonna learn by trial and error. It's because I'm playing Resident Evil and you run with L3. It's throwing me off. Hey, Bob. Hey, Jormungandr. Hey, Commandant Herder. I wonder, since Torrent is from the Land of Shadows, if we'll see more of his species roaming around. God, I hope not. I truly, truly hope not. Raided by the giant, the great serpent himself. I thought that said giant. Yoda, thank you for gifting Kexi a sub. Yep, I am blue. Alright. You guys dare me just to go to Target? I think I'm going to. Because fuck it. Wait, what weapons are we rocking with? I don't even remember. How do I get to the inventory? There we go. Okay, hold on. Weapon. We have a decent amount of weapons. We could go in with... Let me guess, they're not leveled though? No, they're still leveled? Maybe we go Uchi 7. I don't want to go in too strong. That'd be a little crazy. Bloodskin. Imagine I just used the Godskin Peeler plus 25. Hell, why not? Jorvingander, thank you for gifting a sub to Bobo. And then Loyal, thank you for the 100 bits. Sorry, Babowski, not Bobo. My bad. Loyal, thank you for the 100 bits. Do I have a new sound alert to make tonight? Possibly. Very possible. Gensha, thank you for the 290 bits. If you're actually interested in playing Mortal Kombat, then Injustice Gods Among Us might be perfect way to get into MK Games mechanics. Sorry. Hold on. Sorry. Perfect way to get into the mechanics since you have enjoyed the DC games. The MK developers made the game, and surprisingly, DC let them go all out with the gore and violence. Has a pretty cool story too. Thank you for letting me know. I'll be down to try it out. How do you lock on? I forgot. How do you lock on? I'm being serious. Is it not L3? Am I locked on? Okay. Cool. Hold on. That doesn't count. R3, okay. I was looking for the little blue circle. This is off to a really bad start. Keith, thank you for the 100 bits. Commandant Herder, thank you for gifting a sub to Elicious. John, thank you for the bits. I'm not doing anything on these boss deaths, just FYI. That's understandable. You weren't supposed to do anything on the other ones either. Still talk to Vari for his questline. He still gives quick okay, thank you for saying that. Let me do it. Talking to him now, though, doesn't matter. Yeah, you have to talk to him at the other place, right?
Oh, yes.
I did forget the controls. That is true.
Come to the lands between for the Elden Ring. Of course, you.
Let's just skip him. I'm not mainless. You're mainless. Blah blah blah. You're jealous.
Are you familiar with grace? You may also that.
We know all this, so we're just skipping. Yappity yap.
Grace is to castle.
Yep. If you hit him, he'll be your friend. For some reason, I don't think that's true. Mainless as you are. Skipping lore. Whatever lore he has, I don't want it. I'm good. Okay. Now we're going. This is the official start. Death counter starts now. Can't lock on. Can't lock on. Where's the blue circle that's supposed to appear on him? Am I blind? Are you guys seeing it? No, it's not there. That's why I was confused. I'm locked on though, supposedly. Oh my god. My HUD's off, isn't it? Hold on. We were taking pictures, weren't we? I knew something looked wrong. Hold on. This looked a little too cinematic. Okay, that doesn't count because I was really confused. Not knowing how much damage you're doing is scary. Loyal, thank you for the 500 bits. Spartan, thank you for the $5 and the compliment. Thank you, Spartan. Okay. How the hell do we turn that shit back on? HUD. Please. Back on. There we go. Oh my gosh. That was batshit crazy. Okay. Now we start the death counter. Yeah? That's crazy that having no HUD means that you have no lock-on symbol. Where's my... Oh, okay. Really good damage. Really good damage. Don't worry. Crazy good damage. Oh, too far. Okay. Gotta do more damage. To roll into that. No! I don't know what charms I have on. Oh my god. What happened to the weapon you were using for Melania? I have it. I just felt bad doing a plus 25 on this boss. Let me look. Plus 24. I should say. That's what I used, wasn't it? That would absolutely mess him up. Oh, might want to lower the camera. Thank you for saying that. Always forget the Elden Ring does that. Let's see. Do that. There we go. Better? Good night, Rockets. Thanks for hanging with us. Not bad for a first run. Now I'll use the L2 ability too, and we'll see if that helps. See? Oh, okay. Attack there? I thought you could get one in and then roll. Might be too slow. I don't know. Florida woman versus tree sentinel. Okay. I guess I'll use a stronger weapon. I don't want, obviously the goal isn't to be stuck on this guy, it's just to beat him. So even though I don't feel like the damage ain't it. Is that what you're saying? Okay, fine. Let's see. What is... No. Hold on. Let's see what this one does. This is gonna be too much. Not so bad. Well, okay. Well. Thank you for the 3-month resub. Hey, Tom. Shit! Oh my god, I forgot it did that. I would have eventually got a bleed with the Uchi too, right? Nah. Ooh, I don't know what that was. Yes! Defeat! Let's go! Very nice. Okay, cool. Now we continue. Let's get our damn horsey. That wasn't bad. First boss defeated with only 4 deaths. 1 death to falling in the beginning. Bringing a total to 5 so far. Thank you for keeping count because I think I'm going to make a command and then add. I just noticed that. Is that supposed to be a reenactment of America? Keith, thank you for the 100 bits. I'm the same way. I use certain weapons on bosses because they were too OP now, so I'm upgraded more weapons. I used certain weapons on bosses because they were too OP now. Yeah, I feel like this boss was too OP for that, but it's fine. Wonder if I could use the golden halberd for Margit. Do you think that would be good for him? Sure is. Now, who in the world created that? Gonna go to bed. It's 3 AM here. Have an amazing night. Thank you, Spartan. Thank you for the $10. Sorry I didn't see that. Hopefully you're still here. Okay. I mean, I can't even level until I go talk to her, can I? Okay, we just need to go straight. If you look at the building we came out of, supposedly it's Moog and Mikola on top of the building. Wait a second. Okay, you guys know how you told me that there's a telescope in this game? Can we get that before the DLC? Could you guys guide me? Because supposedly that's Moog and Mikola. Okay, why would that be Moog? I'm not seeing the Moog thing. Just buy it from the trader. Oh, this guy has it? Oh, I thought it was like a complicated item to get.
You're a tarnish, and I can also let you know.
Of course Santa has it. Purchase. Oh my god, it's right there! Really?
Goodbye.
Really? Okay, hold on. Let's, I'm gonna put it in the satchel, I think. What about that is Moog? Thanks, Santa. Can you zoom any more than that? Or is that as far as it goes? No way that's it. How do I zoom? I pressed R2 and then it just swings the sword. Oh, D-pad. Oh, that does kind of look like Moog's hands, doesn't it? A little bit. Yeah, it was D-pad. Since you're an NG+, put some damn clothes on, woman. No. You cannot make me. I prefer to feel free, okay, Keith? Thank you for the 100 bits. Alright. How did that not kill him instantly? I don't buy it either, but it's just a bit of supposed lore. The character looks so skinny to be Moog. Like frail, kind of like maybe a person that's withering away or something is kind of how it looks. And Var is there waiting for you as soon as you start your game, so maybe it's true. Yeah, that's a good thing to note. And he gives you the talisman to get to Moog. Not even one-shotting enemies. Is it because of the NG plus makes it harder? I don't know why this weapon didn't just one-shot that guy. That was kind of weird. I still think Var killed your maiden. What do you mean I have multiple maidens? I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, this is NG plus. I'm so excited to try to fight Margit, because you guys know he gave me an ass whooping.
Greetings.
On the no
Traveler
HP playthrough.
From beyond the fog. I am Melina. I offer you an accord.
Oh my god, she's got something about her. I'm telling you now, you guys.
Have you heard of the Finger Maidens?
DLC is gonna tell the truth of what's
They
going on with
serve
her.
The Two Fingers, offering guidance and aid.
You going for a full
to
run
the
here?
Tarnish.
I'm going for.
But you, I am afraid, are maidenless.
False. I don't know who I want to like fight. Because you don't have to do all the bosses, right? Just Mogan Radahn.
Runes into strength to aid you in your search for the Elden Ring. You need only take me with you to the foot of the Erdtree.
What happens if you refuse? For the DLC, I heard there was some extra steps for it. Yeah, you have to have Radahn killed and you have to have Moog killed. She's Mesmer's twin. I've been thinking that maybe, possibly, we're gonna find out something, but I could very well see we're in the DLC and she's like, brother, oh my gosh, please stop, brother. And then you're like, oh, brother. Montjoy, thank you for the 7-month resub. I appreciate it. Secret boss battle. Oh, in the DLC,
Then
you think?
it's settled. Summon me by grace to turn runes into strength.
What?
Ah, another matter. Torrent has chosen you.
Suspicious.
Treat him with respect.
Torrent has chosen me. What the hell does that mean? Very suspicious.
Shall I turn your runes to strength? Let my hand rest upon you. For but a moment, share them with me. Your thoughts, your ambitions, the principles you would follow.
Okay, so we're level 125. I'm gonna have to rebirth, most likely, right? I wish you could put your souls in like the bank where you can't spend them, but you don't want to lose them, so you can store them somewhere. Your runes. Most people are doing the DLC post Fire Giant, so she wouldn't be around. I'm doing it before Fire Giant to see if she does say something. Ah, maybe I won't do all the bosses then, or maybe I should, just to have like something different while we're going into it. Now, what is the point of getting the golden seeds when I have all of my heals? It didn't restart that. What should Margit prediction be? 5 deaths. 5? What about 10? 5 seems kind of crazy.
Everyone's been grafted.
You think around 5? Okay,
Everyone who
sure.
came
We can do
with
5
me.
and then we can do 10.
They crossed the sea.
If you guys
for
want to
me.
get it
They
ready.
fought for me. Only to have their arms taken. Their legs taken. Even their heads taken. Taken and stuck to the spider. Did you know it's quite a lark when you think about it?
Really? I'm in the middle of talking to this lady and you guys are so rude. So rude. Were you guys raised in a doghouse?
You're all on your own, are you? And heading to Stormvale Castle? Enticed by the one in the white mask, I suppose. Oh, you've come to be one with the spider? Well, that makes us two.
One with the spider? What does that mean?
I don't have your courage. It's scary, you know, having your arms cut off. Or legs. Or your head. I want to be like everyone else, but I'm just too scared. I'm nothing
Oh,
but a
the grafted
craven.
scion. I see.
Oh, I know. Can you take this little one along with you?
The jellyfish!
Deserves
Thank
someone
you.
braver than myself.
Absolutely.
And the spirits look rather fondly upon you. It'll be glad of your company, I think, the little one. It was a pleasure to see you. Oh. Can you pass on a message for me? If you see the little chrysalids in Stormvale Castle, tell them I love them.
Chrysalids?
And that, despite my craven heart, I'm sure I'll be joining their club soon enough. I'm trying to get in the hang of this whole pain thing, you know?
I feel like that was probably
It
the
was a
last.
pleasure to
Yeah,
see.
okay. Thought so.
Can you pass...
Let's keep going. Just posted why the statue's probably not. Can you repost it? I didn't see it. Being bit by a spider and getting powers. Duh. Spider turbo. Spider turbo. Does whatever a spider turbo does. Oh my god, John said Scion, man. I swear I didn't see John. John, I swear I did not see your message in chat. That is hilarious. My god. Do we have one brain cell between the entire community? Is that what's happening? Our brains are fusing. I think so. Oh my god. Well, yeah, you can go ahead and run it since I'm on my way. Feel free. 5 tries. Margit, 5 tries or less. Hive mind. That's what it is. I don't know if it says or less, but take that how it is, you guys. Just reposted. How did I miss it again? Oh, the starting location is called the Stranded Graveyard. Within it is a mini dungeon called the Fringe Folk Hero's Grave. The current theory is that the statue on top of the Stranded Graveyard depicts taking someone recently deceased to rest in the Fringe Folk Hero's Grave and not Mikola and Mo. That is very interesting. Recently deceased though, what if that was Mo taking Mikola around that same theory? I keep forgetting that he does that explosion. I was talking too much. Okay, wait. Let's just get to where we need to go. I have 5 tries. These tries don't count. By the way, the prediction starts when we get in the boss fight, but I am dying. Those count. Okay, let me see if I can maybe go from the side. I might bet all my 250k points or just 10 points on you. Haven't decided. I think you should go all in. What are you scared of? You should be scared. You should be worried. Be very worried. I'm not predicting. I've been hurt before. We'll see what happens. I still don't have any health. We need to fix that. I mean, I guess the only way I'm gonna get health is Renala at this point. My level up is so insane. Oh my god. Good news. Tomorrow's when the youth program starts, so this might be the last time you have to deal with me. Might be able to catch a stream this week if it goes past 6, but not sure. Chat. You're all legends. Small Town, thank you so much for the $50. I hope the youth program goes amazing. Hope everything goes well. And I look forward to when you can be back in stream more consistently, but just whenever you can pop in, it'll be nice to see you. Alright, you guys. Are we ready? Should I switch weapons? Or... I don't know. This one seems possibly overpowered. I don't know how I feel about going in with this. I could do the twin blade, 12. I'm not doing Bloodhound Fang. I think that weapon is so ass. I don't know how people like it. It's too slow. You got the bleed on it? I just feel like this weapon is too overpowered. Like, I could go and put the bleed on the Uchi, plus 7. I have another bleed. Don't I? Ah, I gotta equip it. Damn it. I wish it would let you see your whole inventory. I'm trying to nerf myself a little bit. I don't want to go in just like absolutely going crazy. Gives me bloody slash. But it... The Uchi automatically has a bleed on it, doesn't it? Like, even if I don't do L2, eventually I will get a bleed proc. Challenge yourself by using completely new weapons. Yeah, but I don't have anything leveled is the problem. We gotta get a little further for some stuff. Do this. I didn't either, yeah. We'll figure it out. Nope. I just put the wrong one. I want to see what this damage is, and then we'll go from there. As summer approaches, my work exams start to pop up. I mentioned this already more than once, but I have to start prepping for work exams. I don't know how often I can be in streams. This week is the week I have to buckle down and study, so tonight is maybe my last chance for a few months to attempt the Ultra Strong. I know I won't get it if I'm not here. Try for it at the end of stream. Tom, thank you for the 100 bits. Yeah, at the end, it'll be whoever gets it first. But thank you for the bits. Hey, Lars.
Foul tarnished.
Looking forward to next stream. Thank you for hanging out, Lars. Hope you have a good night.
Of the Elden Ring.
Alright.
Emboldened by the flame of ambition.
Hurrah! Land. How do you get the Naga Kiba? I got it from killing...
Someone must...
Oh, what's his name?
Thy flame.
In the...
Let it
someone, I know someone in chat knows. I had to kill a guy. Yura, is that his name? Oh! Oh my god! Dude! Really? I know John was sitting on that. Wow. John, thank you for the bits. He knew. He knew. Unbelievable.
Foolish ambitions to rest.
Okay. Damage wasn't bad though. I'll say that. The damage was not bad. Okay, I got 3 tries. Keep it going. Okay. No, no, we're not resetting it. Believe. That was just some bullshit.
Blood must truly run in thy veins. Tarnished.
I forgot you can't get close to that. That damage. That damage go crazy. Nope. Stuck in a corner. Okay, that wasn't bad. That was pretty good. Got smacked around a little bit, but not bad. Was that 3rd try? Okay. That was the third one to Margit. Okay. Let's do this. This is doable. Woo! Everyone breathe. Every single time you go to heal, he starts input reading. It's actually crazy.
Thou art of passing skill. Warrior blood must truly run in thy veins. Tarnished.
I couldn't get behind him! Damn it! I got stuck between his legs. Oh my gosh. Do I tend to stream longer on the weekends? Yeah, usually. Oh, Ayo. Oh my god. You guys are sick. I got hit by bullshit too a second ago. Swords?
Thou art of passing skill. Warrior blood must truly run in thy veins.
Is my health negative right now? It's probably better to roll into that. This is the last try. Oh god, you guys. This is bad. This is bad, bad, bad. Okay. If I don't get it on this try. You're now at 5 deaths? No, I think that was 4th, no? This is 5th try. Or no? I could be wrong. The tries kind of morph together a little. Fifth death, 6th attempt right now. Shit. We need to word it because how I meant it was 5 deaths or less, not 5 tries. That's how we did it last time. We always did by deaths. You know what I mean? Because that's how I always mean it. Is like you hit the number and if you don't get it. Does that make sense? Okay. Pay out the doubters. Let them have their stupid points. Yeah, from now on, let's do deaths because I think the wording of tries gets it a little confusing. But I always mean deaths, like 5 deaths or less. Like if the death counter said 5. Because if the death counter said 5, technically that would be the 6th try. Plot twist, the doubters are now banned. Plot twist, it was actually a trick and the winner, the believers win. Oh, now you're rooting for me? Fake. Shit! Okay, so clout rooting for me was bad luck. Noted. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Yeah, okay, we're on 7 deaths. Let's see if I can get it before 10. That would be a big achievement for me. Considering I think the first playthrough, what was I at? 100? Or something? 100 and a few? 100 and some change to beat him? My issue is those damn golden attacks. I don't know how to dodge them. Not those. With the hammer. Come Come on, do something. I want to get it one more time. Oh, there we go. Before I heal. Get the hell out of the way. You know what would go crazy right now? That Naga Kiba. That thing would go crazy. I hate that. I hate that. Okay. Hasn't triggered second phase? Really? Fine with me.
Well, thou art of passing skill. Warrior blood must truly run in thy veins. Tarnished.
You roll into that? That move scares me. Oh, we almost just went off the edge. Wow, I just got lucky. Psych. I knew you were gonna do that. Oh, you think I'm gonna heal? You think I'm gonna heal? Am I gonna do it? Yep, I'm gonna do it. I'm scared. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Not a big deal. Camera just almost screwed me. You guys saw that? Patience. Patience, Padawan. This is fine. This is fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're so fine. I'm not even gonna attack on that because he could actually go crazy, so we're chilling. Breathe. Breathe. Kill, 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 yes! Let's go! Perfect! How many tries was that?
Smoldering with thy
Breathe. My luck, I would walk off the side before he finishes his monologue.
fell omen shall brook thee no quarter.
I told you guys we should have done 10. You guys don't listen to me. GG's. That was very fun. Very good. 102 attempts to defeat on your last run. That was the 8th attempt. Okay. Improvement has been made. I feel happy.
To see whether or not grace truly does guide you, and whether you are fit to face the challenge that entails. It seems my worries were unfounded. Torrent,
John, thank you for the $1.
From the very start, whereas I merely pretended. There is but one other thing I can do to offer you guidance. I can take you to the Round Table Hall, gathering place of tarnished champions, guided by grace.
John, he says, yeah, no, I'm not doing this. You shouldn't have done it for the first time.
Very well. Let my hand rest upon you for but a moment.
I can see my toes. The fact that you did it in less than 10 attempts is very impressive. Thanks, Kelvin. I feel good about it. I was a little worried that we might be stuck here. You know what's also crazy? My health bar is still tiny. Little bitty. Alright. I mean, I don't really think we need anything here. So, let's keep it moving. Honestly, beat Godfrey tonight and then I'll end stream. 14 deaths in total. Exterminator, thank you for keeping up with that. I need to update the counter after stream. Honestly, impressed you remembered the dodge timing perfectly. I'm kind of nervous about Godfrey. What do you mean? That's pretty big to me. Okay, we're gonna open the gate this time, but we're gonna not kill him before opening the gate, because if you guys remember last time, I said yes, open the gate, and then I killed him before he opened said gate.
Come over here.
So
Tightly go. Try the opening right here.
I don't even have enough
guards. Don't you breach the castle.
Very well. No, I'll use the main gate.
Fair enough. You certainly.
One thing I suggested with on my NG Plus was balance. Oh, I struggled with was balancing knowledge versus Okay, wait, hold on. Knowledge versus leveling. I knew where every boss was and I had gear so I could get to them easily and beat them. However, part of that reason was because when I first played, I leveled up a lot before beating them. During NG Plus, I had to force myself to level up by grinding to stay current. My level up is 100,000. What the heck am I supposed to do? Did I not tell him to open the gate?
Use that opening to breach the castle. The guards haven't a clue about it. You'll slip right inside on... Of course, I understand. When you approach the gates, I'll signal them to open. It's only your neck on the line after all.
Okay, let's do it. Hater, thank you for the 14 months. Oh, Godric. Yeah, the one that's up next. Sorry, not... What did I say? Godfrey? Godric. One thing that annoys me the most about this game is that every character... We have M's, R's, and G's. That's it. You know how hard that is to keep up with? Alrighty then. Alright, alright, alright. That'll kill you. Yeah, that will kill you. Jigliotti, thank you for the 4-month resub. Thanks for the support. Howdy then. Alright, let's try that one more time, but this time maybe don't die. Golly! Fuck! Okay. We should start with the bubble. Wow. 60k runes and she doesn't level up. I can't. My level up is 100,000. I can't do anything with that. I just wasted it, sadly, but I'm a level 125. Yeah, I'm playing on PS5. I should probably just re-get the bubble. I wish I could have got my runes back though. I gotta do better. I have a really bad habit of forgetting about the runes. I could have tried to get them back. Try that again. Knight, Ed, thank you for the follow, and then Wall28, thank you guys for the follows. Wow. If you were trying to do a deathless run, this route could kill your run, 100%. Could absolutely kill it. I think I need to put some armor on. Okay, let's try this again. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. That's bad. Oh my god. That is bad. Wow. This is crazy. Holy shit. Hey, Arthur. Hello from Brazil. Welcome in. So, let's try this again. This part is crazy. Hey, Kingpin. It was so much fun. I'm so glad to be playing Resident Evil again. It's easy to forget how fun those games are. But we're back. Nice! Nice! Okay, okay, okay. Keep it cool, keep it cool, keep it cool. No one panic, no one panic. Stay cool, stay... Okay. Where we going, where we going? We're zigzagging! We're zigzagging! Oh! Wow. Broke their ankles. That was not bad. Okay. I knew I needed this armor to make it happen. You know what? I think I'm gonna keep it on to get past the birds. So...
Be proud. You are a fine warrior. Your only mistake is your choice of master. Let the winds lift you to a higher place.
I blood slashed it. I blood slashed it with a +12 weapon. And it survived. You're actually kidding me. +12! Leave me alone! Demon birds! Why is this place such a hellhole? I am Bird and I have never known defeat. Goodness gracious, could you imagine a bird with one of these things? Like, I would uninstall. He somehow made enemies worse than dogs. I think that's probably what they were going for. That was like the one requirement. We have to make something that's more annoying than the dogs in all the other games. And this is what they came up with.
Be proud. You are a fine warrior. Your only mistake was your choice of master. Let the winds lift.
Okay, I gotta like contain myself. We can't be smacking the desk again. We're past that. We're no longer doing that. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Okay. The camera shake. Yeah, okay. No more of that. Get a grip. It's just a game.
Be proud.
Smack turbo instead. Smack it. Did you miss another prediction? No, we don't have one going right now. This place is a nightmare. I cannot wait to get to Renala and Rebirth. Holy shit, this place is a nightmare. Okay, not bad, not bad. Good pathing.
Your only mistake was your choice of master. The winds lift you.
That might have been the 10th try. 9th death. I don't know. In this area. Counting the gate, right? Should I stop counting now? Maybe. Okay, we're actually not gonna talk to her. We had the same problem last time during the glass cannon run. I couldn't get in the room. I gave up. Okay, okay. So are the golden seeds kind of pointless considering I have all my heals? When you would rather fight a boss than fight those birds. That's why I can't be a streamer. If I was Sky, I'd be raging hard right now. Listen, if I was offline, I would be so much worse. I hold it together for you guys. What are we at now? I think that was the 10th death in this area. Probably 6th death to these shitters. Just go to the room after you kill Godric? Yeah, I think that's the plan. I'm over it. Okay. Let the rage flow. I can't do it. I gotta stay calm. Between the legs. Okay. Here we go. Golly. You've had more deaths of those bursts a day than you had in your last run through the first 14 days. Wait. I died a lot of times to the birds when we got here. Last time. I remember it being a lot. Before I was like, okay, I just need to run. Naked? 3? Was it really 3? I thought it was more than that. I guess enemies were harder NG+. Good thing I didn't start a new game then. Seems like it. I don't think it would be so bad though if I could just get to Renala. That's the problem here.
Mighty dragon.
I kind of screwed myself.
Thou the true-born heir. Lend me thy strength, O kindred. Deliver me unto
The talismans. I can put some on. I was just trying not to be overpowered because my weapons are overpowered.
Well.
Hey Dawn. Never caught a stream. Welcome in. How am I? Pretty good. I could be better if those birds were taken out of the game, but other than that, I'm doing good. How are you?
Plain as a lord. I command thee kneel. Now I am the lord of all that is golden.
I will not kneel. Is this bugged? Why does he have the wind tunnel around him? I don't remember that. Maybe a visual bug? Oh, there it goes. Okay, it's gone. That was weird. I knew he was gonna get me with that shit. Okay, first try. Hey Camillo, how was the Lore-athon? It was great. I feel like we learned a lot. Mole, thank you for gifting Dawn a sub. Loyal, thank you for the 200 bits for the Turbo Relief Fund. Oh, was that after I smacked Turbo around? Missed the prediction. Maybe we'll have to set it for like 5 minutes or something. Well, that might be too long. That's the slashy thing. Slash, 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 land, land. There we go. Really? Okay, so he just does like a little freak out on that one. Seems like. Okay. I had to work for a few minutes, so it's my fault. Oh, that you missed it.
Truest of dragons.
Don't stick your hand in there. Don't do it.
Lend me thy strength.
That's... Don't... Oh. Yep, he did it. Just a tad bit disturbing. No big deal, no big deal. Just violated a dragon head. Lovely. Hey, Mega Man. Yep. You just gotta stay close to him because that right there. What do? You can't roll through it. You can't jump over it. Hey, 40 watt. I guess I just need to try to stay under his arms. Yep. Getting ready for the DLC. So the third one is a little delayed. Fuck! I didn't know he did that. Okay, I forgot. That was close. What was that? Second or third try? Second? No, third. 3 deaths, okay. Now we're going on to 4th. Jimmy Hopkins would smack. Hell yeah, I would. Okay. I feel like I need to save that bleed proc if I can for a second phase. I don't know if it's even possible though. 4 deaths. Okay, this is the try. This is the run. I'm excited to watch House of Dragons. Is the episode out now? I attacked too late. This is the run. I'd rather die first 10s than near the end. Wait, what do you mean? Those deaths are less raging though. I'd rather die first 10s than near the end. I don't know what you mean. This is the run. This run, people. Again? Okay, I gotta watch out for that. Okay. Oh, 10 seconds. You said, I thought, I don't know, 10s. That's how I took that. That was way too early. I'm surprised I didn't die. No! What? What? Again, the same attack. Wow. Wow. He literally just chased me with it. What are you supposed to do? Maybe I just get behind him better? I swear, if I die to that same attack again, I'm gonna lose it. Freaking asshole. No! It's hard to tell what the attack is. Spamming like crazy. I don't know where to go. That should have been the one. You have to beat Godric and shame the Greens from House of Dragon. I'm trying to beat him. I feel like I'm doing so good, and then that stupid attack where he burns the ground. My goodness. He's just gonna keep doing it. Loyal, thank you for the gifted to Team Black. What was the prediction, by the way? How many tries? 10? Okay. I kind of forgot we had one going. Thank goodness I remembered. That's fine. Okay. I should have ran forward, but it's fine. I'm just gonna heal. Fine. Fine. Come on, do your spammy dragon shit. I guess I asked for it. What a stupid attack.
Wouldst thou witness?
Oh my god. Oh my god. I rolled, but because of the stairs, I got stuck on him. Wow. Unbelievable. Because of the incline of the stairs, I couldn't get under his legs. Damn it. That one felt good too. I thought that was gonna be it. Yeah, the stairs. You don't have to believe me, but I'm telling you it was the stairs. No. I didn't mean to press it! Was that the last try? Tell me that wasn't the last try. My finger, no joke, just betrayed me. It had a spasm. Hey, Ziggy. Okay, I have one more try. This damn stairs. My finger, for some reason, gravity collapsed it and it landed on the button. I don't know how else to explain it. Sure. I swear.
Slowly tarnished, thou art unfit even to graft.
You still have 2 tries technically since you said, okay, so I have one more. We're at 10 deaths. Okay, wait. Last try. Last try. Last try. Everyone, play it cool. No, I actually, the finger didn't spasm then. I got stuck on the damn swords. Bait this attack into being more than it is. I know you can. He has like a second part to it he'll do sometimes. And blue mist. Okay, so that's the timing. It's like 1, 1, 2, jump. Something like that. Oh well, here we go. No finger spasm. Again. I'm rolling.
Tarnished, thou art unfit even to craft.
Would you guys believe me if I said stairs? It's the freaking stairs! Goodbye points. Believers, just give up on me, please. Next time we do a prediction, I don't want to see a single believer in the chat. Watch me get it right now. That's my luck. The stairs passed them. They did! They did. I'm pretty sure that wind tunnel curved if we watch the footage back. Just so you guys know. There was something sus there. What the hell am I supposed to do here? See how perfect I dodge it when it's not on the stairs, by the way? I just want to point that out. You guys are not giving me enough credit. Back to the stairs. Stairs are bullshit. Stairs are cursed. I agree. They're shit. Oh my god, no, I'm dead. I'm dead. Oh no. He hasn't done his little jumpy thing once. Oh, wow. Again? I got this. Easy. Easy peasy. So easy. It should be illegal how easy this is. This is run. Please stop. Please stop. Lies! 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 Absolutely not! Lies. Bullshit. Bullshit. Flag on the play. Absolutely not. I was past it. I do not care. Gotta go. Alright, see you, Dawn. Have a good night. Bull fucking shit. Just take me out. Yeah. So dramatic. And saw a small 75-pound heavy bag next to you so you can wail on it when you just I need one of those little things like hanging right here. I may be out of points, but I'll doubt Sky. You'll doubt me? Wait, what? Why'd you have to announce that? I may be out of points, but I'll doubt this guy. Steven! You trying to hurt my feelings? Was that a typo? Surely, right? I meant never. Watch, this will be the try I get it. I don't want to be on the stairs. I don't like it here. Of course, we're circled back to the stairs. Oh, okay. He meant never, or he'll never doubt me. We're about to see Shadow win, Steven. I was so confused. I'm like, this is not like Steven. Who is this imposter? Oh, quit screaming, llama. Jump over the arm! Fuck! Oh! Where do you go? What do you do when you're... Like... Okay. I do not have the hops. I was gonna try, but... Wow. They need to add a swan dive. Okay. This fight is stupid. If I had like 3 points in HP, you guys know I would have this, right? Shadow Demon, thank you for the 6-month resub. Happy half a year. My goodness. Okay, if Steven said I may be out of points, but I'll doubt Sky, at this point, that's fair. It took Kai Sinat 20 hours to beat Godric and he died 252 times. No, it doesn't make me feel better, because I should have this. Because I beat him already with no help. It's just infuriating when that attack is undodgeable. You have to get either away from it or under it, but it's right there. Is there something that I don't know? Vastly, wow, vastly. Is that what we're calling vast? Oh shit. Getting crazy. I think he's just killing this time. Okay, okay. Bet. No frustration. I can't promise that, I'm sorry. Alright, Small Town said just kill him, so that's what we're going for. You could tell him to just die. Just a thought. Why is it always gonna be my problem to solve? Have you tried hugging it out? I'm okay. We saw what he did to the dragon. I think I'm good. Turbo as a stress ball if she gets too frustrated. I'm about to need to. I've died to the same ground fire attack more times than I can count. Up. I actually hate you. Like, where was I supposed to go? I hate that attack. For every death from here on out, I'll take a tequila shot. No. I'm gonna beat it now because we can't be having that. Anonymous, thank you for the 25. This is to make it for the comment Telegram Steven made. Team Believe. I can't do this! Stop making me laugh! Cloud, thank you for the gifted to... Ah! I can't even imitate that. I think that account, that sub had, or that Twitch account had to have been made based off Godric, whatever the hell his name is. I've lost it.
Tarnished, thought unfit even to grab.
There goes my last marble. Off into space. Official request for you to leave Turbo alone when you're upset. Loyal, I'm an inch from ripping this head off. Like, don't try me, okay? See how I could just... Thank you for the bits. Turbo, proud ally of PETA, just tipped 5. Please don't squeeze me again. Okay, if I beat it this try, I will not abuse Turbo anymore.
No, God! No, God, please, no! No!
What are we on, death-wise?
No!
18 for him? Okay. Not awful. Considering I haven't leveled my health, I'm not mad at that, but I'm not happy either. Okay, I got really lucky there. I'm gonna close my eyes until the stairs are out of view, because I'm gonna scream. Are they out? Okay. Ugh. Not great, not terrible. Also not good. Not great, not terrible, not good. Pretty bad. I'm glad I made the tequila bet now. Wait, don't start it yet. Don't do that. Wait until I'm like this far from beating him and then decide. Why would you do that to yourself? I still don't have the timing on that. I think I just get lucky. No! JJ, stop. Don't do that. We have a life on the line. Okay, I'm gonna beat it this try. The pressure is getting hotter. Okay, come on. Nice, very good. Okay. 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 Really? That's the bullshit. I think my game is bugged. Yeah. There's no other explanation. That attack every time? Really? Don't you have to dodge toward him? Okay, let me try. just before he shoots it. I feel like I'm too far away. Is why I start running backwards. I start panicking. Because I feel like I'm too far to get close. Oh damn, that was close. It freaks me out when the wind tunnels go under the ground and you can't see them. Slashy? Slashy, okay. Shut up! God, I'm sick of that scream. Yeah, that's what it was. You have to get behind him. Which makes sense. I've tried that. It doesn't always work. Die, bitch, die. Fuck! Oh, me.
Didst thou witness?
Not me, you. That's karma. Zero, thank you for the 100 bits. Okay. Next try is the try. I can actually feel it. Hey, Glassy. You know what? I shouldn't have said that. And that is why I died. Lesson learned. The third ground pound will do it, won't it, though? It's hard to time it!
Newly tarnished, thou unfit even to craft.
I'd be flipping the table. I want to break something. What is this? Ha! This game pisses me off. So, about finishing this before the DLC. We just gotta get Renola beaten, so then we can rebirth. We can have a baby. Let them be still. Have you guys seen those videos where they're like raging and then they like punch and their cat stops them or something? They're so funny. Just realized that your character looks like Squirtle. That wasn't even intentional, but I'll take it. We made progress on that attempt, though. I see the dog. There's a lot of funny ones. How did that not touch?
given to graft.
Just kidding. Got more paper? I mean, I threw it in the floor. I could have ripped it twice. Do you want to know the death count? No, it's fine. At this point, it's whatever. Renala's gonna be fun. Turbo's hospital bill. I think he has a concussion. Thank you, Immaculate, for the 100 bits. Don't worry about him. He's fine. He's fine. He's a trooper. Don't you guys worry. Okay, that was easier time. Okay, now he's doing his slashy bullshit. What we in the business call the slashy. Gotta get under his legs, between the legs. Again with the slashy. Okay. Which one is the tiger one? Malekith? Is that what you're talking about? He's my favorite. I'm so upset. It was right there. Like, literally right there. How does that bullshit even happen? Okay. My god. Hydrate? No. I don't want to hydrate. I actually don't have any water. Wait, do I? I have a little bit. 1 HP in a dream was on Godric's side today. He is cursed. Griff, thank you for the posture check. Thank you guys for all the biddies for the hype train. I don't deserve no damn hype train. Shut it down. I needed to beat him already. Get back to work. Okay, fine. Okay. This is the try. I've never been so confident about anything.
Godfrey, didst thou witness?
Where was the camera? Where was the camera? Thank you, small town. I was robbed. I didn't know where he was. Steven! You got, oh my god. What the hell? Steven, thank you for the 5,000 bits. Okay, we have believed bits. Will it do it? Is this what it'll take? God, okay, well, I feel like I'm doing better on the second phase, at least. What? Oh, well, I'm dead. My god, I've never had to dodge all of it. Okay, run, 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 run. I just got so lucky. I just got so lucky. I'm not gonna take that for granted. Get the hell out of the way. I'm so pissed. Wow. Steven, I let you down. That's it. I flipped. Everyone flip their table, please. My god. I panicked. That was my fault. I panicked.
Tarnished, not unfit even to craft.
Everyone meditate. Viper, thank you for the 100 bits. Steven, thank you again for the 5,000 bits. And then Spartan, thank you for the 5. Can't sleep, so here's the donation. Oh my god. Remember when Smalltown said he'd rather die in the first 10 seconds than at the very end? That is what he meant. Yes, now I fully understand what he meant. Dying right at the end is infuriating. Okay. I get it now. This is the run. Not to be cocky, but this is the damn run. Confident, not cocky, right? Okay. Oh, goodness gracious. Get off the freaking stairs! This place is cursed! Oh god. My whole body spasmed. No, 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 no. Oh, I think I screwed it. Oh, we're good. out of the way. Come on. Yes! Yes! Oh my god! My heart was racing.
We'll return together
yes!
to our home, bathed in rays of gold.
Breathe. Everyone breathe. Oh my god. Feeling lightheaded, but we're good. 40, thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you so, so much. Spartan, thank you for another 5. Oh god. Kyler, thank you for the 100 bits. Viper, everyone, thank you guys for the hype trains. Spartan, thank you for another 5. What was the count? Did I do it under 30? Perhaps? Hopefully. My hands are tingly. Tom, thank you for the 300 bits.
Congratulations, bits.
My goodness. JJ, is JJ good? Is he still with us? Is he, 27, okay. Not too bad. Baby, there's your thumbs up. JJ, thank you for the gifted as well. Okay. Can I check your DM after stream? Yes. He's blacked out. JJ, are you good though? Even though you gifted the sub, are you good? I'm here, I stopped, okay. Immaculate, thank you for the 1,000 biddies. Congrats, Bits.
Congrats,
Thanks, Immaculate.
Bits.
Thank you so much. Okay, you guys. This was an amazing stream. Lots of fun. Thank you guys for all the gifteds, all the subs, for the resubs, the brand new subs, lurking, hanging out, chatting with me, watching the Lore-athon. This was a great time, and yeah, we just have the week to prepare for the Elden Ring DLC. Can't wait. See you, Moonsy. Zero, thank you for the 100 bits. Just want to say before you go, COD Zombie lore vid is very thorough. It's 6 hours long. 6 hours? Oh my god. Thank you so much, Craig. Take care as well. You died 27 times to Godric, and you died a total of 56 times in stream. I'm curious to go back and see where I was at death-wise at this point, because, I mean, I have no help. This is not how I want to play the DLC. As soon as we get to Renala, I am, like, cranking that sucker up to, like, see where the dragon ends right there? That's about where I want my health bar to be. Right before the sky starts. Have a great rest of your night. Hope you enjoyed the poem. Oh, thank you for saying that, Kyler. I'm gonna look right after stream. Viper, thank you for the 100 bits. You gonna have PTSD when you see stairs? Well, my living room is down the stairs, so I might just sit up here tonight. I can't go down. Loyal, thank you for the bits. Kyler, thank you for the bits. Spartan, thank you for another 5. Oh my god. You guys, stop! Okay, I'm running. You guys are the best. Godric the Grafted took you 18 attempts on your last run. Your total deaths at this point was 166. I wonder why it took me not as long. Maybe I was less in my head. I don't know. 18 times versus this time you said what, 27? Or 26 or something? Alright. Do the grace and then we will end stream. Who wants the outro song? First one to claim it gets it. You got close so many times. You know what I think it was? I just, for some reason, my brain wasn't registering get behind him every time I wanted to run backwards. I think I figured that out quicker last time, and then Small Town is the one that was like, get the hell behind. Tom, okay, I'm gonna give it to Tom. I saw his first. I don't know if he claimed it first, but he's been wanting it, so let's give it to Tom. Thank you, Steven. Thank you for the bits. Alright, what do you got for us, Tom? Come far in Elden Ring. Thanks, Bo. It's been a great time. Good night, everyone. Spartan, thank you for the 5. Going to sleep for real this time. We have, what? Oh my god, today's Sunday. Why were we saying that? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold the phone. 1, 2, 3, 4. Why were we saying 6 days? Why were we saying 6 days? 4 days. Midnight. We were saying 6 earlier. Are we delusional? Okay, hold on. We must alter this. DLC. 4 days. There we go. There we go. What is this drawing? You want me to explain it to you? Okay, so Vaati does something called mind maps. So I made my own mind map. We're confused, but the road after confusion is gold star. You probably don't know this is gold because I forgot to color it in. How do you... Oh, yeah. Oh. Hold on. Hold on. You know what? We're going back to the calligraphy pen and we're just gonna do it by hand. So, that's a gold star. We also have a tree and mountains here that signifies DLC blah blah blah. Who the F is America? America, and then I put a eagle here. I can't even look at you guys while I say this. So this, it says, who the F is America? I put an eagle to, like, to signify America. DLC question mark? Lore question mark? 3. Millennia waves. This is what this means. Waves. And then her blossom. And then it says Mikola. DLC 1 + 1 = plan.
Gold star for you.
1 + 1 = plan. DLC 4 days. 4 divided by 2. Oh my god, we really threw the math off here. 4 divided by 2 does not equal 3. Oh my god. That is so embarrassing. Hold on. We were doing really good. Why did I come here and make any changes? 2 - 1 = 1. Ah! I don't know how to make the eraser bigger on paint. How do you work this? That's an eraser. I hate paint. I really do. I would much rather play pinball. 4 divided by 2 = 2. - 1 = 1. Minus 2, that's negative. Fuck. Hold on. Plus 1 + 1 = America plus twins. Quick math. Okay. Loyal, thank you for the bits. John, thank you for the bits. Okay. What's the outro song? I give up. You guys would not appreciate good music if it smacked or good music. Do you guys see how my brain doesn't work? You guys would not appreciate good art if it smacked you in the face. Okay. Spotify came up. You know how I told you guys that my therapist said she thinks I have ADHD? I'm starting to think she's right. Like, I feel like that meme where it's like, squirrel. My train of thought changes as soon as I see something in front of me. Elden Ring did a number on you. I need to get off stream. What is the song request? Do we have one? Larger than life. Oh my god, okay. Sorry. Larger than life by the Backstreet Boys. Gotcha. Can you guys hear it? Good night. Bye, guys. Take care. See ya. Everyone have a good time. Enjoy the song. Bye, guys.